common sense told us our ancestors had to survive against predators. It's like, oh, we
Yeah,
see a
whatever.
predator
Dude.
might
Another
there.
really cool story. If that's the sense that led you to this point, then I can see how you ended up being this stupid.
Dude, you believe in
I
science
mean,
600
like
years
if you
ago.
really think about it, like think about the category. What he's saying is that planets X, Y, Z are round and they're
No,
spherical.
he didn't even mention a planet. He said the moon, a completely other thing, not even categorized as a
That's
planet.
a categorical error. That's like you mentioned a dwarf. Like when you mentioned dwarf planets or satellites, like that's a categorical
Who cares about any of that? Prove the
for
Earth.
example, say for
even a
example, like
planet.
Venus is spherical, and Mars is, and all of the other planets are spherical. Therefore, Earth being a planet is spherical.
Okay, prove it's even a planet then.
It's a non sequitur. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't necessarily show that those things in the sky are spherical. You can only infer it, but still show that the Earth is a planet. What criteria by which are you determining that it's a planet?
Stop there. Like, are you basically like saying Earth is not a planet? Like, get out of there.
The reason I think it is because from what I can tell, a planet is a light in the sky that wanders, so to speak, and that it doesn't move together with the constellations. So I have no fucking clue how the Earth is supposed to fit into that category. For all I can tell, it doesn't even move, which would be checkbox number 1. So,
nah, dude. Don't go there. Don't go there. That's too far. Like I would talk to you. I would talk to you about science. I'll talk to you about anything. But when you say Earth is not a planet, no, don't go there.
How does it fit that criteria? Okay, I'll say number 1, a planet must move, right? Number 2, it must be in the sky. Show that the Earth is either.
Okay, you're going there. I disagree.
Yeah, I am.
Oh yeah.
I'm just going to grant you that it's a planet. Because planets are things like Mars, Venus, Jupiter. Like I said, they do not move together with the constellations, the so-called stars, right? They're lights in the sky similarly.
Add to it, there's no observable similarities.
Yeah, I don't observe any similarity. That's what I'm saying. So why am I just going to give you a free pass on the Earth being one of these things? What is the evidence for it?
You know what the problem with this this thing is? Like what we're having here is that we've already like defined everything we already know concerning planets with Kepler's models. When he mentioned that a planet is any body that obeys directly the gravitational force of the sun. So any planet going around the sun that obeys only the sun and nothing else, only the sun and nothing else, this is a planet. So since Earth doesn't obey Mars gravitational force as a primary mover or any other object in the world, sorry, in the galaxy, and we only obey the sun's gravitational.
Stop. Quote Kepler using the term gravitational. Oh.
Are you familiar with Kepler's model? Kepler's model for planets. Are you familiar with it?
Yeah.
Yeah, they have elliptical trajectories, right? So then they must move.
How does it look like? Have you ever seen one of those children's models that you build?
Using the quote Kepler using the term gravitational, please.
Why do they go around the sun? Kind of deal.
They don't.
Okay. That's why I disengage. Yeah, that's a false statement. I disengage, dude. No.
Okay,
I'm not going.
How many years, Earth years, does it take Jupiter to go around the sun? Let's just use that one. Can't remember offhand. I think it's either 12 or like 28. It might be confusing with Saturn's orbital period.
When you deny true statements.
But either way, can I just get to the end of the statement there? Okay, so it takes, I'm just going to say 12 years. It might be 28. I might have it confused with Saturn. But anyway, nobody sat there and watched it for 12 years, make an orbit of the sun. It wouldn't even be possible. You can't track it all day long. Nobody's ever seen that. It's just inferred.
Hey, Mr. Person, listen, Mr. Person here. People did live for thousands of years. There's people that did watch planets for 12 straight years. There is. And we've had several civilizations that account for that. Hence, for example, the ancient Egyptians followed the sun the whole year round so that they can directly calculate where the sun would hit They're pyramidical structures that they built later on. Ancient
Okay.
Mesopotamians followed not only
Whatever.
the sun, but the
Let's stick
moon's
to the
movement
planet.
to
You're
create the
gish galloping right now.
365-day
Stick to the
calendar
planet thing.
that you use today. Like,
okay, yeah, it's enough of that. Thanks. Yeah, just stick to the planet thing. I don't need you to gish gallop all over the place. So, whoever saw it actually come full circle, I mean, you see a cycle that repeats. Didn't necessarily actually watch it orbit, certainly not the sun. You don't know that it went in a circle around the sun. Anyway, he's gone.
How do you see the sun at night? I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. When you see the planets, you don't see the sun, so you don't see any of them going around it.
He spazzed and left.
Yeah, he wanted to gish gallop. I mean, I don't know. Sorry, I'm kind of impatient. I know that you guys kind of let them do that, but I just didn't want to.
No, it's all good, man. It's all good. Kepler didn't have any concept of gravity, for fuck's sake.
Didn't he? Was he before the... Do you mean the bendy space-time version of it? Because I thought they were pretty on top of the idea that things going down could cause that for ages, with no explanation.
Well, Kepler is pre-Newton, right?
Is he? I don't know much about it.
Yeah. I think he died before Newton even said anything about it.
Right, so his work was key in providing evidence that the sun was at the center of the solar system.
No.
I think
No.
Kepler
published by Kepler between 1609 and 1619. So that's when it was done.
Yeah, and Kepler, he used the term like mass-dependent attraction between.
Who has a
between
better
planets.
Australian accent, eggshells or matrix?
Yeah. So Kepler, he had an idea proposed, right? But he didn't quantify it the way that Newton did.
So
That's
he
the
was still
difference.
saying it was a mass-dependent attraction, but was
Yes.
not giving any sort of proposed cause. Yeah, because you'd have to have some sort of idea to be like, well, the mass must matter because you're putting...
That would be a proposed cause?
Well, I mean...
Yeah, he said it was
cause.
mass causing it, right? Mass of the planets causing it.
Yeah, it gets kind of tricky if you're saying the mass is causing it or the mass has...
But he didn't have the math available to quantify it the way Newton did. That's what he invented, right?
But I don't
He was just more interested in providing a mathematical model.
Yeah, but I don't get how you have this... You get Kepler's equation without putting the sun at the center. Like, how did he get that solution of like, I've got the orbital period, but have them orbiting the Earth still? Is that like
he came up with it? He didn't like Tycho's geocentrism, but he liked Copernicus's heliocentrism. But he liked Tycho's elliptical orbits.
I see. Sorry, I misread it.
The two.
Yeah. Okay. I was saying when it said his work was key in providing evidence for Copernicus' theory, I was reading that as like Copernicus came up with his theory of the heliocentric solar system because of Kepler's work, and I was like, what? But I'm like, okay, so Copernicus had come up with the idea of heliocentrism, and then he's coming up with a mathematical model to explain the orbital periods. Okay.
Yeah, he liked Tycho's math, even though it was contradictory to Copernicus as being sun-centered.
It's interesting.
Oh, well, if Kepler did posit some sort of freaking theory on mass attraction or whatever, then I apologize. I was incorrect. I'll admit if I'm wrong. I was under the impression he was more concerned about just getting the modeling of the motion correct than explanation of how, why, what's causing
I
it.
think he that's what he did. He used like some kind of like geometry model to explain the the movement, but he didn't have like fully conceptualized the idea of what mass is and like how to quantify it in terms of how that is dictating. But he did believe there was like some traction, right? That's what is causing it. But the way he modeled it with like some like the area or something like that of the ellipses that they were going through.
I just wanted to say, great to see so many people here, and hope you guys are well. So I've been entertaining so far.
Cheers, mate.
Make me feel all warm and fuzzy there, Skinny.
Hey, don't you guys go fucking limp dick fucking soft on me right now. Fuck you, cunts. I love the way you guys flat smack the shit out of him. You know, same as Heretic earlier, fucking Alpha earlier, fucking I always mispronounce that one, dude. What's that old horse rat? I've asked you before. I always mispronounce that one. Sorry, man.
Old Hoss Radborn.
Yeah, fucking love it. Don't know if that's Celtic or whatever it is, but yeah, love it. But anyway, yeah, sorry guys, wasn't trying to interrupt. Yeah, just good to see everyone here. I'm a bit busy at the moment, just listening in, but yeah, really good to see everybody here.
Anybody new here that wants to pipe up and tell us why they think that they live on a spinning ball in a vacuum?
Just quickly with that one as well. Like I agree. I don't know about you guys. I agree with Heretic. I brought it up myself with other people. There's people. So many people seem to think this whole like flat Earth, so far as I am aware, was not a designation that came from our crowd at all. I don't think any of us here believe it's a pancake. I just wanted to clear that. Topographical plane, some kind of thing like that. We don't believe we're living on some kind of disc that's perfectly flat. That would be moronic. Yeah. Anyway.
Not a disc in space.
Yep.
It's not the acceptance of the heliocentric model with exception to the Earth being flat. The entire cosmological view is challenged and disregarded justifiably.
Us Aussies know that anyway. You know, Matrix, T-Dub. Actually, my mate's driving over from WA at the moment. He just got across the Nullarbor. He actually hasn't driven it before, and he was just like, I was on the phone to him earlier. He's like, bro, you got no idea how straight and flat that stretch of road is. Like, we won't even talk about flat Earth or nothing. He was just like, holy shit, man! I was trying not to fall asleep. Like, and then when you come to the turns in it, you know, you're that frozen. But yeah, I find it interesting. There's so many Aussies that come on here that are, you know, they come in here with fists swinging and everything like that. It's like, dude, we live on one of the flattest fucking countries, one of the flattest continents on this earth. Like, seriously.
I've driven across the Nullarbor 4 times now. The 90 miles straight. Fuck me dead, that's boring as batshit. 90 miles of dead straight, dead fucking flat road. No more than 1 degree variation from end to end.
Yeah, well, it kills people too, doesn't it, Matrix? Like, a lot of people, especially if they already start that stretch when they're really tired, and then they're locked on the straight, and the minute you get a bend in the road, boom, they go off the road. Like, the amount of accidents there is insane.
Yeah, there's a dog leg at the end of it. It's fucking stupid idiots. Whoever designed it should be kicked in the nuts.
Yeah, that's a very Aussie way to put it. Yep, suck my fucking nuts and get kicked in them. Yep.
Did you see any min lights?
What was that, sorry?
Did you see any min lights? Or was it during the day? Yeah, min lights. Strange light phenomenon that people report seeing in the outback, in the Nullarbor and places like that.
No, I've never seen any shit like that.
Is that the same T-Dub as, or not the same, obviously, but would that be a similar phenomenon to the northern lights you see up the other end, or?
No, they're more like a singular light that like appears in the distance and moves around, and I don't know what the story is behind it. But like the experts.
The ISS, mate.
Yeah, no, similar to what's seen in the Appalachians. You hear a lot of people in that along the Appalachian Trail talk about the night, the lights at night and shit. They move around in the mountains there. Yeah, fuck that brings back a memory now. Thanks for that. I forgot about that. I haven't seen them. I've been down there, but yeah. Wow, that's interesting.
Apparently, just north of Newcastle, probably about 20 minutes drive, they get them there. But I've been along that road a few times too, and I've never seen it. So maybe I'm just unlucky. Who knows?
A lot of strange shit gets seen around the Central Coast too, in the sky.
Yeah, all I know is, where I live, up in North Queensland, I spent half my childhood down in the southeast of Queensland, and we moved around a lot, but I spent half my childhood up north. I'd never seen so many shooting stars as what you see up here. That's probably the craziest one that I got, but outside of the moon and the sun being in the sky at the same time, but we've all seen that shit, so yeah.
You know the one I don't understand. Maybe somebody could explain it. The Selenelion eclipse, right? Like how are we seeing an eclipse of the moon while the sun is above the horizon? And their best explanation is refraction. Like I hear them using refraction to explain something on the horizon, but the sun in the sky not being the sun, and the reason we see it is due to refraction. And the Selenelion makes no sense.
AOG, fucking oath, man. That's an interesting one as well. Does anyone have an actual explanation for that one? Because I'm not particularly well versed in that.
For the reason that I explained before, we only see Selenelion eclipses at the horizon during these specific conditions. But if the eclipses was caused by something else, I would expect it to happen elsewhere in the sky. Like, for example, when the sun and the moon is like higher in the sky, right? But we only see it like directly at the horizon. It seemed to support the refraction explanation.
Trying to say because the
What
thing
do
I
you reckon?
want. Well, my fault. I was gonna say I think the one I saw was from Santa Fe, right? So I've heard people say that you have to be in like northern or very like southern regions, like on the earth for the Selenelion to appear. I think I saw one in Santa Fe, so they're pretty common, right? Like they're not as rare as try to make them seem, right? Like so somewhere at any eclipse, there's always a Selenelion happening, right?
Yeah, it happens every time because you're always going to have somewhere where the sun is at the horizon and the moon is on the opposite side of the earth. So then the moon would also be at the horizon. So that will always happen, but it's always at the horizon, not anywhere else, right? So that's what the part I would say is supporting the refraction thing, because you're saying like you never see eclipses when the moon and the sun is high in the sky, right? That's never happening. It's always when exactly at the horizon.
So with
In
that one,
totality? I've seen lunar eclipse in totality, like pretty much at my zenith. It was like I was cranking my neck. I had a sore neck.
I'm not saying I'm not saying eclipses. I'm saying Selenelion eclipse specifically.
Oh, right. Okay. Right. Oh, right. Okay. Sorry.
yeah, you see all kinds of funny shit. I've actually seen the moon come up from the opposite side. It should. I've only seen it in North Queensland. I don't know whether that's local or not, but sun rises in the east all the time, but sometimes you see the moon come up on the opposite side, especially on the days where you can see the moon and the sun on the same day. But forgive my ignorance, OG. Santa Fe, where's that? Sorry.
It was in New Mexico. There's a video from a guy. I think he's on a mountain in New Mexico, and he's showing the Selenelion happening.
So New Mexico, is that somewhere down near Mexico? Again, please forgive my ignorance, man.
You are right. It's like right near Texas, Santa Fe, New Mexico. Is like right next to Texas, right on the Mexico-United States border.
Oh, dude, that's cool as fuck. Never met a Texan I don't like. Yeah, I know where Texas is, but okay, so New Mexico is next to Texas, and this was seen from Santa Fe in New Mexico.
Yeah, but I think one of the claims that the globe were making, it was like you had to be at extreme northern or southern latitude to see the eclipse happening, the Selenelion eclipse. But I from what I understand, I think they're pretty common. Like you can see them at pretty much from any location if it's sunrise or sunset.
All lunar eclipses are Selenelion eclipses. It depends on the position that you're gonna be able to see, kind of like the shadow
Okay, that makes
coming
sense.
from the top. All total eclipses are Selenelion eclipses.
It sounds very interesting to me.
But when you can see an eclipse in the night. Where's the sun?
Well, the phenomena started at a certain occasion. You're gonna be able to see a certain movement of the light from depending where you're at on the ground. So some people are gonna see something, other people are gonna see a little different.
Yeah, but when people say
But the
Selenelion
shadow,
eclipse, it's like the observation from one place, which could be Selenelion eclipse or it could be a normal eclipse. Because Selenelion eclipse is that you see the
All
sun and the moon at the
total
same time, right?
eclipses, all total lunar eclipses are Selenelion eclipses.
What is a Selenelion eclipse to you?
It's
So
when the
under heaven,
sun and the moon are both above the horizon during a stage of the eclipse, and then the shadow comes from above, not from below, where the ground is, below your feet. This the thing that is supposed to be casting the shadow, but the ground is below the sun and the moon.
No, okay. I think
thanks.
it's a bit broad
Under heaven,
to
thank you
explanation,
for
right?
that. I was just about to ask that. Sorry, I was about to ask if you could explain what that is. So thank you very much for that.
Yeah. I would say it makes kind of like the Selenelion eclipse term moot, if you use that term.
Moot is an observation. That's what happens. And the claim is that the Earth is between the sun and the moon and casting the shadow. But in reality, the Earth is below the sun and the moon when the shadow is being casted. So that's an impossibility. That's why they call it the impossible eclipse.
I see what you're saying.
What would you call an eclipse during
Holy
the night?
shit. I'd never thought about it like that,
Possible
Jamesy.
eclipse.
Pretty simple.
Hmm?
It's a
What would
fucking
you call
spit
an
out, isn't it,
eclipse
Peter?
during the night?
Well, I think that's why
What
it
would,
never really made sense to me is like refraction, like there's two suns, right? To say that, well, someone else has the real sun in their sky, but the person that's watching Selenelion, their sun isn't the real sun. It's just a mirage sun. And, refraction is causing you to see that sun.
Let me get this right, though.
sorry,
Just to
I asked
clarify,
the
right?
question. I asked the question.
So just
What
one
do you
sec,
call
one sec,
eclipse
one sec,
during
one
the
sec.
night?
I just want to clarify with
Okay.
Jamesy something for a sec. Jamesy, right? You're saying, right? No matter what you're seeing, the sun and the moon are always above the surface of the earth.
Not
somewhere.
always. Not always. I mean, during the eclipse. I mean, there. I mean, go ahead. Finish your point. My bad.
But they're always above somebody, somewhere.
Oh yeah, they're always above somebody. Yeah, because this guy that said it's nighttime for him. There's another guy 300 miles or maybe 100 miles from him that still have some light and can see the sun and see the moon above the horizon, even though this guy is in an area that the sun is not reaching him anymore. And both are observing the eclipse.
Yeah, the sun's
That's so
never
simple,
below
but so
anybody.
profound. That is so simple but so profound. Yeah, like
No, but
T-Dub, I'm
that's
kind of...
making the term. That's my whole point. It's making the term moot, right? Because you're saying that we have this term for this specific observation. It's not saying like, yes, that's how I would use the term, right? So I could discern whether whether the eclipse is from my where I'm observing it, where it's a Selenelion or where it's a normal eclipse. So it's from if I'm going to explain to you that I'm seeing the sun and the moon at the same time, I would just say it's a Selenelion eclipse, and then you would understand what I saw. But if I'm saying it's a Selenelion eclipse, and it could both mean that I saw the sun and the moon at the same time, or it could also mean that I saw just an eclipse during the night. I mean, that's why I'm saying it's making the term moot. You just removed normal eclipse from the dictionary.
Well, both things are happening. You are observing the eclipse during nighttime, and the other guy is observing the sun above the horizon and observing the eclipse as well.
Yeah.
So both
But if I'm going to explain
phenomena
what I'm
are
seeing,
happening.
right? I know, but if I'm going to explain what I'm seeing, I wouldn't say if I'm there during the night. I wouldn't say, oh, I'm seeing a Selenelion eclipse. I wouldn't say that.
Well, but when you look from the bigger perspective, now you know that there's people looking at the horizon and observing the event at the same time as you, but,
Yeah, but that's
from
not
a
what I'm
different.
explaining, right? I'm explaining what I'm seeing. Then I can't say I'm
Yeah,
seeing the
but
Selenelion eclipse.
that's an argument from ignorance. Because
Ignorance?
you're thinking that only what you're observing is happening, and that's
No,
it,
I'm
and you're
not saying
coming with a
that.
conclusion about it.
I never said that. I also acknowledge at the same time that there is another guy seeing something else. The other guy is seeing a Selenelion eclipse at the same time, but
You're
I'm
both
not
looking
seeing
at
Hey,
the
it.
Selenelion.
can we let Under
I'm
Heaven
seeing
explain this?
it's for me to explain to you what I'm
Okay, brother.
seeing. I'm not refuting what you're seeing at the same time. It's not ignorance. It's not ignorance. I
Can
don't
we let
understand
Under
how you
Heaven
can say
explain this?
it like that.
Can we let him explain this? Because it's fascinating. Under Heaven,
Yeah,
could
explain
you
how it's
explain it further?
ignorance. Yeah.
No, I'm just posting what I just posted something about in relation to what we're talking about, but it's not a big deal. He can, I mean, go ahead if you have an argument.
I already made it. It's not. I'm not refuting the other person's observations while I'm saying what I'm seeing. Do you agree? That's what
Yeah,
I'm
it's
doing. Or?
observable phenomena, and it doesn't. What I think about it and what you think about it is not gonna affect the phenomena that is happening.
I'm not sure
There's
what
nothing wrong
claim
with
you're
it.
making anymore.
There's nothing wrong either, man. Like I'm ignorant of a lot of shit as well, and this is why I find this so fascinating. Because what Under Heaven was just explaining, and TW himself was also like, holy shit, wow. That's why I'd like to hear him actually extrapolate out a bit, if that's okay, Under Heaven, and with what you're explaining and how that works.
Yeah, I already said that. I mean, I already said something, but what's the other point that we need to talk about? Is there anything else? Because I mean, obviously, it's not gonna be proving the globe, obviously. So, is there anything
No,
else?
I'm just trying to say that when you redefine the word like that, you're making the term kind of moot because it's explaining a type of observation.
How can
I would have
saying a word be
to.
moot?
I have to because then you're saying it's a Selenelion eclipse, and it's also all other eclipses.
Not
Right? So you're
me. That's
making
not me
this.
saying that, dude. This is not my claim. This is the observation that everybody makes.
No, not everybody sees the Selenelion eclipse.
Well,
You just
whoever
defined all eclipses to
does
be
the
Selenelion
research
eclipse.
and
Right?
looks that there is a bigger perspective than the one that you're standing on, because you can only see so much on your sky, only so much. You have a small angle of view of the sky, but much more is happening than what you think is happening.
You can also explain that, but saying you're seeing in Selenelion eclipse means a specific thing in my head. It means you're explaining an observation, right?
You're
If I'm going to
seeing the
explain
sun
to
and
somebody else what I'm seeing, I'm not explaining what the Selenelion eclipse necessarily means, like geometrically why it's happening, refraction or whatever it is, right? It could be that the sun and the moon actually is above the sky at the same
just
time.
the raw observation.
It's just explaining the observation. For me to explain it to you so you understand what I'm seeing, this word has a specific meaning, but he kind of like took that explanation away. Now, if I'm saying I'm seeing in Selenelion eclipse, I also have to explain that because if I'm saying a Selenelion eclipse, what does that mean to you?
Means you're observing the sun and the moon above the horizon at the same time during
Okay,
the
yeah,
beginning,
that's it.
leads to the
Yeah,
beginning of an
but he is
eclipse.
also saying it doesn't mean that. It also mean that I'm seeing an eclipse during the night when I don't see the sun. That's what he said.
It's like you're just overcomplicating stuff for no reason.
It actually does make sense because, again, when the sun moves far enough away from you, you can't see it anymore. When the moon moves far enough away from you without a telescope, you can't see it anymore with both of them. So what two people observe is different, and that's why this is so profound. It's simple but profound, at least to my mind, anyway. I could, Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about here, but yeah.
Yeah,
It's
but
not
it
quite what I thought generally
the
you were
word
saying,
should
but I
be
do
like
understand what you're saying.
Listen, that
Sorry.
you know that you at nighttime observing the Selenelion eclipse at nighttime are the one observing the nighttime eclipse, right? But then the guy at the sunrise is observing the eclipse and the sun rising, and the guy at the sunset side is observing the eclipse and the sunset.
Yeah, then he is observing a Selenelion eclipse, and I'm observing an eclipse. That's what I would say.
Yeah.
Right?
Interesting phenomena, huh?
It is interesting, but it's I wouldn't redefine the words like you did. It would make it very confusing if you
No, I
use
read the
language.
definition of it. Listen, did you read the definition of it? I said exactly
Yes,
what it
yes,
says in the
yes,
definition.
yes.
I'm
I
not
know what it
redefining
means.
anything.
Selenelion eclipse occurs during a lunar eclipse when the sun and the moon are observed above the horizon, right? So yeah.
The event can only be
in the
observed just
sky.
before sunset and just after sunrise, when both bodies will appear just above opposite horizons at nearly opposite points in the sky.
Yeah.
A Selenelion occurs during every total lunar eclipse. Every.
Yeah, I agree. I know. But when I say I am observing a Selenelion eclipse, I'm observing the actual Selenelion eclipse. I'm not observing just an eclipse, right?
You're observing a
observing the
heavenly
sun.
phenomena.
No. I'm not the chat general. I'm observing a specific phenomena. The sun and the
that is
moon at the
happening
same time during an eclipse.
That is happening in the heavens above.
Yeah, and I want to be specific. I'm observing specifically the sun and the moon at the same time above the horizon when they're during a lunar eclipse. As the definition say.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you.
So no evidence for any globes.
As
That's
we
the whole
haven't been
point.
talking about that, right?
No.
We can talk about that as well if you want
just
to.
checking, because people brought it up earlier. People were using it as an argument earlier, so yeah. Just gotta make sure.
I think it was used as evidence for refuting that you have. But are you saying, like, if there was no Selenelion eclipse, it would be evidence for the Earth being a globe? Because you're using this argument to debunk the. Some people in here use it as an argument to debunk the explanation. So I'm wondering if we actually, why is a lunar eclipse, a compelling argument for globe Earth, except the Selenelion, which seems to refute it? Can any flat earther
Why
explain
is
that?
it? Because that's what people believe.
Well, why is the lunar Selenelion eclipse a refutation to the globe argument for eclipses?
Because the geometry of the claim is made false by the observation from the realist level. So the thing on paper doesn't add up to the realist level observation.
Okay. So if you agree with that, then you would also agree that if there was no Selenelion eclipse, then geometrically it would explain why the Earth would be a globe, based on like the shadows made, right?
Because still, even the phenomena that we observe in the sky wouldn't determine the shape of the ground under your feet.
Okay, so it's like
the claim of a shape that necessarily has to abide by certain geometry, and that geometry doesn't add up from the realist level, so that geometry claim is wrong.
But in reality, it's no point in arguing that point anyway, because even if we make an explanation for it, it doesn't matter because it's not going to prove globe Earth anyway.
No,
so
it's not going
what
to
will
prove any
globe
shape.
Earth?
No, it's not going to prove any shape. No.
So it's pointless to argue that, right?
Well, but the globers come in here and say, look, guys, look at the moon. The Earth under your feet is a globe. Look at the moon.
Yeah. I think it's convincing evidence, but if flat earthers don't think it's convincing,
How
I think
so
we
is
need
convincing? How is convincing that the Earth is a sphere moving across the sky because you see a sphere moving across the sky?
It's not because you see a sphere moving in the sky. It's because
or a circle
the
of light
sun,
or half a sphere or
the
whatever
sun,
it is, a light in the
as
sky.
the model explained, the sun is on the opposite side of the Earth, right? And it's if that's the case, we know the sun casts light, right?
I mean, the effect of the sun that is happening in the meridian is happening on an opposite side, but that doesn't mean that it's under the Earth. It's happening on another area of the Earth, but not necessarily because it's under the Earth.
Yeah, of course, every glober would disagree with that.
You know, when I turn a light, like a lamp in my room, and illuminates that room, and if I take that lamp to a different room, it illuminates the other room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Except the flat Earth isn't like two rooms; it's one big room, right?
It could be.
So
it could be many rooms. It could be rooms below, rooms above, rooms across. It could be.
Had anybody, when you like fly from like
the one we know is this
China,
one.
you fly
the
through
one we
different
know.
rooms?
Different rooms to go to China. Yeah, there's many rooms in China. Yes,
I don't know what you mean by rooms when you say there are rooms, and I'm wondering what is this room if nobody can see them.
You were saying the globers would disagree if the light moves away from this area of the world. That means they will disagree. That is at the other side, but not below it. You said that the globers will disagree with that.
I would disagree that
you cannot see that light anymore because it has to be below the ground. It has to be.
Yeah, as far as we know how geometry works, right? It's the thing. It's like a few things that can like direct light in certain ways. Other than that, it will like move in a straight line. As far as you know, there's like refraction that can bend light.
Exactly, we know the geometry,
right?
and based on the geometry, the observation disprove the geometric claim.
I don't think
we
it
don't
does.
observe any curvature.
Right.
We don't observe any curvature. Remember that part? We don't. We cannot test for any movement. I mean, we cannot detect any movement of the ground, as claimed and necessary for the globe.
Yeah.
So it's just false.
Nobody's claiming you should be able to detect motion, right? So I don't know why you're making that statement.
Well, when you put everything together and you put the pieces of the puzzle together, you find out that the impossible is impossible.
No, it's like fundamental, like law. It's fundamental laws of physics that you can't detect. No, it's not falsifiable. I mean, it's something that I wish there would be any evidence for if we could prove that there is like some kind of absolute velocity. I have not seen any evidence for that, so it's reasonable to believe it's no absolute velocity, right? Yeah.
Reasonable. It's reasonable. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, how do you detect absolute velocity? I'm asking you guys. There is no instrument that can detect velocity, as far as I know.
So the lack of evidence is the evidence?
We do. We have an inbuilt mechanism to detect it.
I think the
acceleration.
Abundance of evidence looking into different possibilities of detecting absolute velocity. We have tried with different like ether experiments and stuff like that, but there is no detection of like some absolute velocity as far as we know.
A change in velocity, though, right?
Change in velocity we can detect, but not velocity itself. It doesn't. There is no absolute detection measurement of velocity as far as we know. So I'm wondering how you would detect that.
I don't know. They claim it. There is a constant change.
It's not that complicated.
No, nobody is saying it's absolute velocity. I'm wondering how we can detect it.
So
if you guys are saying it exists.
the idea that you have that the ground is moving is a falsehood, nonsensical, right? And when you look up in the sky, that's moving, and that makes sense because we can observe it, right? So you claiming the opposite of reality, it's nonsense, guy.
Yeah, but you're using the sky as a reference, or a star, or
We have the ground,
sun.
remember? That's the first reference, the ground.
Yeah, then you use that as a reference. But I'm not saying use
Motionless,
this.
not moving.
You don't use don't use the
claiming the opposite.
don't use any object as a reference, right? That's
and then you
not...
look up and you use another of your senses. You observe the sky moving, the luminaries above. You observe them moving, but you claiming the opposite of that. That's nonsense.
No, I'm saying when I say absolute velocity, I'm saying if you're like if you're in a box, can you detect velocity? If you don't have any eyesight, for example, can you detect velocity?
Are you in a box? Are you in a box right now?
I'm not, but I'm asking you if there was this is what I'm saying when I'm saying absolute velocity.
You're saying
you're able to detect
things for a nonsense
it's not,
claim. Yes.
What's the nonsense?
Nonsense.
What is the nonsense?
Remember you claiming that the ground is in motion or spinning because you don't detect it.
I didn't talk about that at all. I'm just saying. I'm saying if
you don't feel it,
the definition of the definition of absolute velocity is that there is some like fundamental like frame of reference detectable in every single like part of space that you can detect.
You lack the frame of reference to detect any movement, and that is the evidence of movement.
No, that is the evidence that there is no absolute movement. Velocity, right?
So, what is your claim? Is the ground under your feet spinning? Yes or no?
No, I'm not claiming that at all. I'm not saying. I'm talking about there is no evidence for absolute.
Welcome.
I didn't talk about the globe yet. I'm talking about absolute velocity.
The globe requires spin movement. Remember, but it's not happening. So there you go. Debunked. You did it. Thanks.
Sorry.
Thank you,
You're not understanding what you're... Sorry, are you trolling me? I'm trying to explain to you something, right?
Explain what? Nonsense again? No. Let's stay away from the nonsense. Stay in reality.
No, I wish you could stop trolling so I can actually explain to you what I mean.
No. You're trolling. Can you stop trolling?
Do you understand the difference
Can you
between
stop
like
the nonsense?
Do you understand like the concept of being in a box and then you can't observe anything outside it?
No, I never been in a box like the way you're claiming. No.
Have you not been in a box ever? Can't you conceptualize being in a box? Is it very hard?
The closest thing would be like when I was in my mother's womb, but I don't remember that.
Have you like shut the curtains on your house and like closed the door?
Then inside a house? Yeah, I'm inside a house right now. Yeah.
Yeah, if you close the curtain so you can't see anything outside, you're in a box.
I can't see.
Can you think of that?
Yeah, I've done that.
Can you conceptualize that? Okay. So if you're in this box, is there any way you can detect if that house were to move?
Oh, if the house starts moving, yes, I'll
not starts moving. I'm saying if the house is moving.
If there was movement of this house, the answer is yes. I will feel it. Yes.
How would you detect it?
Because my my vestibular system will let me know. Because every time the house moves, I know it's moving.
No, not every time it moves. I'm saying if there is movement already, and you didn't know, somebody drugged, right?
How do you know there's movement already? How do you know that?
That's what you have to answer. That's my claim.
That's your claim. You have to provide.
No, that's your claim. Heaven or dweller, or what the hell you're called.
Remember the nonsense claim? Remember?
You're saying
no movement of the ground and the luminaries are moving. Remember the senses that you use every day? Hey, guy, the senses that you use every day to operate in reality. Remember those? Your senses work more than the ideas that you're making in your mind. You know how many bad ideas you made in your mind, but your senses didn't fail you? You see?
Does the senses in your body detect acceleration or velocity, you think?
So the lack of evidence It's not evidence, guy. Okay.
Sorry, I asked you a question. You have to answer that, else you're just
No,
conceding at
stop
this point.
trolling. Stop the nonsense.
Does the motion detection in your head detect
If it's all right,
velocity or
I
acceleration?
possibly can. If it's all right, I possibly can answer this a little bit because I went through,
Thank you.
what did they call it? Enhanced interrogation training. Okay. So it's sensory depth. You got earmuffs on, you're blindfolded, and you are put in a cell, and you're kept there for 3 days. All right. Do you detect any movement? No. You know why you don't detect any movement? Because we're not on a spinning ball. If there was movement, we would be able to detect it. We've got the liquid in our ears that will fucking tell us that. We have got a lot of sensors that would. Now, depriving yourself of hearing and of sight, yes, it does mess with your head, and yeah, it does. You'll even hallucinate after a little while, for sure, 100%.
So you're
However,
saying what is the velocity? What is the air detecting that is this velocity, right? Because it's not. You're saying does it detect acceleration as well?
Well, you brought up a hypothetical, and I don't think that you've been there either, but I have actually been locked in a cell for 3 days for knowing what, quote unquote, enhanced interrogation techniques you go through, quote unquote, torture, what Under Heaven is trying to tell you. And I think this is
that
where you guys are having.
the inner air can detect velocity, right? That's what he's saying. Yes,
well, he was already explaining it, and I think again, mate, you're splitting hairs. But
didn't explain
the only
it.
reason I
He was trying
interjected
to
was because
obfuscate
I
the
actually
point.
have. The only reason I interjected was because I actually have been locked in a small room, and I can't see and I can't hear 3 days. But having
A
said
dweller.
that, it doesn't prove your point at all.
Dweller, does the inner air detect velocity, yes or no?
Engine velocity.
Does it detect velocity?
Yeah, when I accelerate in my car and I'm at velocity and it changes, yes, I can detect it. Yes.
That is not velocity. That's change of velocity. Does the inner air detect velocity?
So when I'm going like at 60 miles per hour and I keep it at 60, yes, I can feel the movement. Yes.
He's loading up for a straw man because now he's going to say something like, when you're in an aeroplane, why can't you feel it moving when it's doing 500 miles an hour?
Hey, and I also have a convertible.
I'm asking what kind of instrument, what kind of like principle that instrument is using, so I can make an instrument that measure that.
Guy, in the car when I'm driving at 60 miles per hour, I have a speedometer. It's a device that detects movement, and we can detect it. But when the car is not moving and I'm stationary, it says 0, 0. Have you ever seen it? Have you seen it?
What is the detection connected to?
Hey, I'll show you when it says 0. So.
I'm not asking that. I'm asking how the detection system works. What is it?
You tell me. You tell me how it works.
Okay, it's attached to the wheel. If the wheel is not spinning, it doesn't detect speed.
Ooh. When you put something on the ground, is that attached to the ground? That is the spinning?
it is attached to the ground, right?
So
That's why you're
detecting movement until it starts moving?
Because this wheel is spinning, because the wheel is on the ground. You have like a reference to the ground. If you didn't have the reference to the ground, you wouldn't know what the speed was.
So
like for example, if you change the for example, if you're changing your tires, if you're changing the tire sizes, the speed is going to change. But your speed is not actually changing. It's just a presumption that X amount of rotation of the
So there you go. The ground
X
is
amount
not
of
moving.
rotation.
So the lack of evidence is not your evidence, right?
No, I'm saying it's if you weren't attached to the ground, you wouldn't know what speed you're moving at. The car, let's say the car was floating for some reason. Could you detect it then? Like for example, an airplane.
This
airplane is not attached to the ground. How does the airplane know its speed, right?
Hey, stop the nonsense, hey guy, stop it.
It's not nonsense. What the hell are you talking about?
Stop saying that because the car this and that, you're gonna say that the ground is moving, but you can't detect it.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying there is no absolute velocity, but you're saying because Every single time you're referring some kind of way of measuring velocity, you're always referencing something else.
And every time you want to say that the ground is spinning, you're saying it's spinning because it's not spinning. That's nonsense.
I not talk about spin once. You only bring it up to obfuscate the point.
Yeah,
because
that's
you
the
don't want to
movement.
answer that
Remember the
question.
movement? Oh, and you got to remember that your claim is that the Earth is moving at multiple speeds and multiple vectors all at the same time.
No, that's
Yes.
false, and also it's an
change.
obfuscation from the point, because
Which is
until
impossible.
you can provide me a way to measure absolute velocity without referencing something else,
Your nonsense claim.
I considering this concede by your part.
Your nonsense
Currently you have referenced a car which is attached to the ground. It's referencing the ground. If the wheels weren't touching the ground, you would have no way of knowing what speed the car. That's my claim, right?
Yeah, stop
so
the
let's use
nonsense.
something that's not. So let's
Stop the nonsense, or I'll mute you.
What's the nonsense?
Your nonsense.
The claim is constant change in direction.
That is not a velocity I'm speaking of. That is
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's a
that's
constant
acceleration.
change in. Yeah, it's a constant change in acceleration. Yeah, it's
That's not
acceleration.
velocity.
Constant change in a constant change in direction, though, is acceleration.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about velocity.
We can't detect that. We can't detect that.
Yes, we can detect acceleration. I never said that.
Okay.
Weller
Okay,
is
cool.
claiming we can detect velocity somehow, and he hasn't explained it yet.
Stop Direction is velocity.
Direction is velocity?
Yeah.
No?
Yeah, it's speed and or direction.
Speed and or direction. Direction is a point.
Absolute velocity. They would have proven the Earth spins by now. Congratulations.
Changing direction is acceleration because it's a change in velocity. It's pretty basic shit, dude.
Change in velocity we can detect. Velocity itself we can't detect. Show me how we detect
Just
velocity.
telling you that you don't seem to have a complete understanding of what velocity is. That's why the impasse here.
It's very simple. It's velocity is change in position.
Changing speed or direction.
So changing your direction will change your position, won't it?
Yeah, but that's acceleration. You can have change in position without
acceleration is change in velocity, so velocity would then be direction or speed.
Sorry, could you repeat that last part?
It's the same thing I said to you 5 times already. You need it for a 6th?
Repeat that. No, you didn't say the same thing.
Yeah, so acceleration will be a change in velocity. Maybe you're just rambling through it every single time. So acceleration will be change in velocity. Velocity will be speed or direction.
No, velocity is changing position.
Okay, so if you change your direction, you changed your position.
If you change your direction, it sounds like you're accelerating.
Why don't you go get us a citation for velocity? Because you have no clue what it is, and you're just arguing from
velocity
total ignorance. Invincible ignorance, dude. We've already tried to update you, and you just keep going, nuh-uh. And this is like a basic thing. This is like high school level shit.
Nuh-uh.
Velocity is the speed in combination with the direction of an object, motion of an object.
Oh, shit. Okay, so what did I just tell you?
You said it's changing direction.
Yeah, if you changed it, that would be acceleration, because that would be a change in velocity, because velocity is speed or direction. Got it?
Exactly.
No. Changing direction is acceleration. That's not velocity.
Yes, it is. Acceleration. Now look up the definition of that.
Direction. If it has a direction, it has it needs to be constant.
Dude, you're just
if the direction
retarded.
is changing,
you're not even worth speaking to. Is there anybody else in this room? You're literally a retard, dude.
What's the matter, heretic? You don't want to hear it? No.
He just gets the most basic things wrong, and he won't take like any corrections at all. He's just going to continue to be wrong about it, arguing against you. And it's like simple high school level shit that he's wrong. He's just such a waste of time.
So it says here, uniform circular motion can be described as the motion of an object in a circle at a constant speed. As an object moves in a circle, it is constantly changing its direction. At all instances, the object is moving tangent to the circle. Since the direction of the velocity vector is the same as the direction of the object's motion, the velocity vector is directed tangent to the circle as well. An object moving in a circle is accelerating.
Yeah, sorry if that didn't help, guys. But the reason I brought up what I brought up was it has nothing to do with the guy's argument, like at all. And yeah, I went through that training. A lot of us did, but it doesn't mean jack shit. With what Under Heaven was trying to talk about, with what T-Dub you're talking about, and Heretic what you're talking about, it doesn't mean jack shit. And this guy definitely does not fucking know what it's like to be locked in a box and not be able to fucking see and not be able to hear. But it doesn't have anything to do with the argument.
And from what I hear, you get to go through quite a number of other things too, which are unpleasant.
It's not to do with the unpleasantness of that. I'm actually kind of glad I went through it. But the point being, yeah, you couldn't tell what's up or down and all that. Or you can tell what's up or down. You can stand up, you can sit down, all that shit. My point being, if we are actually on a spinning globe, you should actually be able to feel the spin a lot better, because you wouldn't have the sight to actually balance for it. Just like if you're on any kind of moving platform and you know it's going to move, you're going to adjust for it, aren't you? For example, when you're on a boat and the boat starts to take off, and even when it's taken off, you're going to counter for that, aren't you? If you're standing up, even if you're holding on to something. So the point being is that it had nothing to fucking do at all. I don't know why the guy brought that point up, because clearly he's never been there. But what you guys were saying was perfectly correct. And he just brings up this hypothetical about being locked in a box with no light and you can't see outside. How are you going to know you're moving? Well, the answer is you're not fucking moving, are you? Like, it's not rocket science.
You certainly have no reason to think you are. Like, oh, I don't feel like I'm moving, therefore I must be moving, or might be. At least I might.
All right, here's a question for you guys. When you drive on a freeway and you're going at a constant velocity, do you feel like you're moving?
Yeah, and we're just saying that the claim isn't constant velocity; it's a change in constant change. That's the claim. Circular motion.
You realize that the constant change in velocity is centripetal. It's towards the center.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's acceleration, right?
It kind of does matter.
No, it doesn't. It's an acceleration regardless.
You'd be moving away from the center. The tangential velocity is the same. The direction changes.
Dude, have you ever been on
clouds move? When you see the clouds move, do you think that you're moving or the clouds are?
It could be both. That's what relative motion is.
So you can't tell. You just imagine the other thing is moving.
Well, you could tell.
It doesn't really matter.
You use a bit of logic for your reasoning to.
Bit of logic.
Yeah.
What kind of logic would that be?
Well, what makes more sense? Does the fucking cloud move? Or do you move?
That's subjective, isn't it?
No, it's not.
That's subjective, isn't it? Yeah, it is. What makes sense is subjective. How do we objectively tell? Is there a way to know?
How do you know the fucking clouds are not moving? You smart.
What?
Not,
Go ahead.
No, I'm asking you. How do you know the clouds are moving? It's not the Earth relative to the clouds. How do you know that?
Because they're moving. You watch them move. They're moving. That's all.
You watch them move.
Yeah. It's all. It's simple.
Observably moving.
But how do you know? You're the one throwing these arguments.
Watching them move.
He thinks when someone walks away from him, he's actually walking away.
If A guy is
I'm
going to keep
stand
muted,
still.
I
You
am not
walk
going to
away
talk.
from me.
If there's going to be mod
Hey,
abuse, I'm not going to
are you
participate.
are you walking away from me, or am I walking away from you?
I don't know. I can't tell. Could be either.
Yes.
Yeah, if Mike Tyson punches you in the head, did he move his fist or did you move your head into his fist? Can't
Yeah,
tell.
you actually headbutted his fist.
Yeah. It's your fault.
I got on the bus to go to the shopping center, but is the bus moving to the shopping center, or is the shopping center moving to me? I don't know.
Relativity for you.
You're the one like throwing these stupid arguments, not me.
So you know that this is like the basis of relativity.
You're the one who's like saying, "How do you know?" You're the one that's throwing it out there.
Shadow, do you believe in
Let it out.
relativity?
Let it out. Sheeping.
Shadow,
Sorry,
do
go
you
on.
believe in relativity? Now he goes quiet as soon as he's asked a question. Cool.
Yeah, dude. Most of our arguments are, and that's a very solid point, buddy. He's gone quiet now. All right, Shadow. The three main points that we go off are all based off of the globe arguments. They're based off of the globe measurements, and once you destroy those three, that's it. So, I don't know what you're trying to do here, but by all means, continue.
I believe in relativity. Up relative to down, left relative to right.
Yeah, when we piss TW down here and Matrix, when we piss, we got to be really careful that we don't hit our nostrils, eh? It's kind of funny that way.
All right, yeah.
Upside down erections. Yeah, just for my part. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. No, you go. I was just saying I was going to unmute a guy.
Good.
No, I was just going to say though, what Under Heaven brought up earlier, that was brilliant. But anyway, Shadow, I think you were trying to speak, bud. Sorry, go ahead.
All right. Well, thanks for unmuting him.
Yeah, do you believe in relativity?
When I mean relative motion, I'm not talking about the general Einstein's relativity. I'm talking about basic relative motion.
Because you believe in relative motion, right? So, do you believe that when you drop an apple, that the Earth is moving up towards the apple?
The Earth is moving towards the apple.
Yeah.
In a relative motion, yes.
Okay. What happens if I drop an apple in the North Pole and someone else drops an apple in the South Pole?
The Earth accelerates towards the apple.
Which one?
Whoa.
I use logic to determine that it makes more sense that the apple falls towards or accelerates towards the Earth.
Well, you
That's
disagree
why the
with,
Earth's pear-shaped. Motherfuckers dropping apples everywhere.
yeah. So yeah, you disagree with Einstein then?
Has any of you ever heard of this guy from Mexico, El Newtonio?
Does any object in a vacuum accelerate towards the Earth or towards the ground?
It's not about what's
Yes or
actually
no?
happening. It's about
Yes or
what's
no?
perceived to happen.
No.
No.
Yeah, gas. Gas doesn't.
No, in a vacuum.
Yeah, put some gas in there. It doesn't accelerate down. It's in all directions. Fills the available volume.
In a vacuum, though.
Yeah, gas. Gas. Put
No, it
gas
means
in it.
no gas.
Yeah, I'm saying put gas in it. Gas isn't stuff? I'm not allowed to use gas? Why? Why can't I use gas?
All right. If you want to use gas, then you have to admit that denser gas materials would sink towards the bottom, and lighter dense gas materials will be on top, and it wants to equalize.
Oh, not necessarily.
No.
Necessarily.
Oh God, I'm done. I'm not engaged anymore.
Could have. It
I hear
depends on
him
the
out.
amount. The amount, because if you've only got a little bit of a less dense gas compared to the more dense gas that you've got in there, then the more dense gas is easily going to find gaps to pass through to make it to the top. Easily. Because they're moving randomly in all directions and colliding with each other on the walls of the container.
That one's pretty basic, huh?
So we have a mixture of gases in the air we breathe. Some more dense than others. Some apparently way more than others. I don't know that in the air about gas having weight. But yeah, they're worried about heavy carbon gases making it to extremities, in the air, in the sky. Seem to, nothing, not sinking to the bottom and resting down here, are they? They're going everywhere.
Don't you guys hate when you jump up and you just end up on the other side of the Earth because it's spinning beneath you so fast?
I'm white, so I don't get the jump.
No, I just mean that you jump up and then it's spinning beneath you so quick, and then you land on Australia or some shit.
Yeah. You launch a drone or a remote control plane or helicopter or something off the ground and it zooms off at 1,000 miles an hour.
Don't you just hate when that happens?
Yeah. Expensive.
You know how much fucking fuel any military could save with their helicopters if all you got to do, or their planes, by the way. Planes, you still got to launch them, I guess. But with the helicopters anyway, how much fuel could be saved if all you got to do is just take off the ground, get high enough above, the anti-aircraft fire, all that kind of shit, and just fucking wait.
Yeah, just hover,
and then
man.
all you got to do,
fucking hover. Let the spin do the work.
Yeah, man, it'd be fucking pretty cool, wouldn't it?
Oh shit!
So no more.
Especially near the equator, man.
No
Sorry,
more
Matrix.
bullshit 23-hour trips to go to the US. Just hover for fucking 12 hours and you're done.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially at the
Wouldn't need
equator, man.
airplanes anymore.
Fucking 1,000 miles an hour. 1,000 miles an hour, man. Holy shit. You can fucking travel. You could. All you got to do is just go up a little bit, make sure you miss the mountains and shit, and then fucking land. It'd be great.
Luckily, we know that the cardinal directions are perpendicular to each other. That helps to keep us all grounded, I think.
And what are the cardinal directions?
But you don't know. Thought you were a military man. Thought you read maps. North, south, east, and west, perpendicular to each other. Just as well we know that, eh?
Yeah, the difference between young fish and old fish is old fish are a lot harder to hook, my friend. So I think you should take elder out of your name. I know the cardinal directions, dude. It's not hard. What was the point?
Are you agreeing they're perpendicular?
What was the point you just made?
I'm just saying, just as well we know that the cardinal directions are perpendicular to help us keep our feet on the ground in reality. So would you agree they're perpendicular?
And what's this got to do with us taking the piss out of lack of motion?
Well, I'm just saying, keeps us in reality. But, I mean, is that what you think is, you'd agree with that, wouldn't you? Skinny, how many read your maps? North was north, south was south, and east and west were perpendicular, weren't they?
Probably
Or is
depends
that,
which
or don't you agree with that? Or you don't agree with that? Sounds like you don't agree.
And you're trolling again because I tried to answer twice and then you just talked over me. Go on, man. Go ahead. Keep talking.
Come on, answer then. What did you say? Did you agree with me or not? I didn't hear that. You didn't answer me. You just said I was trolling. You seem to be triggered that everything I say seems to be a troll.
Just tried to answer a third time. Just tried to answer a third time and you cut in again. Go ahead, man. Go on a ramble. It's your floor, dude. Go for example. Go.
You never said anything. You never said anything when I in response. I couldn't hear you say anything.
Because he hasn't
heard
the question, because each time he's gone to fucking say anything, you keep babbling on. Ask him the question again, let him answer.
Would you agree that the cardinal directions are perpendicular to each other? You heard me.
On a map, when you use a map for navigation, most definitely in a local area, for sure.
Okay, that's good. Yeah. That's what I thought. It was perpendicular to each other. I'm glad you confirmed that. Well done. It wasn't difficult. I wasn't arguing with you. I was just, saying it was lucky we have those things to keep us in reality, despite whatever else is claimed. We do know that north and south are perpendicular to east and west. Straight lines, we know that.
Yeah, so what has that got to do with the spinning ball, which is what we're actually arguing about when it comes to helicopter flights? And not arguing, but you launch a drone, you launch a hot air balloon, you launch a helicopter, let it hover. With the geocentric model, heliocentric model, you should be able to just launch, let the spin do the work for you.
Yeah, I wasn't supporting the globe. It didn't seem like that was going anywhere. It was just, I just said, for both sides, that despite all that ideas of spin and all that, we do have that as a common factor, that north and south are perpendicular to east and west. So that's reality, and I thought we could agree on that. That was all. Well, go back to your spinning story if you want.
You can also go. You can go northeast, northwest, southwest, northeast. You can also go east, northeast, all that kind of shit as well. Like, yeah.
I'm talking about the cardinal. I said the cardinal directions. I didn't say the cardinal, north, south, east, west. They're perpendicular to each other. That's what I said. I didn't, I wasn't talking northeast, southeast, or anything. I said the cardinal directions.
Yeah,
well,
so never eat.
I thought that was common. You could agree.
Yeah, it's never eat soggy wheat bix. That's how we were taught. North to the other side, back to north. Never eat soggy wheat bix. Is that the same in the UK?
Yeah. Yeah, it's perpendicular. That was all. There's no argument. I don't need to jump on me and think I'm trolling. I just thought that was reality. We could all agree on that. That's all. You need to calm down and think, I speak, there's something to attack. I'm just, I thought that was reality for us all. And they were perpendicular to each other. You seem to agree, being a military man, so you were the only one who replied, Skinny. Nobody else did. So you read maps, and that's what was true in your map. So you agree with that. That's good.
He replied because you directed the question to him.
No, I didn't. I said, I just said it. He spoke to me. Well, what difference does it make who said what? I said I thought that was reality. Skinny voiced his agreement. That's all. So fine. It doesn't have to go any further. I just wondered, it keeps me grounded. So that's what I was grateful for, that despite all those arguments of this or that, or what is or what isn't, or what we know, what we don't know, I do know that. I do know that for sure. So I thought that was a good, place to work from reality, and then work outwards from something rather than imagining helicopters and things spinning. Was it the cloud? Is it the sky, or is it us? Or they're not questions, but we do know that the cardinal directions are perpendicular to each other in reality. So you could grow from there. Sort of first principles, that kind of thing. That's right. It's not an argument. I wasn't here to cause any trouble. I just thought that was self-evident to everybody. That's all. Self-evident, isn't it? It's obvious.
Stop what?
What do you mean, stop what? I never said anything, did I? Stop what? I just said it was self-evident that they were perpendicular in reality.
Yeah, great. We all agree on that, so we can definitely move on.
That's fine. Yeah.
So,
That's fine. I'm glad we have agreement. Skinny. Sorry, just a minute. It was nice to have some agreement for once, Skinny. Thank you.
Yeah, sure, dude. So, back to hot air balloons, helicopters, and not worrying about travel when it comes to spin. Does anyone here actually think this Earth is spinning?
I think I got a few memes for this.
The thing is, the people on the flat Earth say that if you go east, you're going south eventually. That always gets me a bit confused, though.
What are you talking about? You're going east, but you're going south? How the hell does that work?
Well, I don't know, but that's what I'm told.
Yeah, I mean, technically that is true, but also on the globe, if you go south, you're going north, right?
No, I'm not talking about the globe. I said the flat Earth says that.
Oh, yeah, well, you can ignore the same criticism for your model if you want, but that's exactly how it works on the globe.
I'm not. What model? What model are you talking about? I haven't got a model.
Well, if you go south on the globe,
that's your assumption. I'm not talking about the globe. I'm talking about what I heard from the flat Earth was if you go east.
I think you mischaracterized it. What they said is if you orient east and head straight and you don't correct for your east bearing, you will head south if you continue straight, not east.
Yeah.
I thought they were perpendicular. He said they were perpendicular. He agreed with me they were perpendicular. How can you go south if you're going east or west?
Yeah, of course, if you're on the globe and you head south and carry on in that same direction, eventually it becomes north.
Sorry, say that again?
If you head south on a globe and just keep going, then eventually that becomes north, doesn't it?
Well, I know that's their story. I was talking about the flat Earth says that as well.
Yeah, I know you want to keep
something like that.
This, but it's just a quirk of how directions. Just a quirk of how directions work.
Why do I need to explain the globe? Why do you need me to do that?
I'm not explaining. I don't need you to explain anything. I'd actually rather you didn't talk at all while I was talking. It's just a quirk of directions.
That's okay. All right. Well, I just thought that was strange that if I go east, I'll eventually go south. I don't get that one though. You go back to your conversation.
Find it strange that if you go south, you eventually go north.
Well, that's a globe. You said that wasn't true, so we can discount that as a model to think about. I was thinking about the flat bit.
It?
No, certainly not.
You're not a globe.
Why would you think that? No. That's the thing. You make assumptions because you're on a certain side and you imagine that somebody else must be on the opposite side if they don't agree with you. I'm not on the opposite side. I'm not a glober, no.
I don't believe you're flat.
Yeah, so Amish, again, what this guy does, he comes in, he's not a glober apparently, but he comes in and trolls. That's just what he fucking does. And by the way, Elder Bear, I said on the map, I very clearly said this, on the maps that we use that are quite local, yes, north, south, east, west are perpendicular. Are they over the whole thing? I don't know. I don't claim to know.
Straight line.
Anyway,
straight line.
Amish.
They're straight lines, perpendicular, straight lines.
on a local map. Hence the word local. Do you understand that? Yes or no?
So if I walk in a
yes
straight
or no?
line,
All I
then
want to hear, just a yes or no. Do you understand on a local map? Yes or no?
well, all maps are like that. They all orientated with a grid on them. They go
Yes
north,
or no? Do you
south,
understand that
east,
they
west.
are perpendicular on a local map? Yes or no? That's all you have to answer, my friend.
No, I don't have to answer what you want me to answer. I'm just saying they are
It's a very
perpendicular.
basic
Skinny
question.
agreed.
We don't want to listen to your dribble. It's a simple question. Do you understand they are perpendicular on a local map? It's either a yes or no.
No, they are on all maps.
And all maps are what? Local. There's not one great big map that covers
No,
the whole.
they add up. Yeah, but if you had a map in the UK, right, and you got the Ordnance Survey map, say for your area, and then you got one for the area next to that, and the one above it and the one below it, and you could lay them out, they would all connect, right?
Stop talking about
What
maps
do you mean
like
by
you know
local?
anything at all. When I was in East Timor, as a small island, you had
What do you
5
know about
maps
what does
covering the
local
tail,
mean?
the tactical area of operations. You have 5 maps. That took them from 1999 to 2007 to properly align them so you could coordinate operations within that half of Timor, within the east of Timor. 5 maps that are local maps. It
Yeah,
took them. It took them,
yeah,
what would that be? 8 years, nearly, to
yeah.
actually fully align them. So, again, this trolling of yours is not going to work, dude.
Okay, listen, how big is East Timor then? Is that what you call local? The whole map of East Timor? Was that local, is it?
I just told you there were 5 maps that were up in the
I know,
CP, the
but you
company
said they all
CP.
connected.
And
They all
what
connected
I'm saying
together.
is, you keep coming in and you keep talking like you're an expert on this kind of shit, and you're definitely not. So
No.
stop talking like you're an expert, number one. And number two, okay, yeah, you know the term cardinal directions. Yeah. On a map of a certain area, which a map is a 2D representation of a portion of the Earth's surface, and they're not fully accurate. But yes, you have your eastings, which are the vertical lines, and you have the northings, which are the horizontal lines. However, yeah, they are perfectly perpendicular for sure. However, if you go outside of them, you're going to run into trouble, which is what they ran into in East Timor, because you needed 5 maps with enough fucking detail on those maps to actually be able to accurately hunt down these militia motherfuckers that were hiding in the mountains,
Yeah, but
the
you never did
Indonesian
that.
militia, etc.
You didn't do that. You were
Right?
there maybe doing some Skinny. You were maybe there doing some peacekeeping, so don't turn it into some big battle. Anyway, those
No,
maps all connect.
I wasn't
Those
going to
maps
do
all
that, you
connect.
fucking idiot. And no, I wasn't going to do that.
You
And
just
holy
said
shit, this is you're
you brought
displaying for
us
everybody
tourists in the
right now
mountains.
what you're saying. I didn't say I hunted down militia. I'm saying that there were still militia out there hiding in the mountains, and to be able to accurately target them,
When was
you
that?
actually
What
have to
year
have
was that?
accurate maps.
What
Now,
year was that then? Let's confirm that. What year was that?
none of your fucking business, but all right. 2009 to
So what
2010.
year was it?
Anyway,
Let's have a look. Let's have a look at that then.
I
What
just
year was
fucking
that you
said
were in
that,
East
dickhead.
Timor? No, you brought
I
it
just
in.
said that. But anyway,
Skinny.
point being, there's
Skinny.
5 maps that made up East Timor,
Don't worry,
and it took
Skinny.
them 7 to 8 years. So don't fucking try and talk like you actually know shit about maps, because you fucking don't. You're here to troll. Everyone's seeing that you're fucking trolling right now. You've already
Skinny.
pissed
Cool,
what 1, 2, 3, 4 people off.
He's been muted. Thank you, whoever done it. Go and grab yourself a beer, little fella.
Yeah. Sorry, I wasn't actually getting pissed off there. I was just trying to overtalk this fucking dickhead. But look, when it comes to maps, it's pretty simple. They're very local. They're not particularly accurate anyway, which is why when you are mapping out bigger areas and you're going from map to map, you actually have to. There's a bit of wiggle between them for a big AO. So, for example, if any of you have ever watched Generation Kill, for example, I know guys. We had one guy in my platoon in School of Infantry who was First Marine Recon. When they go into a new map, that's fine. When they were trying to collate maps in Iraq with the invasion there in 2003, that became a massive issue. And it's the same every single time. Anyone who has done any kind of long-range navigation knows this. It's really not hard. You don't have to be military. You could be a pilot. You could be a prospector. You could be, doesn't matter what you are. But maps don't naturally align with the other maps. That's simply how it is.
Notice how when he came in, he wanted you to make a claim. He asked you a question to force you into a corner. That's what he wanted. So then he could strawman that and make other claims on top of it, which you have to fucking try to back because you've already previously said, yes, they are north-south perpendicular. That's what he wanted from the get-go, you to make a claim, and he got that. But when he stated that, you flat earthers say when you go south, you'll go east, you'll end up going south. You should have just said, if you go south, end up south after heading east, you want to fucking quit driving and learn how to use a compass.
Yeah, no, gotcha, man. Yeah, look, he didn't manage to fucking get under my skin tonight. Most of the times he doesn't. It's just, I got to raise my voice to talk over the cunt because he likes to fucking ramble. So, as you noticed, I let him interrupt me, 3-4 times? But I appreciate that, Matrix, and yeah, you're right.
He also likes cutting people off, and I know it's hard for us. As I was saying to you the other day, I get about ranging from a second to 3 seconds of lag. So I'll hear a space, but in reality, I'm already behind time. And sometimes we cut people off, and people on mobile phones, it seems to be worse than those on PC. And yeah, he just liked cutting people off. Even that other fella up the top that was having a chat, he was quick to jump on him too and cut him off, which was totally unnecessary.
Yeah, same here. There's lag, and that's why you and me and T-Dub and all that, always we apologise for that. So yeah, anyone in here, if I do cut you off, I'm not trying to. I just simply, yeah, there's a bit of a delay. That's all. But yeah, no, I appreciate you pointing that out, bro. And yeah, cardinal directions exist locally. Outside of that, good fucking luck. Good fucking luck. Even within a few hundred kilometers, it takes a while to marry shit up. So for those that don't know what I was talking about, so again, when we were in East Timor, so East Timor kicked off in 1999. Doesn't really matter what actually happened there, but basically the Timorese were kicking the Indonesians out. Anyway, it took, again, 7 or 8 years for them to properly integrate the 5 maps for that half of one tiny island that used to be a part of Indonesia. And the reason that that's important is when you cross into another map, you have to be in the right place on the ground. If you got to call in artillery, fast air, whatever. In Timor, that didn't actually have to happen, but you still accurately need to know exactly where you are. And it took them a while to actually figure out the differences and marry those maps up. In every CP, company CP, battalion CP, you have the whole AO, the whole TAOR, tactical area of operations, you have the whole thing. And those maps actually have to be accurate. And this is why, for example, comes to the FOB stuff. Okay, forward operating base since Timor, that's what's happened. That's why you have such small maps for each area. And you got to be really, really careful how you do it. And when there's ground forces moving into your AO, they have to know exactly where they are on the ground. You have to know exactly where they are on the ground. And these cardinal points don't necessarily matter. The fact that you have military maps doesn't really matter. They have to actually marry up, and often they're quite offset. It takes a while for them to be accurately brought into line with each other. Individual maps are very different to a big, massive map, which is why the globe map as we know it is bullshit, and there is no flat Earth map that's accurate. Even regional, local maps are not accurate. It's that simple. It's really, I don't know why it's so hard to get through these people's heads. It's not. it's not an exact science, and there's a bit of play that happens when it comes to cross country navigation. But yeah, anyway, sorry.
Nothing to apologize for.
That's kind of you. Thank you. Yeah, it's just how many of you in here have actually done cross country navigation before, like orienteering, any of that kind of stuff? Like you realize how hard it is to actually do, even in a local setting. It's not easy at all.
I have.
That you have. Was it easy? Was it hard? Was it easy to misstep? Was it easy to, like, you know?
Actually, it was a pain in the ass, to be honest with you.
Yeah, that's because maps aren't accurate. That you can make them 80, maybe 85% accurate, but they're never going to be fully accurate. You've got to know, for example, as well, when you're walking, you'll have one foot that's heavier than the other. We all meander to either one side or the other. Even when it comes to ships with two screws on the back of them, you got one screw. If you go full power or even half power or whatever, one screw will spin faster than the other, slightly, and that will, like you. So you've got to check your navigation constantly as you go along, and this is something that a lot of people don't actually understand. It really is. It is an art form, and it takes a long time to get good at it. And I was shit at it when I joined up in 03, but I tell you what, by 07, I was a Jedi fuck master at it. Would I be able to do the same now? I don't know. I don't think so. But yeah.
Up the east coast, it's not too bad because there's plenty of hills and shit. But out in the middle, that'd be a major head fuck. Seriously.
Yeah, it's out there that's definitely a head fuck. I haven't done too much out west, but like in the jungle where you can't see your hand in front of your face in the middle of the day, it's all paces and bearings. So you have got to be as accurate as you possibly can, and even then you fuck it up a lot of the time. It's triple canopy fucking jungle, man. It's it gets hairy. And out in the desert probably even more so. So yeah, fucking
Lack
oath.
of reference point, that's why.
Yeah, creek lines are a good reference point. Creek junctions, especially if you're in flat country like that. When it comes to jungle, triple canopy jungle, it's so dark you can't see three-fifths of fuck all anyway. So you can't see the hills, you can't see practically fucking anything. So again, same thing. You rely on creek junctions, things like that to get you where you need to go. It's you got to confirm your nav every step of the way. Whether you're in a place where you can see a long way or a place you can't see three-fifths of fuck all, you've got to confirm your nav the entire way, and it's really, really hard to do. If you can't see anything, whether it's on a flat plane, out in the middle of nowhere, there's no fucking hills, there's no nothing, or if you're in triple canopy jungle and you've got to cut your way through and make a path. Either way, it's paces and bearings, and just hope the fuck you end up in the right place. And you check your nav all the time, and you will eventually end up there, but you got to check your nav a hell of a lot. It's a science, man, and it's an art form. Anyways, enough of the military shit. Yeah. Anyone else want to have a crack at the Globey stuff, or questions, or newbies, or whatever? Sorry, I'm gonna have to go for a bit.
Yeah, no worries. Catch you, Skinny.
Oh, I'm still listening in, man. Fucking love you guys. I just got some shit that I got to do, so I'm just gonna fucking mute and listen in. But anyone else?
Actually, fuck it. I'm going to have a beer myself. I'll catch you all later. Flat Earth debate, I think, is on, what is it? UK, 2 p.m. You balltards, step up or step off. That's the rules. Catches.
And see you, brother.
Anybody here? Anyone here?
What happened? Everybody party too hardy? You guys are quiet in here.
Anti-flat earthers drank too much.
There's usually a guy around this time saying that the Earth is round. Like he's chanting it over and over about this time. Where's that guy at? That's all right. Maybe somebody will come in while I'm driving home.
Listening to Witsit Schooling Glober's replay, episode 32 just came out. It's really funny. The first guy who called in sounds like Daza, and he and Witsit are going back and forth, and Daza's saying, "So, what do you mean by seeing curvature?"
Oh my gosh. That's all they got. Like they're bankrupt. They don't have anything left in the basket, man. There's nothing in there. The only thing that they can do, like one of the gimmicks that they use, is they reduce everything to absurdity. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? That's all they say. It's like they try to, like hyper focus on a word. They want to go to the etymology. They want to find out the Latin, the Greek, the Hebrew. It's like, my goodness, man. Like everybody understands words, and then in this arena, it's like everything loses context. Like nothing has meaning anymore.
That's
like,
exactly
what do you mean
right,
by
Mickey.
that word?
They're diluting the discussion with all these conjectures and suppositions, overcomplicating everything, and then distracting, and they're never trying to resolve a question.
Nope. I wish that were the case. I mean, if there were some truth seekers out there figuring things out, then we could get to the bottom of this. But there isn't, man. They're just I mean, it's religious. It's scientism. It's they have faith in like that man has achieved great heights with knowledge, and they're banking on it. It's like they really want that to be the case. Like we actually went to the moon. We got satellites up roaming around out there. It's crazy. They want to believe so badly, of course, the mainstream is enabling them. So you got a bunch of, believers.
I used to listen to debates back in the day between atheists and Christians, and listening to Globers defend the globe today is like listening to, I hate to say it, but like listening to a Christian who's unprepared for the debate with an atheist and get totally wrecked, and then only wrecked because the atheist was able to get away with invoking fallacious reasoning and argumentation. And I would always want to step in and try to save the Christian from getting plowed by the atheist, but I tended to stay away from that.
Yeah, I think sometimes it's weird, man. I'm with the same mentality. It's like sometimes you just gotta let it happen so they can understand.
Yeet
Like
concert.
at least get a what? Oh, he just jumped in and jumped out. Yeah, just you have to. It's hard to see it, but even flat earthers sometimes, man, they're ill-equipped. Some of them are just chanting certain things and they don't really know what they're talking about, and then they get in a conversation with somebody and they get wrecked. And it's hard, but like sometimes you have to allow that to happen. You can't jump in. You have to,
Yeah, I agree.
Sometimes
I mean, a lot of flat earthers have ego, new ones, because this is a brand new revelation. They're starting to get it, and it empowers them, and then they lose it.
Yep.
So yeah, I think.
Yeah, go ahead, Amish.
I was going to say that a lot of the new flat earthers on the debate circuit today are embarrassing themselves, and it's kind of frustrating.
Yeah, it's kind of like, and I use this example a lot because it's like, okay, so we hear the different types of people that want to come at flat Earth, right? Like the upwards moving earthers, like Dell's group, and then you got like the mostly level group, like Bev's group, like there's certain groups that come in here, and the flat earthers are so ill-equipped to have that conversation that it seems like they're not that they couldn't, like nothing's gonna change truth, right? But they don't know how to articulate their point, so they get wrecked because of that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's more of like a debate tactic refinement they need to go through, and they need to sharpen their logical argumentation.
Exactly. Because like when you hear the type of logical fallacies that are invoked, there are plenty. And it just depends on what type of I use this word, interlocutor you are. Like if you really don't know like your arguments, then really, I mean, you're not going to do well. It's just the way things are, and then it sucks, but
you can kind of see into their psyche when they start debating, and the first thing they want to do is invoke some kind of replacement cosmology claim. Then at that point that it was a replacement cosmology claim that got them off the globe and onto the flat side, which is not the reason to become a flat earther.
Right.
This is an empirical question that we're answering, and it's not one that's based off of escapism or conspiracy ideation whatsoever. So yeah, when I listen to a brand new flat earther on the debate, and the first thing they bring up is like, well, Nazis in Antarctica, or they bring up something like, well, you see the dielectric plane with this electrogravitic acceleration, and they can't quite muddle through it because they have no idea what any of this stuff is.
They have no idea. Yeah, it's
torn apart.
It's like, they okay. So like some of them listen to Witsit, and then they want to take what he's saying into a debate. And it's like, dude, you don't even stop saying those words. You don't know what they mean. Some people that actually know what they mean, it's hard for them to articulate. Now, you just heard it on a debate. You're not just going to carry you know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's so,
what went into
I don't know.
Witset's debate? What went into Witset's knowledge acquisition and debates is like years and years of study, of
Yeah.
real world observations and tests, and then all of that culminates into basically one or two sentences that he utters. And yeah,
Yeah.
without that context, new flat earthers are going to be unaware and ill prepared.
That's yeah. I think that this server right here, they basically, if you really wanted to cut your teeth in like argumentation and all that, you'd start right here, because you get you test the metal, right, of like how good you are to, like, once you open your mic, then it's like your fair game. Whatever opponent comes in here, you have to learn how to navigate the conversation. Like, you can't just say a few words and think that you won the argument, because it doesn't end there. You have to be able to have a way that you can get your opponent to, like, well, the word I want to use is stymie, but get them to stop and think, like, what they're saying. Like, can they proceed forward, or do they have to present something like a demonstration, or formalize their argument some way that is not illogical? You have to do something, right? You can't just say the Earth is flat. I win. Like, that's not going to work.
They're so
I've
used
noticed
to
that.
running these thought experiments that they reify them.
Yeah.
So when you ask them to demonstrate something in reality, they're like, wait, hold on a second. We've gotten by with running computer model simulations before having to do anything in reality first. What are you talking about? Like,
Exactly.
It's gone to the point where technology advances based off of simulated reality. Entire airplanes like 777s and 787s are designed and built in AutoCAD and other software first before anything is modeled. Like, didn't they build the entire 777 on computers and never test flew it until they built one for the first time and test flew the actual production copy? So they're so used to reifying reality out of computer simulations that the very thought that they have to actually get off their duffs and do some work and go outside and look at the sun, look at reflections, look at everything in their real world is just too much for them to handle.
I think that that seems to be a lot of the angles that the really intelligent people that work in companies, the guys that come in here and they're pseudo intellects and all that. Yeah, they seem to know in their specific field the knowledge that they have, but they're working with already the like the computers and everything have built in, like, the Earth as a globe, like all that kind of thing is already is accounted for in a way that all they do is look at a computer screen, and because it's superimposed over the nature of reality, they don't have to think that it is. They just see it on the computer that's already superimposed it over, like whatever. And it doesn't matter if it's land surveying or something to do with like building an aircraft. Like, that stuff is already put in there. So that's why it's like reifying the Earth as a globe, so that when they come in here, they're thinking that they're correct. They're built up, so they're kind of thinking like, well, I've worked with these systems every day. I know it's a globe. It's like, well, they don't know. They're just using those systems like to kind of reify that the Earth is a globe. That's what I've noticed anyway. Some of the smarter ones that come in here, that's what they're coming off of that. Like, when they talk about land surveying, of course they are already superimposing the Earth as a globe on top of like the computations of like it being, flat and stationary. Of course they are. Why wouldn't they? That's already in there.
It's baked into the software, and they trust the software. And before there were computers, they trusted all the data tables and correction tables, and they didn't have a computer to do the lookup on the tables for them. They had to do it manually, but it's the same concept. They're assisted by all these devices around them, and they think that they're getting to the root of the problem when they're not.
It's crazy because the PDF, the Arc of the Triangulation, or excuse me, the Arc of the Parallel, what it was talking about, that the math is following the Clark and Bessel spheres. So it has nothing to do with like them applying anything to the Earth as it is, and they're just using models. And it
Right. It
was weird
wasn't.
because
Those are
yeah, no, I'm
computational
just
models without a computer.
without a computer. Yeah, so they worked
It
it
does.
all out, with the math. But the thing that I want to talk about it, it's like, well, that's always the case. I mean, let's say, how far back can we go to where people started having philosophy interact with math? As soon as it does, right? Like, let's say somebody thought of, like, how far something is in free space, right? Like, the sun is X amount of distance away. Well, they have to actually make it somewhat coherent by putting math involved. When you add math, it starts to speak to, like, an idea becoming like formula. I can't say formalized because there's no way that you can actually test that. But, like, if you were to say the sun is, I don't know, 10 million miles away, or whatever the case, then you would put some math to it, right? Like distance and height, and you know what I mean? Like, you start making things look like you can work something out. And because of that, that's why people believe so much in the Earth being a globe, because it's all in math. So a long time ago, that's how they would, Eratosthenes, Al-Biruni, and all those guys. So you start using math to make it sound like what you're doing is making the idea that the Earth is a globe kind of a reality. It's not. But with math, you can do it, right? But in somebody's mind, it'll exist, not in reality. So that's the problem.
In order for them to build a model of the real world, they need observations first. And those observations should go into the variables and the values that they use for the simulation. If they don't have that, then they're building something completely from the ground up that's based off a mental construct and not observable reality.
What model Yeah, are it's you fictitious. claiming that? Sorry, what model are you talking about?
Just general ideas about the globe. I mean, we could pick WGS84 if you want to pick on that.
GS84. Let me look that up. Yeah, the oblate spheroid model.
Uh,
All right, why are you rejecting this model?
Because of the way it's constructed.
Reality. What do you mean the way that's constructed?
Well, it's presumed to be Earth curvature when everything that went into it was based off the sky.
What do you mean based off the sky?
It's a coordinate reference system that's based off the celestial sphere.
Oh, that's a good topic. That's a hold on, dude. That's a good topic, Amish. I think a lot of people don't know that most of what they think terrestrial is actually celestial. So when it comes to figuring out, like, any point on the Earth or mapping it out, they're using the celestial sphere as a crutch. That becomes what they think the Earth is, terrestrial, and it's actually all to do with celestial. That's nothing to do with the equator, northern hemisphere, southern hemisphere. All of that has to do with the celestial sphere. It has and wait, hold on. And the celestial sphere is a model. It's not actual reality. Yeah,
Correct.
No one's claiming that like the Earth is a literal sphere. Like,
oh, it's off by 14 miles at the equator. So Neil deGrasse Tyson says it's so smooth that it's smoother than a cue ball if you were to scale the Earth down.
and it is relatively like something like that. I don't know if it's exactly.
Yeah,
that,
like a
sure.
perfect sphere.
It's not a perfect sphere. No.
Neither is a cue ball,
How
right?
do you know? Yeah. How do you know?
Right, like they're because we have what are called tides, and like
tides. What do tides have to do with?
Yeah, he's claiming hydrostatic pressure and accretion disks. This all goes back to Big Bang ideation, where the Earth spun out of an accretion disk from matter that was ejected from the sun.
Okay, so let's start from this. Like, you're claiming that like the model is like isn't necessarily perfect reality. It doesn't have to be perfectly reality, but like it does largely represent like what we observe.
in the sky.
Are you saying
It's
that
fairly accurate for the sky.
Are you saying that we haven't visited the sky and looked down at the Earth?
Yeah, I'm saying that nobody's ever seen a globe.
But we have pictures of the Earth. Yeah, you're talking about the WGS-84. So how is it representing the terrestrial sphere? We literally the Earth have as a pictures globe. of the Earth from the moon.
No, I'm not talking about pictures.
Astronauts in orbit.
I'm not talking about pictures. I'm talking about how they before they sent satellites up into space, the WGS-84 model was already existing, the oblate spheroid.
Right.
It already existed before they went to space. So you can't claim they went to space and took pictures. That's not going to work here. Got you to think a little bit, did I?
Okay. We understood that the Earth was a sphere before we went into space, but we also then went into space and looked back and also saw that the Earth is indeed a sphere.
Yeah, but we're not worried about looking at
with
the
our
Earth.
previous
We're not. Dude,
you're saying you got lucky?
You're not. Yeah, you're not understanding something very simple.
When you follow evidence,
dude, clueless. Hold on, man.
One step at
Hold
a time,
on, man.
It leads you somewhere. We were
you don't
led
have
to
any.
believe
You don't.
that the Earth is a
Yeah,
sphere.
you're not gonna do that. You're not gonna do that.
Not gonna do.
You really
what?
aren't.
Reply to the other person on the channel that was
Overtalk me.
speaking to me.
I was talking before you were. You don't have any kind of like.
A lot. Right.
Yeah, you need to be situationally aware, bro.
I am. I'm talking. I'm responding to multiple people on the channel. That is.
Well, I was talking before you were, and you just jumped in and started monologuing.
Hey, Alpha, why don't you finish your point and then he can go? We'll just keep it simple and civil.
Yeah, well, I was talking and he just jumped right in the middle of my sentence and just started rambling.
Yeah, he did. He's unaware. It's okay. Clueless, why don't you hang tight? Let Alpha finish.
Sure.
Yeah, so basically, I have to go back to the point that we were making. The WGS-84 model existed prior to any space exploration. So it's not like they sprayed and prayed, right? Like send a rocket up, man. I think it's like this. Well, they have to actually know because of orbital mechanics. They have to figure it out. It's math formulas that they're trying to figure out how we're going to send something up to see if we could figure out if that's not the case or not. Like how would you establish the WGS-84 oblate spheroid if you don't know the Earth's an oblate spheroid? It's not just a guess. You have to know something. So I'm asking you, because you seem to like advocate for this position, how did they know? You could tell me that. That's what I want to
know. Because people have sailed around the world, flown around the world.
That's not the same as an orbit of a satellite at all.
It's not directly the same, but it is similar in that.
Right. So think about Kerbal Space Program, right? It's a game. Let's say that you load up a simulation. You have no idea how big the planet is, or maybe you have some idea, but you need to test it. You're going to be launching rockets. And if you don't get the dimensions of your planet right, you're either going to slam rockets back into the ground when you didn't intend for them, or they're going to spiral off into outer space when you didn't intend for them either.
We've done that.
Well, the entire history of the rocket program is one of success, right? I mean, they were able to put things. They were able to put things in orbit pretty quickly. It basically started like 1957, and by 1958, by golly, they got it. They went from launching balloon satellites to suddenly satellites are in these incredible orbits that are self-sustaining.
It took thousands of years to even reach.
No. The rocketry started in the 1880s under Konstantin Tsiolkovsky in Russia. He's the grandfather of rocketry. He built some of the first blueprints for sounding rockets.
They were literally emperors.
We're talking about space rockets, ding dong. We're talking about orbits. Chinese didn't orbit with rockets.
Chinese philosophers strapping fireworks to their chair to try to launch themselves into space and orbit.
Yeah, but they're not going to deduce the size of Earth from that for an orbital trajectory, which is what we're talking about.
Right, but you can't say they just figured this out magically really quickly. No, it took thousands of years to get to this point to begin with.
Where's the evidence that they used rockets to plot how big Earth is? Can you show that to me? Because that's what you are claiming right now, that it was trial and error.
I did not make that
And they
claim.
used rockets to figure out how big Earth is.
I did not say that. I did.
Then what are you saying? What are you saying? Because we are talking about using rockets to determine how big Earth is.
No, we
Trial
weren't.
and error.
Yeah. Did you lose the plot?
No, that's not what
Okay.
was said.
Yeah, that's what we've been talking about this whole time.
No,
Where's the
it's
evidence that NASA used rockets
talking
through
about the
trial
Earth.
and error to determine how big the Earth is? You're like, well, the Chinese did it. And I'm like, no, they didn't. The
We were
Chinese,
talking
they had
about whether or not the Earth
firecrackers.
was a spheroid or not.
Chinese had
We weren't talking
firecrackers.
about sizing the
Yeah,
Earth.
they weren't trying to determine anything about the
actually
nature of Earth.
insane?
And you know what? The Chinese were flat earthers until about the start in the 1500s that they started talking to Jesuit missionaries. The last emperor was visited by Jesuits, and he was given the globe model. He was a flat earther.
People are trolling.
So listen, no, we're not trolling. The Chinese were not globers launching rockets to determine the size of Earth. They were flat earthers creating rockets for fun and warfare.
Sure.
Okay, has nothing to do with determining the nature of Earth.
That's not what I was saying.
Well, none of the data from any of the Chinese rockets was ever incorporated into NASA models or any other model.
Do you not understand what I was saying?
I understand completely what you're saying, and I'm steamrolling you.
You made the claim that oh, we did this so fast. We didn't do it so fast.
Yeah, it started with James Van Allen's satellite launches on balloons.
Rockets for thousands of years.
I can school you on the whole history of rocketry in America if you want. Nope, but you're not interested in learning from a flat earther, right? Because we're stupid.
Listen, you can't even keep a cohesive conversation. You've switched what you're saying several times now.
No, this is all about using rockets to measure the Earth.
You can use rockets to measure the Earth. I didn't.
Yeah,
say
but it wasn't done.
It has been done.
Prove it.
Do you want me to refer to?
Prove it. Yeah, prove it right now. Show me how you know that they used rockets to determine how big Earth is.
When the space station passes overhead, you can use a telescope to look at it.
That's not trial and error. I mean, they already have a space station presumably in orbit. How did it get there? They had to use rockets to determine how big Earth is. That's what you're claiming. I want the proof.
I didn't say that.
That's exactly what we've been talking about, dude.
What?
Yeah, I said you can't use rockets I started with the Kerbal Space Program and said, let's imagine that you're on a planet. You have no idea how big it is.
That's not what we were talking about.
I'm rewinding back to the origin of the conversation.
Being a spheroid, right?
Right. We were debunking WGS-84.
We weren't talking about using rockets to determine the size of the Earth. We were talking about the Earth.
Yeah, you brought up rockets.
No.
You brought up rockets and you hung with it.
I did not bring up rockets.
I didn't bring up rockets.
I literally said we have used ships to circumnavigate the Earth.
Well, that was after you said we went to the moon, and I'm like, oh, prove it. That was, and I said you can't use ships to do that because ships aren't in an orbit.
I was not saying that we. Man. I did not say that we took our sailboats or ships to the moon. That's not what I was.
No, you said spaceships to the moon and orbits and pictures from space and stuff was your proof, and I'm like, nah, you're putting the cart before the horse.
No,
you got to walk it back. How did they get a satellite into orbit? How did they understand the actual dimensions of the Earth being a sphere? Did they just get lucky? Was my question.
No.
You're like, well, trial and error is what you said, and you started off with outer space.
I did
and then you went to ships and planes.
I did not say that.
And then we went to Kerbal Space Program.
You said the. I did not say that it was just trial and error. Someone here said that we had a perfect record or something, and then I stated no, we have crashed rockets in lost rockets in space. It's not been a perfect record, right?
Yeah, they weren't trying to determine the orbits. They're just trying to make sure they had enough fuel. I mean, this wasn't they were cocksure how big Earth was, and they're trying to get the rocket to match the presumed ball shape, right? Is that what you're thinking? They had to construct a rocket in such a manner to conform to Earth's curvature and the presumed gravitational well caused by the distribution of mass within the Earth. That's what you think, right? I just want proof that they were doing this. I want to see all the trials that were done. They're like, oh, nope, Earth has to be a little bit bigger. Oh, wait, no, Earth has to be a little bit smaller. This rocket spun out into space. Well, wait, hold on. Let's increase Earth size again because the rocket crashed back into the land.
So we had a better understanding of the likely size of Earth, right? Like, we had an estimate, right? That was fairly close, right? It's like our rocket tests were more like trial and error to see if that the rockets, to build rockets in the first place, right? To get them to fly, like, especially large rockets, to like fly in the first place without exploding, right? The hard part is like lifting that much weight, guiding it, making sure that it follows the path that you expect it to, right? The orbit that you might expect it to have enough fuel to get up there, stay up there, or achieve orbit, right? Like, those are like effectively the problems that we were dealing with, right? Like, by the time
have you ever seen an orbit?
we're putting like rockets up there, we already had a pretty good estimate of about the size of the Earth, right?
Yeah,
about
so you got
its
lucky.
curvature. It's not luck, though. It's
All right,
deduction.
No, it's not. This is induction.
Smoke. There must be a fire nearby. And
All
like,
right,
oh, hey,
there
is a fire.
Show me an
there.
orbit.
It's
show me proof of an orbit.
All the
Do you have
evidence,
proof that anything orbits a ball? Prove anything orbits a ball or ever did.
Look up at the sky.
No, that's stuff flying in the sky, right? I have no way to know if that's orbiting a ball by looking at an object fly across the sky.
I can explain how you can establish that. Like, okay, so if something is in the flat Earth model, if something was like circling,
we're not talking about flat Earth models here. I want to know about the globe Earth. I asked you a question how you know it's orbiting a globe Earth, and you're like, well, in the flat Earth model.
Do you know what it means to compare and contrast? Do you know what it means? Do you know what it means to compare and contrast? Right?
Like, I'm not comparing anything. I'm asking for your evidence.
I'm providing evidence.
Yeah, well, I'm not here to talk about my claims of flat Earth because I haven't made any.
When it comes to flat Earth, right?
I haven't made any flat Earth claims. Stop it. Tell me about the globe.
I didn't claim that you made specifically a flat Earth claim. I'm explaining a comparison.
All right, whose flat Earth imagination do you have in mind? Because it's not mine. You're not talking to me anymore.
I'm not claiming that anyone in particular made this claim. I'm explaining.
Can you tell me about your globe?
Contrasting.
Do you have any globe evidence?
I will explain.
All right, don't explain by starting off with on flat Earth, because that's not what I'm interested in.
When you get close to the truth.
Let me make the point. Let me make the point on this, right?
All right, if you start with flat Earth, I'm muting you. I'm warning you.
What's wrong with that?
He's scared
because he's derailing the topic.
It's just an analogy or a comparison.
You believe the Earth
isn't literally
flat. Stop trying to dodge it.
I asked you. You said you'd oblige. I said, "What is your proof of an orbit around a ball?"
Why do you guys get so defensive about it?
No, I asked him what his proof of an orbit is around a ball, and he's like, "Well, on flat Earth." Isn't that a non sequitur?
What's the opposite of
a? You don't know what he's going to say after that.
He's not even letting me.
I don't care about what's happening on his idea of flat Earth. I asked for the globe.
Okay. Fine.
What I expect to see is like, Doppler shift of radar signals, blah 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 from satellites. But no, you're not even getting into that.
Context of the globe. All right, listen. Simple fact is, right? If you place yourself under the plane of orbit of an object that is
a plane of orbit.
Oh my god.
Orbit follows an orbit follows an orbit.
Yeah, they're quite elliptical, aren't they? No, they're spiraling. 3 dimensions.
In a way, yes, they are spiraling, right? But when
not a plane.
You're just a troll.
You need to learn to be very precise with your words around me.
You need to learn to not be a piece of shit.
Boo-hoo.
Boo-hoo. Like,
yeah, Amish, why do you get so offended? Anyway,
is that all you got? A simple way that you can verify, like, is literally. You've never seen.
Oh my god! Let him fucking explain, you retards.
Quiet down.
They're
trolls or just delusional.
All right, let's let him finish his thought. Okay, whatever he's going to say, let him say it.
If you place yourself under a planar orbit, right, it will pass over you directly overhead, across the sky, in what appears to you to be a straight line relative to you from left to right. Like it'll come over the horizon, pass overhead, and go. It will disappear behind the other horizon, right? This will effectively be a straight track across the sky because you will be in line with its plane, right? If its path, right, were anything other than continuing behind you and coming back up the other side again, It's taking forever. Right? Well, I'm sorry that I can't fit it in a 5-second soundbite, but if it's anything other than going straight across the sky, going behind you and coming back up the other side of the sky again, right? Its path would actually be curved over the sky, but it's not. It's
so let me steel man your argument.
It's effectively a straight line across.
Steel man.
Patiently.
This is a great,
right?
Great circle argument.
Right.
Okay, I gotcha.
Yeah. I'm. Hold on. I'm next. All right. You've never seen an orbit. Number one. Number two. Yes, I have. Give me an example. Yeah. Wait, dude. Number two. Give me an example of you witnessing an orbit. When? Again, I literally was pointing this out earlier. You can point a telescope at the sky and track the space station passing overhead. It is in orbit. You can see its orbit. Yeah, you can track its orbit. No, sir. You can listen to its radio signals with the directional antennas. All right, you don't get this, do you? You need to stop. What is an orbit? Go. I'm not exactly certain what definition you're looking for, but it's effective. All right. I don't need to hear anything else except for you telling me what an orbit is, because you're talking about seeing one, and you don't know what an orbit is. You just said so right now. You don't know what an orbit is, yet you're saying you're seeing orbits. That's the fundamental problem. We can't continue a conversation when you say, I saw an orbit. And I'm asking you, when have you seen one? And you're like, well, I've seen one. And now you don't even know what orbits are. That's a problem. Do you understand? Context matters. The way that I describe an orbit to you depends on what you're looking for as an answer. So, no, it does not. Define orbit. There's a very specific definition. Just define it. That's all you got to do. Define it. Long story short, it is a circular path. Okay. Circular path. Have you ever witnessed that? Yes. Where? And what? Literally, space station passing overhead. Have you seen the circular path? Yes.
And by that,
No,
you're
you
demonstrating. You just told us to look at a linear path overhead.
I said it appears to be.
You just overhead. Right. So you just said it appears to be a straight line overhead, but it's really curving, and we know this because
it's on a planar orbit. Yeah. As I explained, you would be in its. You said circular. Orbit. You said circular path. You do not see a circular path. You see a straight line. I said it appears to be straight relative to you because you're okay. If it appears to be straight, clueless. It appears to be straight. When do you see a curving? You understand you can have multiple perspectives. I'm not understanding we can have multiple nothing.
Of course
you don't. If you don't see it curving, it is not curving. Now, that's what it means to have an orbit, circular. It's like saying that piece of paper is only like flat, like from one direction, right? Like. All right. So how do you know it's a circular orbit? If you hold a piece of paper in front of you. We're not going to listen to you bloviate. Tell me how you know it's a circular orbit. How is it a circular orbit? You can see it go down the left horizon and back up the right horizon, depending on. In a straight line, right? It appears to be straight, as I explained. Okay, how do you know it's curving then? How? Okay. Thank you. That'll be all. That'll be it. You may have a seat.
That's like asking you to explain why the sun goes down and comes up on the other side.
because the sun's moving. Is it not? Yeah, well, everything's moving, brother. Okay. It's just like, you I know, know. your perspective is pretty solidified. It worries me. Does this dictate your whole life, this belief that the world may be flat or maybe not what they've been told? Like, what? Dude, it's Yeah, gonna it's not. fuck you There's up in no the long run. maybe. Yeah, there's no maybe here. We know that it's flat and stationary. Okay. Because Yeah, we you can see demonstrate it it. that way. But here's the. No, we don't see it that way. There's no evidence for the Earth being a globe. The globe is very fictitious. There's no evidence. There's no justified true belief. It is not anything in reality that you can point to and say that it looks like a globe. There is nothing, sir. It is a bankrupt idea. Okay, you hold that belief, but do Demonstrate. you think there's going to be people traveling into space as civilians, paying $100,000 to go out to the moon, maybe in like 30 years, 40 years, 100 years, if we're still here? You think that's not going to ever happen? Sir, that's an appeal to the future fallacy. That's very I fallacious understand. to think that. But I mean, I know. did that neuron connection in your head like fire up as soon as I said that? Because of course they are. Like, you know, come on. Well, you have faith in the story, sir, because you've been believing it for such a long time. Of Same course with you have you. faith in it. You've been in this No, I chat room, don't have I faith. believe, for 3 years, maybe more. I don't know, but you're well invested Yeah, in this more than belief. that. This is a belief. More than You that. must And understand it's that not this is a no, belief. sir. Okay. No, sir. It's not a This is belief. the problem It's with not a belief. Muslims, religions, and all that. They're always Okay. right. No. You see the problem? Yeah, you just got to sit back and look at it for how it is. It's not a belief. Now, if you can ask me, I will tell you how it's not a belief. Would you like to know? What? Like the way he was defending, don't mention the flag. Would you like to know? We're not going to go off in your little spiral. We're going to stay very We're going to stay very poignant on the point that we're making here. And I can tell you how it's not. Would you like to know? It's exciting. Yeah, go for it, bro. Okay. Let me just 1 second, real quick. Who else is in here right now? Is it just me? Ooh, Amish? Someone slammed the brakes. Huh? What?
I just did someone slam the brakes on someone's microphone. Like, are they okay?
I don't know.
Okay.
Is it just me? All right.
No, I just did it.
Well, I was gonna give the floor to someone else because I'm driving, but you probably heard my road noise.
Oh, that was you?
Yeah, I'm driving.
You're very concentrated on the road.
I am. I have a hands-free. But
yeah, I know.
people see me.
Not my
People see me waving my hands around. Listen, the Earth is. I'm gonna give you three things. The Earth is observed as flat, it's measured as flat, and it's navigated across as flat. Now, this might seem astonishing to you, but this is how the Earth operates. Very flat and stationary. There's no everything in the sky. We see the sun, moon, and stars. Everything's moving in the sky. So when we see this, we don't assume anything. We just see it as it is. Now, there is a logical leap when people think that something else is happening, like the Earth is moving, or there's curvature, we just don't see it. There's a lot of ideas that people have, but it can't be proven in any way. I mean, they can make you believe it in other ways, but you
Right.
can't.
They
There's no
really
direct
go hard at
evidence
it
of it.
too. They'll be spending billions of dollars on
yeah.
that sort of shit, right? Yeah. CGI,
Well,
all that. I mean, even though it's shit, but they still spend a lot of time and effort in trying to cover up this thing, you know.
No, it's not. It's not really a cover-up. It's more like a tradition. So think about okay,
So
so
religious,
tradition
like it's
kind
a
of like.
spiritual belief thing.
No, I don't know if it's spiritual. I would say it's more like
Literal.
like religious. Religious in the essence of belief and faith. Okay, so if you have
spiritual,
faith
yeah.
and belief in, like somebody tells you, hey, I have a Lamborghini in my garage, right? Like you're gonna be like either, okay, dude, you have a Lamborghini, or you're gonna be like, hang on, I know you, man. You don't have enough money to buy one. Like you don't have one in your garage. You're gonna do research. You're gonna go to his house. You're gonna find out he doesn't have one. But like, in order for you to actually realize you got to do the extra step where you say, okay, let me find out if you do or not. If you just take the person's word for it, of course you're going to believe everything they tell you. They have a Lamborghini, they caught a giant fish, they're going out with a beautiful model. Like, all of that stuff to you will be real in your mind because they told you, until you actually do some research and find out that they're not telling the truth. That's what we've done. Okay, but can you provide me like a PDF file of official research? How high do you have to go off the ground to measure this with a laser beam? Or is that impossible because of other scientific factors like refraction and all that sort of stuff? No, I got you, man. Yeah, I know. Some people just, hey, man, Amish, I told you somebody was going to come in and chant the Earth is round. Somebody just did. Anyway, no, it'd be really cool if we could see some like hard evidence of, and I'm assuming it would have to be like pretty high elevated before it begins the measurement. Yeah. You know, that's just counting for like differences in the surfaces and shit. Because there was that thing that was on Reddit not long ago, and everyone was getting paid out about it because you know the what did he say? Oh, that's interesting. You know that one? Oh, it was on I think it was on Netflix actually. Yeah, it's on Netflix. It's called Behind the Curve. It's actually it was a hit. Check this out, man. That was a hit piece against Flat Earth. It wasn't actually a documentary. It was a mockumentary. I gathered that was just obvious, but like I still think like, well, let's do it again and make it better. You know, like surely a lot of people have done it. Listen. Not hard to get lasers. I get what you're saying. Shit. No, I get what you're saying, man. Like for us, the content that we actually produce within like this channel, 24/7 is like a group of people, right? Like there's a whole bunch, like me, Amish, Crit, like most of the people that are in here right now are part of 24/7. We make Heretic. We are like the body of 24/7 that has been putting out about I don't know, was it 6 years of content nonstop on YouTube. So if somebody wanted to, you can actually go to the YouTube. Now we're on Rumble as well, and you could go back to the arguments that people have been having, and you'll find out that we've pretty much solidified our position within like this argument. So now people that want to know more, we always direct them to our server. Our server has like a ton of information. I'm talking about from laser tests to like different information of like what the Earth is supposed to be like, as far as like our ideas, what we think it is, but not like as in solidified as what it is. But there's a lot of information for anybody, right? Pilots that have came out and spoke out, mariners that have said that the Earth is not a globe. There's a bunch of stuff, right? Science that follows like the scientific method. I'm talking about so much information we got on our server. So I mean, you could literally stay there for months on end just looking at all the content we have, and not to mention the arguments that we've had on YouTube and Rumble. So anyway, I don't want to get too long-winded, but we do have a lot of information, and the laser tests from Lake Balaton and the other lakes that have been they shot lasers across. I mean, we're talking 25 miles, man, where the alleged curvature would have already obstructed that laser from actually hitting its target. So there's a lot, man. I mean, just to fit in like a small conversation, I wouldn't be able to tell you everything. There's so much. So. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's really cool, man. I like, because the people here, man, like we've grown to be like a good team. Like most of us, it's the core. So if it's not me, it'll be Crit. If it's not Crit, it'll be Amish, and Heretic and all them. Yeah, And I find it really interesting how this is like the longest lasting VC chat, or the most populated one consistently for the last 3 years, maybe 4. I mean, check this out, man. Like the conversation is provocative. Like, and we are not just like somebody on the internet saying the Earth is flat because we got ice walls and people are guarding the ice walls, and we don't say that. Like in here, It's logically consistent arguments. It's getting into the minutia of like why people think like psychologically, why they think that what they do. Formulating the conversation in a way that actually doesn't make it sound like it's just some kind of troll or meme on the internet. So yeah, well, what I find a lot, yeah, go on. I just find like a lot of the times I come in here every now and then, I hear the first thing I always see is people getting questioned right down to the core of their own, what they're trying to explain, because these are very complex subjects, man. Like, and it's sort of like, to be quite frank, like it's being quite attackive, like offensive, in the regards to like them trying to explain how it's more of like a questioning of whoever comes in and starts to debate whatever it is. So they'll just be like, so how do you know this exists? How do you know that exists? How do you know this, that? And then you got to counteract with all the bullshit, like from your perspective, like the cover up, like with NASA and all that, with NASA, with their.
No, you know how to avoid the problem? Don't make claims you can't back up. It's that simple.
No, it's just like investigating the subject itself. Like, how do you become interested in something if you're just going to be like, how do you know to be right at the start? Like, no one's going to like get into anything. And all I see is you guys are just looping for like 1 hour, going back and forth. Like, well, I'm telling
that's
you guys,
the MO.
lay it out now. Like, I do remember having something in my arsenal. It was a PDF by a steel company that's been around for 50 years, and they did a laser test across the lake. But you said Lake Balaton? Is that the other experience? Yep.
Well,
so,
and Lake Isle.
Let's look into it. Huh? Lake
Issel.
Lake Issel.
Thank you, Amish. Yeah, and Lake Balaton. The PDFs are in our server. I don't have them right now because I'm driving, but
that's cool. I'll get them eventually, but I just wanted to get those lakes because that's the best way, right? These long as lakes. Obviously, you're gonna get some pretty good evidence. I guess.
Hello.
Morto.
Hey, welcome.
Thank you.
So yeah, we're having a conversation in here about the shape of the Earth. Sir, welcome to our channel. What do you think the Earth is, sir? Do you think the Earth is a globe?
I know many will disagree, but I think the Earth is triangle.
Yeah.
Next.
Well,
yeah.
That's not good.
A snow cone, actually. I've heard that before. Like a snow cone.
Yeah, well, triangles are flat, so I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's triangle. Why you laugh at my opinion?
Go ahead. If you think you have evidence for the Earth being a triangle, go ahead and support your claim with evidence. Go ahead, sir.
I have report.
Yeah.
What?
Is documentary. Yes, I have documentary.
It's the
hold on. Let him come out with. Yeah, let him come out with it. Go ahead. What do you have, sir?
Wait, I find the link.
You know what's weird though? I know he's trolling, but go ahead.
I'm not trolling. I'm not trolling. I promise.
Yeah, you are.
There might be
100%
something
you're
to
trolling.
it, man. 3-point of contact, you know.
No, there's nothing. There's nothing to it. I guarantee, 100% guarantee, there's nothing to this at all.
Wait. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait.
How do satellites orbit a triangle?
But satellites also prove that the Earth is round.
Yeah.
Wait.
We've been doing this enough, dude. We know when people are trolling.
I'm not trolling.
We're just,
do you have evidence? It's not. Do you have evidence that I am wrong?
Yeah. The evidence that I have that you're wrong. The evidence that I have that you're wrong is that you don't have any evidence to back up your claim.
But do you have evidence to back up your claim? I have
Yes.
evidence. I have evidence.
Okay, what evidence do you have? Go ahead and present it.
Wait, what's your evidence?
That you cannot back up your
I
claim.
asked you for evidence, and you can't back it up. Yeah, thank you. That's
Yeah.
basically what I was gonna say. Yep.
You
That's the
said you had
problem, dude.
evidence too.
That's the
What?
problem. That's the
You
problem.
said you had.
That
Earth isn't a globe.
What do you believe?
We don't believe we know, sir, that the Earth is flat and stationary.
How? What's your evidence? You can't
What the
tell me
evidence
I'm
is?
wrong. You can't tell me I'm wrong because I can tell you are wrong too. You know.
Yeah, I know that you can, but I can provide evidence, and you can't.
What is your evidence?
That's the problem.
All right, I'll bite.
Well, we have
Water.
to get it. Well, once we get your evidence, we'll go ahead and give you ours. We have a lot of evidence, sir. But what do you have?
Do you have like I have
No,
many.
no. Let's. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead and give us one. Give us one. One, sir.
Okay, wait. I pull up
And
the
we'll give
document.
you one. Yeah, go ahead. You give us one, we'll give you one. That's fair.
Wait. Okay, I'll be back.
Yeah, he'll never come back.
Hey, Alpha, what happened
you.
to that guy just earlier? I had to step out for 15 minutes or so. What did he do after the satellite debacle?
Oh, he bolted. He bolted.
Okay.
Yeah. He got in his feelings, though. He kind of cursed me out on the text. They get in their feelings. I mean, gosh darn it, man. I don't like it when they do that. Like, I want them to stay in the game. If they have that type of energy that they're bringing, like that they know they're certain about it, I want them to stay and see where it leads. Because that's where the truth actually hits them. When they don't have an answer to the question. That makes them think, you know?
Yeah, I know. And we're dragging them around possibly too fast for them to process. I realized we were doing that with that kid.
Yeah, it could be overwhelming, you know. But sometimes, I don't know, I relish that. I love it when it's overwhelming them. Because at some time, too, it just, like, they remember it. They're like, shoot, man, I couldn't get past this. Like, you know, when they come back, they'll know us again. Other times, I like, you know, just taking my time and, like, the, you know, conversation I was having prior. It's weird, but it all depends on the energy from the person. I don't know, was it 3 a.m. or something? I don't know if you were here. Yeah, we're talking to this guy. He's basically trolling, coming in here, and I was able to get a hold of him because I only had like 15 minutes on my break, and so I was talking to him about like he was like really cursing everybody out, and I was like, nah, dude, check this out, man. Like, you've been lied to, and I got into like just a bit of like how he's been thinking about the Earth, because he was just chanting the Earth is a globe, or the Earth is round, the Earth is round, and just telling him how the Earth is a flat and stationary plane, and like NASA's been telling him all these stories, and he's like got him to think, because he's like I go outside and I see the moon, like you can't tell me I don't see that. I'm like, yeah, you make your observations, that's fine, but there's a story attached to that observation. They tell you what the moon is, what it's made of, like it smells like gunpowder when you're on the surface, like all this stuff. Like why did they tell you that
a
story?
neuro-linguistic connection that's made between an object and a real life reference, and they think that the real life reference is the NASA space story.
%. Yeah. That's difficult, man, but
so there's like a field called semiotics where you study signs and symbols and how people think about them, and in a similar fashion, you've got the idea or the symbol of a globe, and then you have what people think about that when they see it, and it invokes NASA, Apollo, the space program, Christopher Columbus voyages, and all of that. And they don't know how to separate what their senses are taking in objectively from all of those stories. They can't separate the contextual reference that they get from these stories from what they are seeing physically with their senses. So all we're asking people to do here, globe or flat earth, is to learn to use your senses and divorce those from all the contextual nonsense that you've been preconditioned to think about it. Be unbiased and objective and look at it again. One of the things our community has been big on is the topic of honesty and being honest about what you're seeing and how you see it. And we know when we talk to people when they know that when they divorce their senses from their understanding of the world which was given to them, a worldview that they did not create for themselves, that they're going to start running into problems in defending that worldview. So they pretend that the two are inextricably linked. So some people are quite aware of what's going on, and that's kind of devious in my opinion. If you defend the globe long enough, you're going to run into contradictions, and you're going to have to either contradict yourself quite obviously to the audience who's listening, or you're going to have to lie and result to dishonest tactics.
Dude, I'm gonna see if I can take a picture of the sun right now. I'm seeing the sunset. The sun looks enormous, dude.
You gotta run to catch up.
Let's see if I can take a picture of it.
What's funny is like a lot of globers think that watching suns dip over the horizon is what everybody sees everywhere around Earth all the time, and no excuses. And it's almost like they've never gone on vacation before or traveled anywhere and have seen sunsets in different kinds of conditions. Sometimes they appear to get bigger, sometimes they appear to get smaller, sometimes they appear to sink, sometimes they appear to just distinguish or extinguish. The sun does all these things. So there is no reliable observation of a sun that appears to dip below horizon due to some kind of curvature. And besides, the Department of Defense's own definition of horizon is a horizontal plane. Let that sink in.
But it doesn't sink, remember?
Sorry, what?
But it doesn't sink, remember?
Yeah, it doesn't say curvature.
Yeah.
Yeah, no such thing as a curved plane.
Okay. There's no such thing as like a curved plane?
Here, I posted my reference in the chat. DOD, Department of Defense definition of horizon. It's a plane.
Okay.
There's some refreshing
There's no
honesty
such thing
for
as a
once.
curved plane?
No.
So, but in
Change it
mathematics,
2D.
a plane curve is a curve in a plane that may be either Euclidean plane or an affine plane or a projective plane. Most frequently studied cases are
Projected,
smooth
okay,
plane
well.
curves.
Yeah, that's a
Plane piece by
curve.
smooth
Well, I mean,
on
yeah,
a plane.
prove there's hyperbolic geometry with the Earth's surface. Show me where the curvature is.
It's kind of dark right now.
Have you seen curvature before?
Which way did it curve? Up or down?
Which way did she go, bro?
That's a good question. Does it hump or drop? We got hump globers, we got drop globers, we got make up your own mind globers.
That's the essence of globe. Make it up as you go. It's your personal globe.
No globers.
I've heard of flat globers. They're my favorite. They're the ones that are like, well, you see, it is flat, but it's a manifold, and so it could be the surface of a ball, but you would never be able to tell it is.
Yeah, the ones that say that spheres are 2D. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, invoking that imaginometry. Yeah, it's kind of a weird take when they're like, it looks flat, guys, and by all accounts it is, but in reality, it's curving somewhere.
Somewhere out
And I'm
there.
like, all right, dude, put the pipe down. There's something called the lemon illusion in psychology. The lemon illusion is when you think you see curvature and it doesn't exist.
Do you know how Earth could be flat?
I know it is.
Yeah, I know, but do you know how could be flat?
Oh.
Only if it's observably curving. It could be flat only if it's observably curving. Because it's observably flat, that's why it's sphere. If it's observably curving, then only then can it be flat.
So for the glober, it's non-observably curving, therefore it's curved.
Yeah, that's the logic. It's the same with the rotation.
That's the non-logic. That's the non-logic.
It's the same with the rotation. If you don't move, that means that you're moving, but only then you can be stationary.
Yes. So it's like Heisenberg's uncertainty curvature, Schrodinger's curvature. The second you try to look for the curvature, you can't see it anymore because of wave function collapse. Or for Schrodinger's curvature. Yeah, but going back earlier, nobody's ever seen a satellite orbit. You see stuff tracking a potential arc in the sky due to your perspective and your visual field, but nobody's ever seen an orbit of a satellite.
We haven't seen the sun
I
orbit
just want to
either,
see
though.
a picture of a satellite from space from another satellite.
Couldn't you say that you haven't seen the sun
Yeah,
orbit
I'd hold. You're gonna be holding your breath on that one.
Yeah. No, we see the sun.
As in, we don't see it orbit. You can't see it orbit.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't see the sun actually orbit, no.
But in the flat Earth idea,
Neither
it's
star.
said that it's circular path around the Earth.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it is. Certainly there are maps for it, for the circular path. We've got maps showing the Tropic of Cancer, the Tropic of Capricorn, which are lines in the sky that are reified into existence. And between them is an average that's called an equator.
I mean, there's maps of satellites too.
Do you deny the analemma?
What does that mean?
Yeah, maybe you don't know it, but you're in heresy right now. Look up the analemma and say why that isn't, in your worldview, why that isn't true.
Could you explain it? Or do you want me to look it up?
Yeah, I think it'd probably be better to look it up. That way, when you find the information, you won't be like a flat earther told me this.
Right, right. So the reason why Crit brought that up is because I mentioned the tropics, and an analemma has to do with the sun's migration between the tropics. But yeah, go ahead and look it up. Meanwhile, I mean, we've got these old navigation manuals, celestial nav manuals. We've got old ship's logs from captains' voyages that are talking in terms of being underneath the tropics, being underneath the equator, being underneath these latitudinal lines. So how do you go from that to saying, oh, those lines are actually on the ground and on the surface of the water? Long time ago, these were in the sky, and then at some point, they became the ground that you're walking on. I would submit to you that this was done on purpose, and maybe not with the intent to deceive, but with the intent of creating some kind of useful tool that can assist with navigation. And by that, I mean what they would do is they would map terrain into the celestial sphere, combine both and call it a globe. And now you have land masses, and now you have celestial objects together in one place, but they don't quite work right. But it's good enough. By not quite working right, I mean you can compare the globe, which was formally created in the late 1400s, to the ship's logs of captains sailing in the southern latitudes, whose directions and timing is way off, and their distances, calculated distances, are way off. You know, like the esteemed Captain Cook voyage that took him 70,000 miles or whatever it is around the lower latitudes. Coastal paradox notwithstanding. You also have longitudinal corrections made to GPS systems because their timing was off in the south. So the south is freaky. Nobody really can say for sure what's going on down there because I haven't met anybody that's been able to figure it out personally, and I haven't been. I'd just be curious to understand what the Globers' perceptions are of this discrepancy. So in short, the globe is itself a projection of flat Earth. And when people do celestial navigation or even surveying using astrogeodesy, that they are basically projecting flat Earth into a celestial sphere model in real time. And then they reify that as the ground that they're walking on. It's all done by tracing ground positions, GPs, to zeniths of stars straight up. And as the celestial sphere rotates, whether it's on its own in an east-west fashion, as is done around Polaris, or because you're traveling over the horizontal surface of Earth, those stars appear to rotate. You can measure angular displacement from your position. You are the point of origin, right? And just because you're measuring an angular displacement taking place in the sky with respect to the ground doesn't mean that the ground is curving. You've just proven what you see, that the sky appears to be curved. And what's even crazier, and you might find this crazy too, Globers, is that the sky is actually supposed to be treated as a flat plane in reality, even though it manifests in our curved visual space. And for this to happen, you're not supposed to be able to triangulate the position to any of the luminaries, sun and moon included. And you can't. You can't on a globe, and you're not supposed to. And you can't on flat Earth. You're definitely not supposed to.
Hey Amish, how you doing?
Hello, doing great.
Baruch Hashem. God bless. Hey,
Jamsey!
how you doing? Hey, you know about the meteor observatories, right? And the CMR, the CMR in Canada, right? So from the CMR in Canada, we can observe the North Toroidal, the celestial equator, Helion, and anti-Helion, which is the opposite sides of the sky. And then we can, below that, we can see the South Toroidal. Okay? That's an observation from Canada of these points in the sky, right? You get it?
Yeah.
So then we go to California, the SETI Institution Observatory, right? And we can do the same observation of these points in the sky. Then we go to Ascension Island in the Atlantic Ocean, a little above the equator line, and we can do the same observation of all of these points in the sky: North Toroidal, South Toroidal, the equatorial line, and
yeah, I'm tracking.
Helion and
I think I figured out how to see it.
And then we go to Peru, which is below the equator, and we can do the same observations of all of the same points in the sky. And then we go to Argentina. Then we go to Argentina, which is at the other side of the world, right? We cross from one side of the world, Canada. Now we are down to Argentina, and we can see the same sources, points in the sky, or sources areas in the sky: the North Toroidal, the South Toroidal, equatorial line, Helion and anti-Helion sources. Think about it for a second.
It's mind blowing. This structure, the sporadic meteor structure, rotates with the sun over the course of a solar day in a solar year, and not sidereal motion with the stars.
So the whole celestial sphere, it's observably from all across the world, the whole of it.
Yeah, and it's symmetrical.
Press X to doubt. Start to say differently.
No, the sporadic meteor complex is extraordinarily symmetrical.
That's a great claim, mate.
Claim? It's
not
an
my claim.
observation.
I just happen to agree with the observation. I've been looking at these structures. There are papers going back to the 70s about the sporadic meteor structure.
And
it's quite a mystery.
It's detectable in, let me say, in the thermal readings, in the radio readings, in the infrared, in the CMOR, in the electro-opticals. So it's detectable in kind of like many different ways, not just one.
Yeah, it's detectable in radio. So it's almost like it's full spectrum. Is it a black body or near black body?
How can you detect something with radio if it's a black body? That's a contradiction in terms.
You can hear the sun. You can hear the sun.
Yeah, and it's not a black body.
Yeah. All right, so not a perfect black body, but it's damn close, right?
Yeah, cool. But it's
got pretty much full
you're
emission
like, hey, you can
range of
see it in
spectrum.
all these spectrums. You're like, I can read it on all these different spectrums, and it's a black body. That's like the opposite conclusion you should draw.
Well, what do you mean? It's the opposite.
So a black body is something that you can't.
Infinite spectra.
You can't get things to bounce off of.
Bounce off, right? But it's emitting
get a
full
reading
spectra
from it. Oh, so you're me. I understand.
You can't bounce. You can't bounce stuff off the sun because you can't determine what your signal is because it's emitting already noise that you can't separate from your signal.
I see. So you're not saying that we sent something out to this body and received it back. You're just saying that.
That's correct.
Hey,
well done.
Dogs, fuck off. I want to talk to other people.
Was that dogs or cats? What's he doing?
Miggy. How you doing, Miggy?
Debsy! What's up,
Miggy,
man?
I remember you many months ago saying that the observation of the rotation of the stars is observable in many regions of the world, and you're correct, sir. You were correct back then, many months ago.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Oh, you looked into it? Oh. Hey, where did you get all those observations from that you were naming?
From observatories. All of these observatories are in these regions of the world with different equipments.
Oh.
Time lapses that last years and years, one behind the other one, daily, nightly.
I missed it. What happened with dogs? He just started asking some more scientifically literate questions, or what was going on?
Red herrings, BS that he always brings.
Yeah. Yeah, it's typical dogs, basically. We got Jedi in the chat. What's up, brother? I'm fine. How are you? I'm good, man. What's up? Yeah, no. The observations, like when I was looking into them, Gency, basically it didn't matter where you are. You can actually just make the same observations, and people don't really look into this topic too much because nobody's really looking up at the night sky. Like the same, like remember when I talk about the moon? You know the face of the moon on the eastern horizon, the way it looks. If you were to go to your western horizon, you know, like when the moon travels across the sky, it looks like it turns. I don't want to say all the way 180, but it does kind of turn like mostly in the sky. So the face of the moon actually was it like maybe, I'm not really sure on the turn, like, but it does turn all the way. Like if you were seeing it from your eastern sky, it kind of turns maybe not more than half, probably a bit more than half in the sky. Has anybody seen this effect, or is it just me?
Yeah, like I think people described it like doing like a cartwheel.
Cartwheel, yeah. Have you seen it, Crit?
No, but I've seen photos from this website called Under the Dome Photography. They really focus on the moon and taking photos of the moon at the same time from different locations and sort of matching it to a conceptual idea like the Gleason or the AE projection. And you see that. Like you see it do like a cartwheel depending on what location you're viewing it from.
Yeah, basically just like a wheel. It's you know. Anyway,
Yes.
I don't know if anybody's seen that, but I want people to actually make that, and especially I think you can do it tonight because the moon's I think a full moon. So yeah, go take a look at the moon on your eastern sky, and I don't know if you'll be able to, but when it gets to the western sky, you'll be able to see it like it's doing a cartwheel.
Repent, sinners.
What?
Repent.
Repent. Everybody should do that.
You said repent flat Earth though?
Yes.
Why?
Heresy.
Heresy. Flat Earth?
Point
No,
out.
I think you guys. Are you sure you're in the right room?
Needs to go to the Bible and point out the specific verse that is contradicting what we're saying to claim it's heresy.
Yep.
It's heretical. And it's anathema now.
Okay, cool.
Anathema.
You could be like a lot of globalists think this way. You're like, I don't know if you guys remember Leia. Leia used to be the same way too, that she wants flat earthers to get cancer and shit like that because they're bad people.
Yeah, that's Vector.
Yeah. I was meaning to tell you this. I caught Vector in the wild on the vegan server saying all exactly the same shit. Almost word for word. You know, like, you guys are bad people, you hate science, you're gonna go to hell, you're gonna get cancer. Like, holy shit, dude. So you just insert topic and say all exactly the same things. So now we got old boy talking about repent. Repent or perish, or what? Did he peter out?
Yes.
Thought they would get a triggering over a repent, and then nope, didn't happen. So, all right.
Follow Jesus or you will go to hell.
Amen.
Was that Karsten?
Yes, sir.
Are you of the mind that the Earth is a globe?
Uh, I don't want to get into it.
Why not? You're talking about Jesus, and it's all about truth, and well, this is truth. Why wouldn't you want to talk about this?
Because I've already talked about it many times. It's kind of boring. I just like to listen to some of the conversations.
So you want to hide your little secret that you think that the Earth is a globe? I don't know why it's a secret. You should just come out and say it. Come out of the closet, man. I'm a glober.
Why do you pick out people to talk about this? Like, what's the mojo?
The mojo is that everybody is thinking that the Earth is a globe because of this fantasy they have of flying around stars and, meeting aliens and all kinds of stuff. That's why. As NASA's, that's just not true, right? Let's get people back on logical thinking. So if you think that, which I think you do, because you're hiding it like a little secret, like I'm gonna hide my little glowbird secret so nobody knows that I'm a glober.
Yeah.
Just be loud and proud, man. Say I know the Earth's a globe, man. And what? Well, then we're gonna ask you questions, obviously.
I've been in this chat for a couple days. It's like, how can you just go around and round and loop over and over the same questions? I don't understand.
But we're not. See, that's the thing. We're not. We always get to a certain point with people. It sounds like round and round to you, but it's not really.
It is.
Not for
you
us.
ask, how do you know the Earth is a globe? It's like the same question every time.
Yeah, I know. And what do people say that you've been hearing?
Different answers.
Go on.
Depends who you ask.
I know. And the most important thing is there's no evidence produced. Only ideas. Assumptions. Assertions. Right.
So what?
Which is kind of like the same basket you're in right now. Your assumption, assertion of your little secret that the Earth is a globe. You don't have any evidence for it.
I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything about a globe.
Yeah, well, if you were to come out and say, you know what, I know the Earth is flat and stationary, that would be something. But when I asked you, you're like, oh, I don't know. I don't think I can answer that. Yeah, you can. You're in the
No,
chat.
I said I don't want to.
You're talking.
I'm not interested in the conversation because I've already done it for a long time.
Yeah, but we are. It's good conversation. And just being obstinate for the sake of being obstinate for the sake of being obstinate, man. There's like no reason in that. Like we're all here just talking, having a good time, chatting it up.
Sure.
And you want to be a Debbie Downer, like I don't want to tell you. Like, we don't get it.
Why are you boxing me in like that? I just said I don't want to talk about it.
Okay. Well, I mean, there's a little thing called a white mic. You could just also use that too. I would tell you that I'm a glober.
You're the one who said, "Is that Karsten?" Right? You picked me out specifically, and I just responded.
A long time. I'd be interested to what he's got to offer, really.
I mean, globe earthers gotta be the dumbest people on the planet.
On the planet? That's not a good way to end a statement.
Yeah, there's flat earthers all around the world.
No, all around the globe, dude. You said it wrong.
Oh yeah, I forgot the phrase. All around the globe.
And don't forget, global sea levels are rising.
Yes, and global climate change.
How do you know it's a globe, though? Oh, we don't want to spill your dirty little secret, right? We'll just keep it between us. How about that?
Bill Nye the Science Guy proved it.
Did he really?
Yeah.
How?
In his little show. You remember the boats going over the curve? He proved it.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah.
That was
I
actual.
was thoroughly convinced.
I pray to Bill Nye the Science Guy every day, actually.
Do you remember that was actual physical curvature that the boat went over that time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, do we have that video?
Yes.
Yeah, I got it
curve
saved
of the
somewhere.
Earth.
Good man. Hey, is it on your? Because I know they might have scrubbed that video. We gotta save that one in the archives. I think he's some sort of president of like some club, a space club or some kind of
He's the
space
president
club.
of science.
He tried to. Last
Oh,
I
he's not a
heard,
president of
he tried to sue Disney because of a cartoon show with like a talking platypus and kids who do a bunch of science. Had some character on there which was like an egotistical, like mad scientist, and he said that character is Bill Nye the Science Guy. And they're like, what are you talking about? This is like some sort of mad scientist that these children scientists fight against. It's had nothing to do with you. Then he like compared them and said, no, look at all these lines I've said in the past. He dresses the same way I dress. And I'm like, holy shit, dude. If you think this weird cartoon character is you or inspired by you, that is fucking hilarious. Okay? Like, and they tried to sue Disney, for it, for like, it's all.
Remember
it doesn't get much better than that.
Remember the video where he says, "You can't leave the Earth. There's nowhere to go."
Yeah,
remember that?
His crescendo. He said, it was just one thing. I've been educating people in the classroom for the better part of 4 decades, 3 decades. If there's just one thing I can bring to the next generation, just one of all these episodes, all these times I've talked to the younger generation, I just want them to know one thing. You cannot leave the Earth. And even if you could, there's no place to go. This is it. Earth is a closed system.
He said so, man. We need that one clip.
Yeah, I got that too. Just give me a second. I'm tabbed out doing something else.
Is there any way we can work the bot in here? Because, I mean, that bot would be so amazing in here. Because I could think of the Michio Kaku, I don't even know if I said his name right. The conference that he had when he was talking about, you remember when we told you about Newton and, what did he say? How the Earth is
pulling.
What?
Yeah, it pulls you to
the Earth is pulling you down. He's like, we lied to you. And there was a guy that I was talking to about that, and he's like, yeah, but you just misunderstood what he said. I'm like, really? Like, how did you? What do you guys are crazy. How do you misunderstand someone that said that like that?
That's like the
funny,
one
dude.
For poop coffee. This globalist guy told me, you misunderstand what he's saying. He's not actually talking about poop coffee. I go, dude, he sits down, has a cartoon character, sit down on the toilet, take a dump, then he says chugga 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 chug, and then you go make yourself a cup of coffee. He's like, yeah, that's not what he means. I go, did you listen to the last part? He says, and that's exactly what you're thinking it is.
Not a very good incentive for wanting to go to the space station, though.
Yeah, drink, pee, and poop.
Yeah, these weird guys. That's crazy. We got any new ballers in here? Oh, we got some new people in here. We got the Vikings in here.
Yo, I'm a baller.
No, you're not.
Oh,
You're a truth seeker.
Or flat earthers.
Who else is in here?
Truthers.
Yeah, truth seeker. He kind of goes back and forth.
I mean, are flat earthers truthers, truth seekers?
Flat earthers. Hey, how come you're not on your main account? Why do you got to be using this account?
Well, I'm an ex-flat earther. That's the thing. That's why I call myself truth seeker, because I'm always looking for the truth.
Are you really?
You have to be.
Well, some people don't care for truth. You know what they would say? Let me tell you. Why would I need to look into this? For what reason? So the whole truth, like that you said you're seeking, they don't care for it.
They're not seekers.
People,
they're fake truth seekers.
Could you give us a good reason
maybe.
why we should look into it?
See? Told you. There's one right there. Perfect
Well, he sounds like a troll.
Well, yeah, I
just
agree
asked
with
a
you.
question.
But that's the question that everybody asks. Well, why would you ask that question if searching for truth wasn't valuable to you? That's weird.
Why do you think this particular topic important?
Didn't I just say it? Voldsprat? Or should I call you Karsten and Voldsprat? Because you have two accounts in there.
I didn't hear your answer.
Why do you have two accounts in here, bro?
I have my reasons.
Should we just get rid of one so you can just be on Voldsprat?
I can leave with the other one. It's not this channel.
It's banned. The other one's Voidsprat got banned. I don't know what happened,
No, it's not banned.
Doesn't Voldsprat has the most soothing, dulcet tone? It's like I just want to hear you read like a book or something, dude. I don't know, it's weird. You got those ASMR vibes kicking it.
Oh yeah.
Seriously.
Truth seeker vibes, huh?
I mean, if you're not even searching for truth, man, just get on YouTube and start making videos. Like read and whatnot. You get a lot of views.
Why do you think I'm not searching for truth?
Obviously you asking the question, why would I need to be looking into this? Duh.
I just asked
if I
a
have
reason.
listen, if I have to tell you a reason, then you don't realize it.
The reason is
You know what I'm saying? Like if I have to.
The reason is because there's truth to be discovered. So,
okay.
If you're telling them the truth, then here's what you can discover. The claim is that the horizon is a specific distance based off of the geometry of the shaped clay.
But there must be something more. I thought you were done.
Just
Okay.
false. No, that's just
there
the truth is that that's false.
Okay, but like obviously there's something
there
more
must be
to
something other than the initial fundamental part of their belief system being false. There's more to it than that. What?
I mean, you could say that it's true that some unknown lake in Australia that hasn't been discovered. Now you find out. Now you know the truth. Isn't
What's that
really
have to do with you believing in a globe, though? Like, there's a million, billion, gazillion truths, but are we talking about specifically why this truth? Because I just told you, because there's a truth to be discovered.
Before, yeah.
Right. So there's a truth to be discovered. So they claim that 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet will give you the distance to the horizon, and upon investigation, that is not a truthful claim.
Okay.
Well, that's pretty much it, because all other arguments are derived from that. Well, what about sunsets? What the sun that sets below the geometric horizon? Okay, so is the horizon geometric? All roads lead back to the same thing.
Do you think this truth has more merit to it than other truths? Or do you think it's in the same category?
I don't know. It's the biggest lie told, so it'd be the biggest truth told at the same time, wouldn't it? If the lie is exposed, like I just exposed it, that makes it the biggest truth that we know of. Everybody already knows that a creator exists. Everybody's religious in America. It's not that many. It's not that many atheists, statistically speaking.
I agree. Most
Let's
people are
go, buddy.
religious. That's true. Even
Yeah.
most atheists are really just religious at the end of the day.
Yeah, Voltsprat, do you think that was a good enough reason for you to look into it, or are you just not really interested?
I already looked into it. I'm just wondering what your reasons
And what
are.
is it? Yeah, but what is it, though?
You interested in my opinion, I guess? I mean, it's
yeah,
just what we see.
Not opinion, like really, like the truth. What truth do you know? Are you interested in the truth that I've just given you?
I think the Earth is just what we see, basically. Yeah. That's it.
What does that mean?
Okay.
What you see with your eyes is what the Earth is. That's it.
What does that mean?
So you have senses. So if you see the Earth in a particular way, then that's what it is.
Oh, okay. What does it look like?
It looks like a level Earth. Yeah, it's like a plane, a big plane.
You laugh, huh?
Yeah, because I made my concession finally.
But it also
Yeah, see?
the plane
Was
is
that hard?
used the plane is of the Earth is used as a measuring tool as well, not just for as long as you can see, but for thousands of miles in celestial navigation.
Sure.
As a matter of fact, all they map the Earth as if it were flat. You got north, south, east, and west, and you got 90 at the equator and 0 at Polaris. That's a flat line. You go from 90 to 0, obviously.
Fucking homeless people that are driving to work.
Obviously, the Earth isn't completely flat. It's more like level or like
What's that?
some
What's
big,
that got to do with the angles I just told you? Just because you have a straight angle, horizontal angle, flat angle. What's that? What does that have to do with? You don't know. You're not sorry to. You're not sorry to interrupt. You're just gonna be muted. So what does elevation have to do with the angle I just told you about? Absolutely nothing, right?
Sure.
So why'd you bring it up?
Because you said flat multiple times, so I just
Yeah, but I just
assumed
told
that
you
you
the
were referring to
context
the
in which
Earth.
I just told you the context in which I meant flat. Well, yeah, if you have an angle that goes from 90 to 0, the 0 would be the flat line. So if they're saying Polaris is at 0, you got an elevation angle 90 from your zenith to Polaris being 0.
Sure.
That's a straight line. So when I say a straight line and we plot these coordinates on a map for us to traverse the land, flat just means I'm going in that direction straight.
That's interesting, though. Do we know that Polaris is a perfect 0?
We use it.
Has anyone ever seen it from that
We
view?
use it that way.
Use it that way. But have you ever seen any documentation of Polaris as a 0?
We use it that way.
So that's a no, I guess.
I don't know. We use it that way. I'm not saying no. I'm saying I don't know. I know that that's how the map was built, and that's how we use it. So,
okay.
I wasn't there. I'm not a cartographer, nor am I a land surveyor. So,
could you provide any example that I could look up?
But hold on.
You can actually use the sun instead of Polaris. Works the exact same way. You know where you can see the sun directly overhead, right? You know that, right?
Real quick, I wanted. He's muted, Elijah.
Okay.
There was a guy inquiring, a brand new guy. This post-grad dude has been here. The new guy was inquiring. You might want to talk to him.
Okay, what's up?
So the real Ojama, if you're there, go ahead and ask your question. The real Ojama, if you're there, go ahead and ask your question.
Yeah, you're allowed to speak now.
I was trying to ask you, can someone tell me how is the Earth flat? Explain to me how is the Earth flat?
Because we use it. We use the horizontal plane of the Earth for measurements to known celestial bodies to navigate.
Truth Seeker, your mic is hot micing, bro.
Oh, sorry about that.
Was that the only question you had?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, that was quick.
Yeah, pretty quick with the answer too. I guess he doesn't want to inquire
What is
anymore.
somebody gonna say? That's not true.
Yeah, I wish they would.
I was just thinking that.
Hey Elijah,
Yo,
I know you like researching about the moon and that kind of stuff, don't you?
yeah.
I'll send you a paper about the relation between the radiance sources of the sporadic meteors phenomena and this, how they have like a relationship with the moon cycles as well.
Okay. Yeah, people don't know shit about like what they believe. Like, I had all of these ideas about like comets and meteors. Do you know that meteor showers are like seasonal?
Yeah,
What
they
the
have
fuck is that
cycles.
about?
They're daily, they're nightly and daily. And there's like they get like charged in season that they get stronger and weaker, stronger and weaker, more and less, more and less. Like a charge and a discharge of some sort. And they have specific sources in the sky, specific positions in the sky that move and have those are the sources.
I thought
And
You know what
everything
would be
is.
crazy?
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, you know, it'd be crazy if you actually tied it into the phases of the moon, like waning and waxing. So if it was waning and you would get to see them stronger, it would be like the moon was discharging its energy. And as it's waxing, it's actually weaker because it's gaining its energy. You know what I mean?
I'll post the paper.
I don't know if you could correlate it to the, you know, either waning or waxing.
The paper is right there. I'm gonna post some. They also reference the celestial sphere and how we can the whole celestial sphere is visible. They say in the paper and they say multiple times. The whole celestial sphere is visible. It's an interesting way of putting it.
The whole celestial sphere couldn't be seen on a globe tard. That's the only bad thing.
Look, they reference paper. And it's basically the celestial sphere, which is the north toroidal, celestial north, south toroidal, celestial south, Helion, the sun, anti-Helion, the opposite side of the sun, or near, the moon, kind of like both sides. And then those are the sources from where all the meteors come from, those positions. I downloaded a photograph. Yeah, go ahead. Interesting topic. Look at this one. It was taken during the day. Interesting one. Where is it? Copy here. Yes. So the Helion, the sun, is one of the radiant sources. Or the area of the sky of the sun, because it's a huge area of the sky, which the sun is part of. It's called Helion. And then the moon is also, the cycles of the moon are also related to the cycles of the phenomena, meteors. And that's the anti-Helion.
What is this showing?
Oh, the photograph is showing a sporadic meteor coming from the Helion radiant source. And then the color ones before that is showing the celestial sphere, which is the whole of the sky, basically the movement, the rotation of the whole celestial sphere.
Did you say meteorites?
The radiants are the sources of where the meteorites are originated from. The radiant sources. There's 6 of them. North toroidal, south toroidal, Helion, anti-Helion, north apex, south apex.
Some woo-woo language, man. I don't understand that.
No. It's just those are the labels that have been given. And these are basically celestial north, which is Polaris, celestial south, the Southern Cross, then the sun, and then the opposite side of the sun, and then the celestial equator line, right?
Right.
The north of that and the south of that. And that makes the celestial sphere. And it's visible from Canada, California, Ascension Island in the Atlantic, Peru, Argentina. There's observatories that show the whole of the celestial sphere, the whole of the movement of the whole of the sky from all of these positions. Observable in thermal, in infrared, electro-opticals, radio waves. It's all over the place. Look at this photograph. This is an interesting one. Look at this one. Anybody seen this one before? An actual photograph.
That must be in the north somewhere.
Yeah, they explain it as some SpaceX rocket out in space, and they said that's what happened. So look at this, right? All of these points in the sky are visible from multiple regions in the world. This one is Tierra del Fuego, Argentina. Argentina, Tierra del Fuego. That's one of the positions in the ground that this is observable. Then you go to Peru. Peru. All these points are observable from Peru. Then we go to, let's see, Ascension Island. And I think it's this one. This one. That's on the Atlantic Ocean. Atlantic Ocean. Then we go to Canada. To the north. And then from Canada, my goodness, I didn't take screenshots for Canada. From Canada, we have the electro-opticals and the CMOR radio. That shows gotta complete the puzzle. Gotta find one more map position. Send this for now. Then University of Western Ontario. That's where it was. There it is, the last location. They went to other spots, but that's where the university is. There it is, guys. I gave you multiple positions of the world from where all of the sky can be observed. You're welcome. I'm gonna add an Easter egg. I know Axials is ignoring this because it's convenient at the moment for him to ignore it. Because earlier he was asking questions, but he didn't reply to my replies. He looked into it and he didn't like what he saw. You know what Axial saw earlier that made him run away? He saw the Southern Cross from north of the equator.
Uh-oh.
He stayed quiet since then. He didn't reply anymore after he saw it. You wanna say it, Jerry? You wanna say it?
Maybe he's taking a shit. I don't know.
Yeah, long shit.
Playing Kerbal.
Yeah, Kerbal.
Look, Jerry, I posted it. So the last one is another from another position. So, but you can take the reference of the how it looks.
Is that you?
No, that's someone else. Some guy the guy that did this from the Canary Islands.
Where's the cross? I'm looking.
It's behind the guy. I screenshotted it. It might be a little dark. Yeah, it's kind of dark. You don't see Jerry. Come on, you're gonna play eggshells.
Well, I'm not familiar with the southern constellations.
Look.
So
No, look at that. You see the bluish one, and then this one. Anyways, they were able. You can. They verified it with the phones as well, so no need to worry. That's the Southern Cross that goes around Celestial South, or the claim of that. GG.
You guys ever hear that thing where you could like name a star after somebody?
Yeah, that was like really popular like a couple decades ago. Like it was like 1990s, I think, where you could like mail in some money and they would say, "Yep, that star is now Cassandra" or whatever.
Yeah. I always thought that was a rip because it's like all the stars that we could see with our naked eye have already been named for like thousands of years. It's like, what's the point to it? It's like, unless you're going to change the name of, like Sirius or like, some really bright star, Capella, like, what's the point? I'm not going to see it.
Yeah, it was kind of a goofy thing. Just like buying, Mars real estate or lunar
Yeah.
real estate.
So the news today is archaeologists are now finding microplastics in ancient remains.
Yeah, riddle me that, right?
Yeah.
Like, is it, talking about lost technology, the mud flood? Are they just talking about that microplastics have invaded everything? It's just so bizarre. If you read the whole story too, it just drones on with like, not a whole lot of content.
Microplastics invaded the past.
Yeah. So like one of them, it says that it was contaminated soil. Another one says, oh, it was contaminated just because of the researchers. They said that they found microplastics in the past, but didn't say anything about it because they didn't know what they're looking at. And then at the end, they just give, the whole circular citations that maybe plastics form in nature, all this other thing,
Plastics form in nature.
Yeah.
Wow. So maybe we shouldn't be recycling. If it's natural, I mean, what's the point?
Yeah, it's like somehow they're, or like these sort of chemical bonds will happen. I'm looking where I saved the story. Because the one I sometimes I post isn't the one I read. Because a lot of sources will roughly talk about the same thing, but they say slightly different things too. They're not all in lockstep. But I try to find the one that has the best headline with a good image.
Have you guys seen the sunset over Kanagu? Behind it?
Yeah, that's a really popular photo that's dropped every so often.
Let me show you a few golden ones. Give me a minute.
The one that's taken from 238 miles away. Something like that.
Yeah, something like that, yeah. Yeah. Exactly. But then I'm gonna show you something that I don't know if you've seen, but we'll see. Okay.
What is that thing you posted?
It was in reference to, what's the last thing I posted? I forgot.
It looks like a cereal bowl where the side broke and all the milk's pouring out.
Oh yeah, it's like a glacier melting, right, or something like that.
Oh yeah. Photograph of some glaciers, yeah. So look at this Kanagu, right? Sun setting. It's kinda interesting one. You've seen this one. You see the phenomena that is kinda like the light is kinda in front of the mountains. Kinda interesting. Oh, it's coming up. It's right there. But then, have you seen this ones? It shows like a double phenomena.
What's going on there?
I don't know what's going on in there, but then this is the ones that I got surprised by. These ones right here. See the same phenomenon happening with the moon. Kanagu set the moon setting.
Oh shit!
Isn't that cool? Isn't that neat?
How was it? What's the excuse for that one? Cooler Master.
What was that?
Cooler Master, he thinks that the ground is a ball, so
Yeah, I also
what's
believe
going
the
on with
Bible
that?
says. I also feel the Bible says that gay people should be put to death, but a bunch
Okay,
of
dude, enough of
there
this
he goes.
shit. All right, can you stay on topic, or should I show you the door?
Okay, I'm sorry I mentioned that. I'm just joined this chat.
This is what happens: is they freak out and then they just start trolling.
Is my headset broke, or are you guys sitting in silence?
It's broken.
Oh
You need a
god.
new one. You need a new one.
Okay, I can hear you guys. Okay, so silence. Alright, see you guys later.
Yay. Go on now and get out of here.
Wait, are you familiar with this George Nada guy?
Yeah, it sounds familiar.
He's the guy who talks about the hive and like to watch people's fingers
Oh no. Okay. Yeah. I I'm not sure. Maybe. I think I. It sounds familiar, but I just can't quite place it.
Yeah, I'll post it.
Okay.
I sent it in your DMs.
Okay. Huh.
I don't know, man. He was in the conspiracy channel the other day talking about this. I just wanted to know if you saw it and what you thought of it.
Yeah. It's. I mean, I'm not sure if we should talk about it, but
Yeah.
the first bullet point is pretty interesting. You know, like structural, because that would make sense with lizards or like birds and stuff. The females are bigger and stronger. This is the same thing with dinosaurs and stuff too. That fourth, let's see what's that. That one, two, three, four. The fifth paragraph. That's pretty powerful too, because that the rise of that A word there.
Yeah. Maybe he'll show up again one day in on Speculation Sunday or something.
Oh yeah, like tell them to come. Be like, hey, we got a perfect day for you.
Like any conspiracy, it's like, so what? Like, if there's nothing we could do about it, like, what's? I don't know, man. I mean, it's interesting.
P. Diddy's on the run, boys. P. Diddy's on the run. In the news.
But yeah, didn't he go to like Puerto Rico or something?
Most likely. Maybe North Korea with Dennis Rodman so they can party together. Or maybe he went to Antarctica. Who knows? You never know.
Probably has a pass.
Bro, some people are saying sexual assault, but they're saying sex trafficking. They're looking for him for sex trafficking. Damn. The federal government is after the guy. He don't.
Is he actually on the run?
I'm not sure. That's what I heard in some videos, but I'm not, that's just the internet, so I wouldn't take it.
I mean, he probably is. Like, if he's doing sex trafficking, he might have to go to prison for a long time.
Oh yeah, there's like some really heavy laws for that kind of stuff these days.
Yeah.
It says here that he's worth $1 billion, so he's 1 billionaire. Doing sex trafficking? Why? I mean, kinda crazy stuff. It's just
Well, that's how they choose him. They have them do evil shit, and then they get footage of it, and then they use it to blackmail them.
you guys saw the bridge that was hit by the ship and destroyed the. I mean, yeah, it got destroyed. I don't. How many dead? Let me check it again, because I heard they said only workers died, but I saw like cars falling to the water in some of the videos. Was it?
Did you guys hear the story about this eclipse that's coming up on April 8th? Supposedly
Yeah.
NASA are going to fire 3 rockets into the eclipse.
3 rockets into the eclipse.
Into which
Into
part
the
of the
eclipse
eclipse?
somehow. I don't know.
Into the
Like
moon or the sun?
it's called what's it called? It's like Project Serpent or something. It's called. But I'll find a link to it on their website and I'll post it.
Are they trying to break the firmament or just to have readings about it?
And I'm like,
It's like a wormhole or something. I don't know. They're
they're
thinking.
trying to just do a fucking shortcut, but
Yeah.
it's concave. But I don't know.
They're thinking the alignment's going to create some
It's some
kind of
magnetic fucking little sheet for them.
Who knows?
Fucking lame. Lame.
Things have aligned.
So
So when they say at the solar eclipse, why don't they just say at the moon? Or like, I don't know what that means.
Right.
Like,
What does that even mean? At the
what does
solar
that even mean?
eclipse?
At the shadow? They're gonna shoot a shadow? I don't know what's going on, man.
Yeah, it's gonna like in their worldview, it doesn't make sense that they label it that.
Yeah, right. It's just more fear mongering, fear porn,
Got a
and
weird,
people are buying it.
weird name. Serpent Deity is the name of the project.
Fear porn. Have some fear porn to mix with your prophecy porn.
yeah.
Well, in TikTok they said it was the end of the world, so I don't know.
Right. There you go. There's a prophecy porn.
Well, I hope I see Jesus soon then. That's great. That'd be great with me.
Yeah, at least you're far away from there now. You know what? Like, I don't know what the British are doing about it. I think we're just going to chill, just watch it all unfold.
Just watch Netflix while the world
Yeah.
is ending.
Yeah, we'll watch it from the ISS. That'd be great, please. That would be great, right? That'd be pretty cool.
Not
If they could
funny.
time it. They could time it so the ISS is in between or something. Well, it'll be a vernal one, so it would be on like the equator, wouldn't it? Right?
Solitaire's taking me.
Equivalent? I don't know. I'll have to look at the path of totality again.
But in
Why?
the UK,
Yes.
we're only going to see a partial eclipse, and that's if you live in Scotland or northwest England, I think.
Yeah, that's us. I'm trying to find it. Yeah.
So it's 7:55.
It'll be a horrible,
PM
fucking miserable
GMT.
day anyway, so we won't see anything. It'll probably start snowing like it did yesterday or the other day.
What, you got snow yesterday?
We had it yesterday for like 5-10 minutes, man, and it stopped.
Oh.
It was one of them, like, it's snowing. Hang on, what month is it? Fucking hell. Yeah.
Give me all of the emo weather. I want it all.
Well, you mean?
I'm just an emo fuck. This looks perfect for me.
Yeah, what's interesting, like, you know Bacon, right? He's been messing around with like map projections and stuff. And he's got a model where he can like switch it between AE map and the globe and stuff. And like he's overlaid the path of totality on like the AE map, for example, and the path of and it's a crazy little maneuver. I'll tell you that when you put it on an AE map.
Why is Solitaire digging me so much?
Because all the map projections are going to show you the path of totality, like Mercator ones, right? They're like square maps, rectangular maps, cylindrical maps. So things look a bit different. I'll get in touch with him and see if I can get him to demonstrate it to y'all about the path of totality on the AE map. Pretty cool. Right, let me get this straight. So they're going to fire 3 rockets to the solar eclipse, aka the moon, because they ain't shooting the moon. They ain't shooting the sun, are they? And they ain't shooting the Earth, right? So it must be the moon they're relating to, right? Why don't they just put people on that rocket and put people on the moon? Can they not do that? They're sending 3 rockets. Can they not just send one with people on?
Why would they say? Why would they say we're gonna send rockets towards this solar when it's gonna go to the moon? The rockets are going towards the moon. That's it.
Are they trying to hit the shadow body in between that's causing the shadow? Who knows, man? The Rahu or whatever? Who knows? They're speculating, aren't they? That's probably what they're doing.
They're gonna probe Rahu and Ketu.
Yeah. Or they might hit the glass ceiling or something. I don't know. Maybe.
Someone gotta do it.
I mean, they already did it in the 60s and then they started going to the space race began after that. So I think they put a hole in there anyway. So we'll see. But yeah, have a good evening and enjoy.
Likewise.
Yeah, what are we talking about in here? Right.
Just like truth in general, kind of.
Truth about what?
Like flat Earth truth.
So, like, what's the truth that I didn't need to know about that nobody else knows?
Like the Earth is flat and it measures flat.
Interesting. How does it do that?
What's that?
Yeah, how do you measure it? How do you measure the circumference of the flat Earth? So that way I know it's flat.
Oh, we use like laser tests and like the black swan.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. So do I use that same methodology to measure my globetard?
Probably, I don't know.
Oh. So if I can measure it using the same methodology the flat earthers can, then surely I should be able to come up with the curvature of the Earth, yeah? And the measurement of it.
Definitely, you should be able to find the curvature. We need to see some of that proof.
But there is no such thing as curvature. It doesn't exist.
But surely if I measure the Earth using the same technology you use to measure the flat Earth of yours that you've imagined, then surely I should be able to come up with the same answer you have, right? Hey, I wasn't asking for a cheerleader here. I'm having a conversation. Thank you. So should I be able to have that same measurement, truth? Should I be able to derive the same way that you did for flat Earth for my curvature?
Yes, you should be able to verify it.
Okay, cool. So if I can prove that, then we have the same argument, do we not?
Can you prove it?
Sure I can. I'll post it in chat here in a second. And we can talk about it.
And you can get there's 3 Bitcoin that Dirt's offering. 3 Bitcoin. You can prove this curvature. Movement.
Yeah, you don't have 3 Bitcoin. That's okay, I don't want it. I already have my own.
All in. I'm all in on Solana.
You know what? That's a good investment, honestly. Solana's not bad.
I was just looking at Bitcoin Cash. The damn things went up 100% in a month. Incredible.
I have no idea why Bitcoin Cash pumped. Unless if you know. Out of all the cryptos, that pumped pretty hard.
Who the heck knows? It's just I can't believe it's that big. Solana's killing it though, definitely.
Oh, he left because he couldn't prove the globe.
Hilarious. Freaking
Are y'all still sitting in silence?
Pretty much, yeah.
Get up. Get that silence up, girl.
Maybe you guys should like unban some of the JF6 people or something so that you can have a debate. Or not, I guess. I'm gonna go Earth Awakenings.
Are they muted? Are people muted in here? Is that what's happening?
Sure, certain idiots are muted, not by me. But, people don't know how to act. Yeah, they get muted.
Okay, but that's censorship, don't you? That's censorship, though. That's bad. They muted me because I was talking about the vaccine once.
Well, that's against terms of service. Like, it's not the right. You can go to a different server to talk about that, even though it's a heck of a topic.
See, it's that every day, people out here want to talk about the nature of our reality and what we live on. I am driving, so I may be roboting. We're gonna go with silence right now, okay?
I'm gonna say the nigger word. Nigger.
Omnivores over in Earth Awakenings now, trying to be right and argue. And he's saying that in his experiment where he's boiling water, he can prove that you can boil water by throwing water out of the equation. And this was in response to a line of questioning from Jeremy. And that was his defense. Like, this is what we do to them. We ask them questions and they lose their freaking minds.
I bet you guys haven't even considered the existence of satellites. Hello? Are you all dead?
I mean, things that hang off a balloon, the
Oh.
solar panel, just like satellites. Is that what you're talking about?
How
are you?
Yeah, how's it going? What were
I don't
you
know if
saying?
you can hear me very good. I got my roaster going in the background, so.
Oh, word.
I hope it's not too loud. How's your day going?
Not too bad. I just woke up like 20 minutes ago.
Cool. Wish I could sleep in. Got way too many freaking orders to fill. Oh, so you flat around.
Oh, I'm globy all the way. I bet.
Be all the way, huh?
Yeah.
The satellite
you
thing,
don't
you think
even-
that's a good thing?
What's up?
Satellite's a good thing. Good proof.
Sorry, you'll have to say that again.
You think satellites are a good proof of the?
Yeah, I bet you guys don't even think satellites exist. And what about all the
Actually, we
planes?
do. You've seen them. You've seen them land in people's backyards, and they look identical to the things that the people that make satellites say they, make. They're like, oh yeah, we make that. It's exactly what we make. But then you say, well, what about that big old balloon that crashed down with it that it's attached to? And they go, well, they're not supposed to be on those. They get shot out of the side of rockets in frickin' space. And then you're like, well, why'd it come down with the balloon on it? So, yeah, kind of
Okay,
a
that may
problem.
be so, but I bet how come when I look at the horizon and I see a ship go over it, surely that must be because there's a curve.
Yeah, the ship, like, if you watch those ships every day, the ship could go over at 5 miles one day, and it could disappear at 10 the next, and it might disappear at 40 the day after that. Now, what would you derive from that? That
The curvature
size of your
changing.
ball, the curvature is changing. The size of the ball is changing. Yeah. Well, what you should derive from it
Because
is that
it's
it's
water,
optical.
like water can like move,
Well, yeah, it moves, and the conditions change. But what happens is you're seeing it because of perspective and your angular resolution. So the reason it's
I
because
bet
of the
you guys don't
conditions.
even believe in all the tests that prove that gravity exists.
Not too many of those tests. Depends on what kind of gravity you're talking about. If you're talking about Newtonian or messy, uncombed hair Einstein gravity, which
I
is
bet
bendy.
you guys haven't even considered how airplanes navigate.
Oh my gosh, this is great. I love your delivery. I bet you guys haven't even. Yeah, actually, we've considered all of it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
I'm
we were you. We were you.
No, I literally just came in here to like I'm in here all the time. Like I hear all those arguments all the time. That's why I just came in to fuck around.
What's your name? Because I'm not here all the time. I mean, I listen a lot, but I don't know everybody. So the fact that you're kind of look, I never talk to anybody too much about like the whole debate shit because I'm not good at it. I suck at it. So I kind of appreciate you sitting there. Just yeah, you're too easy. Damn it. I
Yeah,
suck at the guys that are
that's
really good at debating. I don't know all the fallacies. I don't know all that stuff. Yeah, it's pretty. What's your name?
Juturna.
No, wait, stop.
What's up?
Your name?
Yeah, Juturna. That's my name.
Drew Turner. Or
Yeah,
Jew Turner. D?
like
Like D? Oh, J.
Juturna. Juturna. It's the goddess of fountains. That's what it's called.
Whoa. Cool. Are you,
And it's the greatest album ever
fountains
made
are
by
pretty cool.
Skepticism.
We had one at our high school that the high school I went to was built on an old plantation. The guy owned like freaking 100 acres of the whole town of Catonsville. And in back for the archaeology class, we like excavated this old fountain. It was just a base to it, but it had this like tunnel going from the top of the hill that like rainwater would come down when it rained and it would bubble up down bottom in this like little garden area. That's a cool fountain. Not electrically run or anything, just gravity fed.
That's cool.
Yeah. It's really quiet in here, man. It's like freaking nonstop. Just can't even talk. You a coffee drinker?
Sometimes.
Not a daily coffee drinker?
Nah, I can't. Like, coffee, I've noticed it, like, messes with my mood. Like, it puts me into, like, I don't know. Like,
Yeah, you
I
need
get
some good
angry
coffee.
easily.
Yeah, you know what? I gotta remember the damn chemical. Oh gosh, the chemical that comes from burning coffee. It's gnarly, and it's not good for you.
Really?
It's what, yeah, it'll get you freaking. I mean, obviously, the different people, caffeine affects ways, but man, damn it, I'm just gonna Google it because I can't remember. Burnt coffee chemical.
It took me a while to realize it, too. Like, one day I finally just connected the dots. That I was like, dude, every time I'm super angry, I'm always drinking coffee. Like before,
Dude,
like nearby, like
I bet you if you had some freaking good, clean coffee like mine, it wouldn't be as bad. I'm not sure if caffeine. You might have a weird,
like a
I'm not saying
chemical thing.
an allergy to caffeine, but there are people that have allergy that they'll literally just have a seizure. I got a buddy that he promotes the shit out of my coffee. He promotes the shit out of my coffee, and he doesn't even drink the coffee. His wife and all his whole crew drink the coffee because he's got a allergy to caffeine. Acrylamide. Acrylamide is the burnt chemical. Acrylamide. Acrylamide. Yeah, that's that freaking nasty shit that tastes.
Honestly, I think it has something to do with because I can drink sodas like crazy, but
really?
Like, yeah.
Maybe I'm right, dude. It might be the burnt freaking acrylamide shit, dude. Because if you can handle caffeine, the caffeine that they use in soda comes from freaking coffee. Literally, that's where they get it. All the decaffeination plants, they sell the caffeine to Coke, Pepsi.
Interesting.
Yeah.
It's also like the other thing. Like I'm legitimately bipolar, so it could literally just be a chemical thing with me. Like,
Yeah,
just
if you're my neighbor, dude, I'd give you like a couple little small samples, and you could try to see if it's, you know, I don't want you getting all angry or anything, but you know, it could be something to do with the with really crappy like sorry, corn bean really crappy like mainstream kind of burnt coffee. I roast mine medium to dark, but certain people ask for dark sometime. But I won't burn coffee for anybody. Damn it, that's waste.
how long you been in here? Like it's just been silent the whole time.
I've been back and forth from the other one because I go and listen to the bot in 24/7. I'm just in and out because of phone calls and orders and stuff. Sometimes what I'm doing is way too loud to talk anyway. But it's been pretty quiet in here.
Dang.
And there's really not a lot of people. Usually, like
Yeah,
this time,
usually it's
it's usually like 30 people in here, or at least 20. Usually, what the hell is his name? Damn it. What's his name? Peter? Or is it the one guy that's. He cannot admit he's wrong. Forget who the hell his name is. But he's funny to listen to. I wonder where Gemsy's at. I need to see if Gemsy drank the coffee I sent him yet. Didn't like it. You better shut your mouth, Gemsy. Don't you tell anybody. So you been a flathead for a while?
honestly no. Like I am a globe earther, but I
Really?
don't actually get in here and debate with these guys. I don't know how, to be honest. I'm not a debate person.
You know, it's funny the way you're asking me. Like, I bet you've never even. I thought you were literally like kind of joking with me, because I suck at debating. Also,
Oh
actually,
no, I was joking. That's literally because I hear the arguments I gave you. That's like every time I'm in here, these guys like go through that every day. Where
what
it's
do you
like,
think?
oh, we
What do you
haven't.
think? What do you think of my answer, or the answers you
Which
should hear
one?
from? Just anything. Just like you know, satellites when they crash, they have attached. Like you've never seen a freaking satellite crash. Like with you know
Yeah, I've seen
without a
like
balloon.
yeah, I've seen oh no, I haven't seen that, but I did see like the
Little things
Chinese
flying out of the
spy
rocket.
balloon shit and like
Oh yeah, dude. Like that's pretty funny, right? Like, hey man, China, you know, high tech China, super high tech. Like, dude, they're going back to no tech, like no solar drive, nothing with like ghost camouflaging technology. They're going back to dude, going on, go freaking start flying over, spying on people. Yeah, notes. Going back to the base. Oh shit! I don't know. I'll tell you what's I was talking to somebody about this blimp. It's like surveillance blimp they have in Maryland, and it's got like all these badass, like, cameras on it and shit. It's a tethered blimp. And I don't know how many years back, it broke loose. It was like, it got, like, it went rogue. It was like floating away. And they had to go and grab it back. But when that thing broke loose, like, the whole freaking country went on, like, DEFCON freaking 2 or 3 shit. And I'm thinking, like, now why would they have to do that with all the satellites up there? Why would they have to go to DEFCON or whatever? Maybe it's because we really don't have much shit up there. That's my guess. They did retreat. It's tethered back, from what I understand. It's a big old blimp. Find shit like that interesting. But so why you still globe? Have you found any curvature for real?
Like physically measured, no, but it just makes sense to me. Like
What you learned in school? It all jives. For real.
pretty much. Yeah.
The water sticking to balls, that dude, I just never bought it. I mean, I didn't buy it until they told me it was gravity. Ask why is the water stick? How? I said how? How the hell does that water stay on the, like, upside down on the sides, really? And then your tells you about gravity. Oh. Okay. Sights off. That's cool. I'm gonna believe you because I didn't know that bitch was brainwashing me. I don't think
Gravity gang.
I don't think they
Yo, you're
know.
cutting out.
Sorry.
You're good.
Come in here and listen to everybody argue, huh?
Yeah, pretty much. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
I like
always
when it's
find it
like
funny.
3,
Good.
4 people all just yelling at each other. It's fucking hilarious.
I hate when people argue over stupid shit. Like, they went on for like 3 hours the other day about this one guy's talking about fighting about what a medium vacuum is, because he thinks that everybody's stupid for thinking that space called a complete vacuum or something or another, but they were just arguing about what actually is a medium vacuum. All this bullshit. It went on for like 3 hours. The guy literally, like, I declare victory. You guys think that space is a medium vacuum because everybody says space is a. Well, I was just like, what? What are you even talking about?
That is something I've noticed in here. Like, on both sides of the argument, like, both parties will have the dumbest, like, counterpoint that just does not. It just does not sink in. Like, it's, what's the word? I don't know. Like, they're clearly wrong, right? Like, both sides do this shit. They're clearly wrong, but then they just start yelling over each other, and it turns into this fucking half an hour long, very tangential argument over just the dumbest thing that neither of them are familiar with. That's the shit I'm here for, dude. That's the stuff I love. Where it's like just idiots just yelling at each other. Shit's hilarious.
Somebody was complaining that all the G-force, I don't even know what the hell they are. Some little pack of Globers. some little gang. They got like a little club. They got like some name or something. They got their little Globe Force 66 or some shit. And somebody was complaining that all of them are muted. And I'm like, you know, I bet you all of them are the kind that just freaking yell over people. Go on and on about stupid crap. And I know it's because Crit can't get along with anybody. Right, Crit? We'll see if Crit's...
I mean, these
Crit
guys do
can't...
it too. Like, they have a habit I've noticed of like, they'll see one of their boys losing, and they'll just start like muting people or just talking over people. It's like, it's just the average. Every fucking VC is like that. It is what it is. But yeah, the shit's entertaining
Somebody's
for
got to
me
be in
though.
charge. Somebody's got to be in charge. I don't know. You know, I don't know. There's other places where you can listen, but it's either there's not many places. I mean, you know what? Sometimes of the day, sometimes of the day, you'll hear people being cordial and not talking over each other. But most chat, it's going to lean one way or the other usually. You can go over to like Gem Pandas and there'd be a bunch of globetards. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to call you that. A bunch of globers, and they're mostly talking about globe shit, and there's less flat earthers. To tell you the truth, I've never been over there, but that's what people say. But and here, it's a lot more flat earthers, which
What is sneak diss?
what's that?
A sneak diss? It's like when you basically insult somebody in a very roundabout way.
Never heard of it, dude. Is that it's like a is that like a
It's like a common thing.
oh, somebody commented? Or are you saying
No,
it's like a slang term for being disrespected or
no, I said it's a common thing. Like, basically, a sneak diss is when you're like,
sneak diss? Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sneak disrespect, gotcha. Is that like me saying the guys over the globetards? Is that what you mean? Do you mean that like that was a sneak diss, or you weren't
Yeah,
really saying it?
it's like being like telling your boy like, dude, you're really good at picking up chicks, like even with like a fucked up haircut and everything. Like, it's surprising. And then it's like, wait, what do you mean fucked up haircut? That type shit. I'm not dumb. I know what a sneak diss is, dude. I know sneak diss when I hear one.
Actually, I'm not really good at those. Now that you explained what you're talking about, but yeah, when I talk about Glovers, a lot of times I do say Globetard, so I guess you could call that a sneak diss. But I'm not like thinking about how I can get in sneak diss. It's not. I don't really think like that. Rattling off stuff. Oh gosh. Glover and a flat guy in here not yelling at each other. That's kind of funny. What do you do for a living, dude?
Right now, I'm jobless. But before I was doing like security systems and stuff, like badge readers and low voltage cabling and like secure servers, CCTV, stuff like that.
So, surprised when I heard there's companies that aren't electric. Like I got a buddy's electrician. So, but now there's like companies that do low voltage stuff, and it's all like the shit you're talking about. Like, I guess
Yeah.
I don't know, like Wi-Fi, certain lighting.
Yeah,
Just
like
weird,
automation and stuff.
just weird, like not shit you can't get electrocuted by. Maybe I don't know. Well, maybe if you bit right into the line, you won't really freaking get shocked too hard. I don't know what
Low voltage is basically like
yeah, anything probably under
like 80 volts and below. Like,
yeah, makes sense.
but yeah, low voltage is basically uh it's like automation type stuff.
Cameras,
Yeah.
some Wi-Fi crap, some.
Right.
I don't know if I was right about the lighting. Maybe some lighting.
Yeah, lighting
Some real
too.
crappy little LED shit, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, all that stuff is included. Automation and all that stuff with lighting and events and yada yada.
Yada yada. Look that up in the frickin' dictionary, dude.
Yeah, so I was doing a lot of that, and then I was making good money. Like, I was making, well, I mean, for my peer group, it was good money. I was making 26 an hour. Like, I had a.
That's good. That's good. How? I mean, you sound kind of young. You sound like you're in your 20s. Are you young?
29.
I'm 54. So.
Dang.
So it's not a bad. It's not a bad salary, wage. I was making back when I was a CAD drafter. I was making about 22 an hour. That was a long time ago, though. That was good money back then.
CAD is cool.
Like in 2005 ish. I worked for like 8 years as a drafter.
Did you need a degree for that?
I went to a school. I'm paralyzed, so I went to this like school for like freaking cripples and shit. You know, like where, you know, handicapped people are, blind people, people that are all messed up. You know, got a bunch of metal in them, shit like that. So I went there. It was like a year-long syllabus or something. I finished it in like 6 months and had a job and was working from school. I would go out during the day and then come back and sleep at school. Like it's like a dorm. And eventually I got a permanent job at actually technically I can't really say it's permanent because I was a temp employee, but I was there for 6 years at BG&E, and then I went to KCI after that, drawing electrical blueprints, you know, like the layout for where a transformer is going to go or where the electricity's coming in, you know. Pretty simple. I've worked at other places, you know, cabinet places. I worked at groundwater contamination places that draw all that kind of stuff. Drew for a place that built commercial buildings for a little while.
Nice.
It's alright. It's alright. It's not that hard to learn though if you got good people teach. I wouldn't recommend like trying to learn a book. If you know somebody that knows CAD and they can teach you like the basic stuff, and then you can kind of teach yourself the rest of it. But did a lot better if I was like on the computer doing stuff rather than like I had a kid that was in the school that was going out to like a Rets technology place, Rets technology, whatever. He would go out and take a CAD class off campus, and he was there like 6 months. He didn't know anything because he was never on the computer. They were on the computer like 2 days a week in lab for like a couple hours. This is 20 years ago. So I guess there wasn't computers everywhere. They'd be like in lab a couple days a week. And yeah, he was stupid. Like after 6 months, he didn't know. He knew what I knew after like a couple weeks.
Yeah.
So yeah, it depends on who's teaching you. You can learn that stuff quick. CAD's not horribly difficult. Learning AutoCAD or MicroStation or So what mind me asking what state you're from?
Texas.
Heck. Send a lot of coffee to got a buddy that lives in Center Point. Live in got another buddy that lives in Tyler. Tyler seems like a
What part of Texas are you in?
Kind of near Abilene.
Come again?
I'm nearby Abilene.
Oh, okay. I'm in Wichita Falls.
Oh, nice. Up north.
Yeah, North Center. Like, damn near dead center, almost Oklahoma.
Hell yeah.
not. We were looking into moving to Tyler when we were. My girlfriend was looking for a place when we moved from Washington. She ended up getting a place in Arizona, but she was looking in like Tyler and stuff, and I was surprised to see how much rain they get up there. Like I just thought all Texas was mostly dry, but the east part can get pretty wet.
Yeah, we got
Apparently,
a climate in Texas.
isn't that wild? I would have never thought that. Like I would say, is there any mountains in Texas? They'll be like, no, there's no mountains in Texas. I mean, I don't know if somebody just asked me randomly. There's not a mountain you can ski on in Texas, is there? Crazy. Arizona's
Yeah,
so
I don't know.
freaking so deserty, but you have Flagstaff where it snows, which is weird.
Man, I'm about to make a really nice burger. Like, I'm gonna do spam and egg and Angus.
Burger.
Well, yeah, it's not like a burger. Well, I'm using like hamburger buns, I guess, but it's like a sandwich, I guess. But it's gonna be pretty damn good.
What are you gonna
First
do?
meal of the day.
You cubing it up? Are you cubing it up? Are you mashing it up? What are you doing?
What, the spam?
Yeah, explain your process.
I just slice 2 squares or rectangles, and then I put it on the toasted buns with the mayonnaise.
Wait a minute, you're not gonna grill it?
One.
You're not gonna grill it or something?
Oh, cook it? Yeah,
Yeah.
it's already cooked. Actually, I cooked it yesterday.
Oh, you like get it brown?
Yeah, Yeah, I put it in the air fryer. Crisp it up a little. But
I
yeah.
haven't
Man, I
got
got
one
a
of those
little
yet.
coffee pot size. It's like a big coffee pot size air fryer. I need a bigger oven style.
Hell yeah.
I'll cook pizza from scratch. I'll raise the dough and everything. And sometimes I like it reheated in the air fryer the next day than fresh
The
out of the
best.
oven for some reason.
Dude, air fryers are so cool. Like,
Yeah.
I gotta
I
get
put
one
pizza rolls in
apparently.
there. Oh, also, have you guys ever like been to a fair and tried fried Twinkies?
Holy crap! I had a fried Oreo that was like I did try one in Seattle, frickin' the baseball stadium where Seattle
Dude.
plays.
Uh-huh.
Dude, it was too much. I was just like, this is too sweet, too crazy. Deep
It
fried?
is
Are you kidding?
sweet. It is sweet, but what's cool is if you have an air fryer, you literally just throw a Twinkie in it, like heat it up for
Dude, but it's got high
3-4 minutes.
fructose in it. Like if they made an actual Twinkie without some frickin' harsh nastiness. Do you know Oreo cookies came out with a frickin' a cookie without high fructose?
No, I didn't know that.
They're selling boxes at Costco. Well, at least in Arizona they were. But yeah, high fructose is terrible for you, dude. It's in so much crap.
Americans, we love our corn byproducts.
Yeah, that's what's killing everybody, probably. Most likely.
I'll be right
Fried
back.
Twinkies.
I gotta find my cat. I think she's up to no good.
Go shit today.
All right.
Hey, did any of you guys ever hear that term boogers?
What is
Somebody
it?
mentioned you're from Texas.
Yeah, I'm from Texas. What did you say though? Hear the what?
The term boogers. Booger lights. You ever heard that term?
I actually haven't. No.
All right. I was
What is it?
listening to a podcast earlier, and I guess it's a way to describe Bigfoot, Sasquatch, down in the States. You guys call them
Oh,
boogers.
really?
Yeah. And it's like, I guess if you have like a garage light, something in the backyard, like a light it's just called a booger light. You never heard that term, eh?
No, I haven't. But I'm also not. I haven't like heard any like Bigfoot stuff for years. Like last, it was probably like in high school when I'd last seen some Bigfoot documentary or something. So I'm not like in the loop for all that stuff.
Yeah, I was just curious.
Word.
Why would it be a booger light? And what would it have to do with Texas? Wouldn't it be a booger light anywhere in the country if it was a booger means Bigfoot? Is that what you're
Booger.
saying?
I guess it's a southern term, like the East Coast southern, and then like into Texas. I guess it's used off Tennessee, Alabama, but it's like a booger, like a boogeyman. I think that's where it's
Oh,
derived.
booger. Okay, all right, yeah, all right. I guess I could see that.
So I guess back in the day, they used to
Booger.
have the lights on, and it kind of deters, even like thieves, people look trespassers onto your property, right? If you light up your property, sort of thing. So I guess it's just called a booger light.
Actually, booger light. All right. So what are you, dude? You're both from Texas. Are you both ballers or flat?
I'm a globey.
I know you're a globey. Oh wait, your cat. How old's your cat?
Oh
I
yeah,
love cats.
she was just man, she has a habit of like trying to eat the Christmas tree. And now you're
Oh.
asking, why is there a Christmas tree still up? It's because me and my roommate are too lazy to take it down, so it's stayed up for the past 2 years. But
That's hilarious.
yeah, but
Sorry,
yeah, she's always like
just kind
messing
of
with
funny. Does she try to climb it? Does she actually try to eat it for real?
She tries to eat it. It's crazy. It's like, dude, how do you not like?
Well, they like eating grass. Like I grow cat grass for our cats back here, and then I haven't grown it out west for the cats out there. I should grow some for the ones out in Arizona because there's not a lot of grass out there, and they're indoor cats. But cats like eating grass. I don't know why they would. You see her chewing on the pine needles like that?
Yeah, she like.
Wait a minute. How the hell you? It's not a real tree, is it?
No, it's plastic. That's why it's like it
Oh my
sketches me
gosh,
out.
that's not cool. Yeah, you don't want her getting. Because we had a cat that literally, cats can. They like just eating stuff and just messing with shit. She actually got pine needles stuck under her teeth. Like we had to get a bunch of them pulled out. Like she was in like all this pain, and I lost a bunch of weight because her freaking teeth hurt so bad. Come to find out, she had pine needles and a bunch of other crap stuck under a couple teeth. Oh, poor little Daisy. She's a cat. What's your cat's name?
June. Her June bug.
I got a cat named Pumpkin Pie. The other one's named Tom Tom. Pumpkin Pie. She fetches like a dog.
That's cool.
I shoot those little propeller. Those little guns you can like wind up a little propeller on it and it shoots it off, flies across the room.
Yeah,
she brings those back. She brings those back to me in her freaking mouth. Awesome cat.
I tried to teach her how to fetch, but like she won't do that. But she does like she'll go grab like I have a little rope I cut for her, just for her to mess with, and she'll like go put it in her mouth and drag it over to me. It's pretty cute. But
funny.
Yeah, she'll do stuff like that so I can play with her. But I still
Yeah,
haven't
when
got her to fetch.
Pumpkin was a kitten, I don't know. She grabbed like something silly one time and brought it to me. But then I'd throw it, and then she started bringing it back. So I started making her these little tape balls where I just like take like a piece of tape and roll it up into a little ball, and then flip it across the room, and she'd bring it back. But then she started waking me up in the middle of the night. She would drop it behind my freaking shoulders, and then start batting it around, waking me up.
Hell
I swear, man, I used to never get any sleep. She loved batting that thing around. Badass cat. I'm sorry. Who is that? Is that Dave? Hold on. Hold on. Let me freaking mute up. I'll be back, you guys. All right, bro.
So Texas, I keep hearing in the news people are leaving California, going to Texas. Is that a thing then?
Yeah, it's pretty like. Don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not a very, stay out of my state type guy, but holy shit. Like, I am actually getting sick of this shit. Seeing all these fucking Californians down here driving all the fucking prices up, the real estate, all that shit, apartments, whole 9 yards, all that shit is just, it's sky high. And they're the ones pricing it too. Like, a lot of the apartments that are like being developed and shit, like, or just a lot of things that are being developed, not just apartments, like stores and all that. Like, it's all people that came from California, and so like they're also setting prices on this shit, and it's just unrealistic. It's fucking retarded. So it's basically destined to like drive all of the locals out. Like everybody who's like, lived here for ages, there's nothing we could do. I mean, and that is what it is. It's just the reality of the situation. The world's just like that. Civilization does what it does, and you just do what you got to do to survive. But like, man, it's a bitch. It is a bitch. Anyway.
Yeah, that kind of sucks for the locals, eh? Everything goes up. And how can you tell they're from California? Is it just the plates? Or you just no.
Yeah, no, like it isn't like any particular thing, but it's like it like yeah, you you usually know because they've told you in some way, or like there's a story behind the business, or there's like an apartment complex may pop up, and you look at like who is like developing in that area, and then you just look up the companies, and it turns out the companies are from California anyway, and they've just moved to Texas. So it's like, oh, okay, so it's obvious. This is all just California doing its thing over here.
So what's dry? So what would you say is dry? Because I'm just whatever I hear on the news, man. Right? So I don't know. What are they? What's the average, say, family that moves from California? What are they running from? Is it the actual the liberal? I guess.
I don't think it is that. Like a lot of podcasters will say shit like that. Like, Texas is like a haven for people who want to get away from wokeness, and it's like, no, like, I guess, but that's not why people are coming to Texas. They're coming to Texas because Texas has, for the most part, over the years, been a affordable place to live with a lot of land, realistic real estate prices. You can pay, say, what you would pay for like a 1 or 2 bedroom up north. You'll be living in a fucking mansion down in Texas, right? So people love that, right? And our tax law, like by state, is a little more lax. And so the other thing was, during the COVID-19 stuff, a lot of people were getting these like remote jobs in the tech industry, and they ended up like coming over to Texas because it's a cheaper place to live, but they're making the same money that they're making in California with higher cost of living because it's a remote job. And so all of that money like is being used for them to just live large in Texas. And before you know it, like they're telling their friends, it's catching on, and then eventually everybody, wisens up, and they're like, hey, this is the next gold rush, right? Like, and that's happened before. Like, it's happened with Florida. It's happened with, obviously, California a long time ago. Like, it's happened with Kansas City, Missouri. Like, just places like that, and I guess now it's our turn. Like now we have to deal with it, but it is what it is.
Yeah, that sort of thing, I guess, happens anywhere. I was,
What's up?
I was saying that sort of thing happens anywhere, everywhere. I was
Yeah.
last summer. I was fishing. This is kind of what we're talking about. I'm fishing at this river. I'm up in Canada, so we got Lake Ontario. It's full of salmon, and so in the fall they'll come up the rivers to spawn. So that's why all the fishermen, they go to the rivers. They start salmon fishing. But you've got all these different races that are on the banks of these shores of these little rivers, just fishing for the salmon. And you got guys, like you hear guys talking with a thick accent. Guy calls him Mohammed, and the other guy's name is Ahmed or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like 200, 300 years ago, these rivers were like they had teepees on them. You know what I mean? And it was First Nations people living there. Now you've got people from all over the world fishing the same fish. 300
That is
years.
an insane concept if you think about it. That's nuts.
Yeah, it's just kind of one of those, the way the world changes.
Yeah. It's a machine, dude. It's a machine.
We're stuck in it.
I'm really just trying to be alive in this bitch. Just trying to like if I'm breathing air, that's good enough. I'm chilling. I've like lost my drive though. Like I was on the grind for a while there, making good money. I was investing and everything, like had my own little business going. It just caught up with me. And then eventually I just gave up. It sounds bad, but that it is what it is. It's just like, dude, I'm sick of this shit. I'm sick of like I don't feel like I'm net positive anymore. So eventually I moved. Like that's usually my answer. Like when I notice, hey, this isn't working out, I'm getting swallowed up here. I move. Yeah. But man, I don't even know. I don't think I can even count like how many different jobs I've had, and now I'm to the point where it's like, dude, there's nothing wrong with my work ethic. I have a very extensive resume. My resume itself is 4 pages long, untailored, and 2 pages tailored towards like tech industry. But I'm just sick of it, man. I'm sick of grinding for nothing. It feels like I'm getting nowhere. I'm gaining no traction. Now I've just settled down to like, I hit up a buddy basically. I moved in with him. He's let me stay with him. Very generous rent. I'm literally only paying $450 a month now. Very nice of him. And I've just been doing what I gotta do to make rent and then pay for food. And that's it. Like I'll like write essays for money, do other people's resumes. Like I may go install some like camera or something for somebody, but I've just kind of been relaxing and just trying to like just not be stressed the fuck out and just be happy with what I got. I condensed a lot of my stuff down. I had at one time I had like 14 different guitars, like 5 different amps, vintage equipment from like the 70s and stuff. And I was like, like all this moving around even, it's starting to take a toll on me just carrying all this stuff with me. Like nobody needs all of this shit. So I started selling it, getting rid of everything. Now all my stuff condenses down to this room that I'm staying in. And I feel like I'm not going to say like more free than ever, but I feel pretty good. Like it's nice knowing that I'm not tied to all this shit, but I'm also not stressed out over work because I'm not working for anybody, so I'm just doing my own thing. Eventually, I'll get back to the grind in some way. It's just not now. I'm not in the mood. I'd rather chill on Discord and listen to flat Earth debates.
I think that's important, man, to purge your life sometimes of material things.
Totally.
Oh man, the amount of stress it relieves. I've gone through the same thing. 3 years ago, we moved. My wife and I and the kids. We put everything into one truck, one of those, the U-Hauls, one of the bigger ones, not a long one, just a cube truck. I don't know, 20 feet deep. All of our stuff from one house to the next. Anything that wouldn't fit in there was either sold or garbage. Felt good, man.
Oh yeah.
Felt really good. Just purge. Every so often we purge our house. I just did the basement. I just cleaned our basement. Got rid of so much shit, dude. And then everything else in Rubbermaid containers and just shelve it and, like paperwork and books, memories. But yeah,
That
it feels
feels
good.
good too. Like
Go through
all
that
my
shit.
stuff is now in boxes, like plastic tubs, and now it's like, well, if I had to move like today, I could be packed in all of about 3 to 4 hours and out the door and going somewhere else. That feels pretty good.
I could probably pack my day or my family in about a day, a good day. Maybe not 3 or 4 hours, but a good day.
That's pretty
Half
good for like a family.
Yeah, the family, yeah. Yeah, we've got it pretty much. I hate stuff, man. I hate stuff so much.
Yeah.
I don't like things, man. The less I have, the better. It's the weirdest thing. I think a lot of people are waking up to that, though, after the last 3 or 4 years. You know what I mean?
Right.
They're just like, what's the point of all this? I don't know.
It's starting to fill up now.
What'd you say? You starting to feel what?
No, I was just saying, like the VC is starting to fill up now.
Oh,
People are doing it. Man, if you eat a burger or a sandwich and your bread is not toasted, what are you even doing? Every time I make one, like I always just toast the hell out of the bread. It's so goated.
Are you the one that was talking about making that spam sandwich earlier?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now.
Spam is so expensive. I don't know how you can afford spam.
I buy it in bulk.
Gotten
I
up,
go to
man.
a Sam's Club, and
Oh, yeah.
yeah, we got like 4. It comes in like 4, not cylinders, but like huge rectangular packages. And I think it was something crazy cheap, like very surprisingly cheap. Hang on, I have the receipt actually. Let me go grab it.
I think the last time I saw it in the store recently, they still sell them in the cans there with the key, right? You open the top there. It was like
Oh
$4.
yeah.
It's like more than tuna.
Oh yeah, definitely more than tuna. Definitely. Never mind. I don't know where that receipt went, but But yeah, it was thankfully pretty cheap. Man, the other day I bought other week, I guess. What is it, 32 or 34 packs? I forget the exact number, but the big packs of Dr. Pepper. And yeah, within a matter of, how long has it been? 2.5 weeks. I drank through all 3 of them. Oh yes, 36 packs. So that's 6, 9, 100 and, oh god, I can't math right now. 10, 100, 112. Is that right? 36 times 3. What is it? 108. I'm retarded. Yeah, 108 sodas I drank.
78. Oh, no, yeah, you're 108. Yeah, you're right. You say 36 times 3?
Yeah.
Yeah, 108.
Yeah, I drank 108 sodas.
I can't blame you, man. When it comes to soft drinks, Dr. Pepper is kind of my weakness too. Especially if you can find like a cherry Dr. Pepper, which
Oh
I guess
yeah.
limited. Like,
Yeah, those are good.
yeah, they're delish.
My roommate gets the cream soda ones, or like the cream something. They're pretty good though.
Hey, I'm curious. How's your health insurance? How do you guys do that there? You're hearing up north, we're hearing that you guys, it's expensive, right? Healthcare in the States. A lot of people go without.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't have it. And I've never had it. Except like when it was like by default you're gonna have it working somewhere, but besides that, no, I've never had. I can't afford that. I can't afford that or dental, so I just don't.
So if you're employed somewhere and they give you the benefits of the healthcare coverage, then you're all set. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
So you say you can't afford it. Like, I'm assuming you're single. What would like your premium be? What would your monthly ballpark in? I don't know.
I don't know. I know right now I can't afford it for sure, but last I remember, I don't know what those numbers were. I can't remember, but I was sitting in like a little meeting like at work, and they were just like going over the all the pricing and everything, and I was like, what? Like, I can't afford that, but I'm not doing that shit, so I just didn't. But yeah, sorry, I can't give you like an exact number. I just didn't retain it.
Yeah. Is that something that's a concern for you? Are a lot of people concerned about having healthcare, or not so much?
For me, I like I'm not so stressed about it right now, just because one, I don't have like kids or anything, like, so everything's good there. My health personally, I'm pretty healthy. I'm pretty fit. Everything's perfectly fine. Thank God for now. So I think like, I don't know. I think I'll be all right without it for the next at least decade. I know that's a gamble, but hey, it is what it is. That's what I'm working with, I guess. But yeah, I mean, a lot of people are like that. At least like people that like don't have kids in my peer group are like that.
Yeah, even with kids, I can't remember the last time we went to a doctor or a hospital. I mean, we got to go to the dentist just for cleanings, and that's about it.
I definitely like to have dental here pretty soon, though. Like, my teeth aren't bad. I've had all through high school, my teeth were like perfectly straight, and then I hit like 22 or 23, and they started like shifting, and now it bothers me. It's like, dang, I really like. It's like I won in the gene pool for a little bit there, and I thought I was like home free, and then nope.
It's probably got nothing to do with all the Dr. Pepper you drink, though. Won't it?
Yeah, probably nothing to do with that shit. So yeah, like I don't have cavities or anything. I take care of my teeth, like
Yeah.
but yeah, sodas certainly don't help. That's for sure. I did get my like bottom wisdom teeth taken out though, so that's a plus. That did happen.
Hello, people, hello.
Yo.
How are we feeling right now? How are we feeling? Are we feeling like Earth is flat? What the hell?
Hey, Trump.
How are you?
Fantastic.
It's round.
Excuse me?
Round
We have
Earth.
to make America flat again. We have to do it.
Dang, true. When you say it in that voice, true.
So true. So true. Believe me.
I have my hand
Believe
up right
me.
now while you're talking. I'm like saluting.
Are you saluting in a Hitler fashion? What the hell?
No, like a military fashion, yeah.
Oh wow.
Very pro America gun owner fashion. Your average gun owner.
Where the fuck are the big energy crowds? There are no big energy crowds anymore. Huh.
Yeah, like I joined a while ago. I was like hoping it would be all sorts of chaos in here, but we've actually just been chilling, just shooting this shit. Like nothing's really going on.
There's nothing happening. I am fried. I'm fried, and I'm going away.
I'm so pumped for this sandwich. Yo, does anybody remember what years MTV Cribs aired? Wait, hello? Hello? What happened? Okay.
Where is everybody? Did they make you guys delete all the bot accounts? The fake flat Earth support. You guys had to have like a bunch of bots because otherwise.
Oh, sorry, man. Can you repeat that?
I have found you when you're weak. Will any of you speak?
Hello.
Yo, where do you guys find the
Hello?
time?
Say that again?
Where do you guys find the time?
It's usually on the top right corner of my screen.
No, I mean, English is not your first language. It's okay, man. I get it. You thought you were being a smartass, but I'm smarter than you. It's okay.
I mean,
Let's find out. So, where do you guys find the time?
what do you mean by that?
I mean, like the time, like in the top right.
That was already answered you.
How old are you, by the way?
28.
28.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess you're a late bloomer.
I don't know what that means.
That's okay, man. I didn't speak your language either, probably. What's your first language?
Portuguese.
Portuguese. Oh, okay.
What is yours?
Chinese.
Oh, you don't have a Chinese accent. At least not that I noticed.
I mean, actually, I do.
I didn't notice.
That's okay, man. So, is this a serious channel or is this just like a troll channel?
No, most people here are serious.
Like, you seriously think that the Earth is flat?
No, I don't, but the majority of the people here do it.
And
there are two people here. I mean, I can't speak for you, but me and Eggshells here, we're not flat earthers. The rest of them are.
Right.
I think they're AFK.
Yeah. Well, I know. No, I'm pretty sure that one of them is probably listening. At some point, they're just gonna like start spazzing out and be like, "So, what do you believe? What do you believe? What do you think? What do you believe?" And then I'll just laugh in their face.
That happens.
Yeah. And then I'll just get muted, and yeah, just feel kind of sorry for them.
Yeah, this room is usually inactive when there's just this few amount of people. When there's full of people, then you're gonna hear stuff.
Yeah, it's just gonna. But I'm pretty sure you're all fucking retards. Like, regardless of your position.
Why?
Well, because you're spending that amount of time. Yeah, I'm in the channel right now. You're spending that amount of time just kind of loitering in this channel. You know, like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, you might think I'm joking or like trolling, but I'm not. Like, really ask yourself. Like, really just look at the channel. Like, look at the names of the users and just ask yourself, what the fuck am I doing?
That was already asking me a bunch of times. Yeah, people find entertainment in different things, and what is entertaining for me might not have any reason to be entertained for you.
Yeah, I understand.
It's not just entertaining. I've learned a lot of things by these discussions. So
Yeah,
I don't see that as
like what?
100% a waste of time.
Give me an example of something you learned.
Celestial navigation. You know what? I mean, you can get your position from the angles to stars. I only learned that because of these discussions.
Well, I mean, if you were intellectually curious, you could have just looked into it instead of listening to some braying retard.
I never heard of it.
Yeah, I know. But what I'm
Yeah,
saying is,
of course,
you could
I'm not
learn
saying-
about these things in a systematic way. You don't have to come on here and like wade through a whole bunch of absolute horse shit just to get maybe a couple of pearls.
I agree this is not the most efficient way to learn things. That's not my point. As I said, I'm mostly here for entertainment. I think the discussions are entertaining. And as a something extra, I would say, every now and then I end up learning things. So it's not 100% just entertainment. That was my point.
Are you French?
I'm Brazilian. I thought that was a French sounding accent.
A little bit, yeah.
The French people I hear usually have a very, very strong accent. All right, yeah, I wouldn't get that you're Chinese, for example.
I mean, I wouldn't say I'm really Chinese, to be honest. I don't
Just your
believe in
first
race.
language.
No, and also technically Chinese is not really a language. It would.
Yeah, I mean
there are
Mandarin.
Chinese languages. But...
Yeah. You meant like Mandarin or what?
I know. I was just making it up, man. I was just fucking around.
Where'd you find the time?
And it's hot, right?
Touche.
Oh, so you are French.
Touche is universal. Come on.
Comment is French.
Come on. I mean the English. Come on.
Oh, they said comment.
I meant come on.
Oh, okay. Come on, like vamos.
A little bit, yeah. Sounded Spanish.
Yeah. I was speaking Spanish. I don't speak Portuguese. You know what I mean?
What's that supposed to sound like?
I don't know. That's what you guys sound like a lot of the time.
A weird impression.
Oh, wow. No? Possible. I wish I could save these people, but I know I can't.
There's one of them that I think is savable. Not anyone here. Yeah. There are a couple people who used to be flat earthers and they are no longer flat earthers. Some of them simply don't usually join discussions anymore. Some of them, when they switch back to thinking Earth is a sphere, continue the discussion, but then arguing from the other side.
Yeah, they're still stupid. That's the thing. That's the problem. Stupid people.
Sure, I would say that.
Stupid people change their position all the time. I'm not saying that people that change all people that change their position are stupid, but stupid people do change their position a lot.
Because they base it on other people's ideas, not their own.
Yeah, probably.
They didn't really think it through all the way. They just said, 51% of people think this. I'll think that too. That's their.
Well, there's a lot of groupthink on here in all kinds of ways. Whether it's atheism versus theism, communism versus capitalism, Democrat versus Republican, flat Earth versus round Earth,
or anti-flat Earth. It's flat Earth and anti-flat Earth. The people who really think the Earth is a globe, they're on their own. They're out there just doing globe shit. In the globe model, Michio Kaku said this best. Inside the globe model, there are baked-in explanations for why people think the Earth is flat, for why people disagree with it. It's got these explanations baked into it. So the anti-flat earthers are kind of in heresy of their own model because they're denying it themselves. They really don't give a shit about the explanations. They just want to punch down at people they think are more of a minority than they are. Because a lot of these anti-flat earthers are also atheists, which is fucking hilarious because the Heliocentrism model is like a straight-up Catholic Church benediction.
Yo, You ever sort of ask yourself if you might be like a fucking retard?
Oh man, that was good.
No, I don't think I've ever done that.
Okay, you wanna try it?
Try it like how? Like how would you ask yourself that? Like, well, give me an example. When have you done that?
I mean, I'm doing it all the time, man.
Like, can you give me an example? Like when did it happen?
Yeah. Actually, you know what might be useful? Actually, just do you have a piece of paper?
Yeah, I mean, like demonstrate it. Like how did you do this?
I'll tell you in a second, but there's something else I want to give you.
Yeah, we'll start here. Like, so you wondered, have you ever asked yourself if you're retarded? So have you done this? And you said yes. So when was the last example of that?
I did it just a second ago.
With what?
With what?
Yeah, with what?
Yeah, he's angry, so he's trying to get you to trip up on his own stupidity.
No, not at all. I'm trying to. This is called the Socratic method. I'm trying to see where he's coming from. It's like that song from Nirvana. I could be dumb, but I'm not that dumb.
Alrighty, let's see where this goes then.
So if you ask yourself, are you being retarded? Are you checking yourself, checking your worldview every once in a while and see what's going on? And quite simply, yes, all the time. I basically, every day I look at the news, I pour through science and space news, try to find the most impactful story of the day, and see how globalists react to this. Because a lot of times it will be against what they originally thought. So do they, A, look at it and try to read the content and say, oh, what is going on here? Why would they say something like that? Like just the other day, singing galaxies. Stuff like that.
Okay. That's fair. Another question. Do you think that you might be like a lonely, meandering midwit? Hello, sir?
Yeah, I'll just say use any answer you need for any purpose you need it for. This is going to kind of drive on to whatever point you think you're trying to make, which I will predict is no point whatsoever.
Listen, man, this is just a Socratic method. I'm just trying to understand what you think.
Yeah, so use any answer. I authorize you to use any answer you need for any purpose you need it for. Then take that answer and drive on to some point you think you're making, which I will predict is no point. You've got no point to make whatsoever. You're basically just kind of flapping, just kind of like floating in the wind. You're kind of upset over flat earthers, but you don't know what that is. So you want to check yourself to see if you're retarded. So start there. So let's see here. Do you even know what the word flat means? And ask yourself, is your definition of flat retarded or not?
Yeah. Do you know what a premise is?
Same answer.
Okay. Oh, okay. No. All right.
So, what evidence has he got for that we're moving or not? Has he got some?
Yeah, apparently all flat earthers either check themselves to see if they're retarded or not. That's just proof.
I never said that. I never said that. Like, if we're going to have a discussion, I'm happy for you to disagree with things that I do say, but not things that I don't say.
Level's flat, and we go by that, man.
Or at least geostationary or whatever. Kind of agree upon that.
What's the difference between stationary and geostationary?
Well, Earth, like heliocentric. Oh, sorry. Geocentric. Okay. Sorry. Ignore the geocentric. Yeah. Miss word.
Sorry, what was your point? What is geocentric?
So, like, currently, you'd be led to believe that it's a heliocentric cosmology, right? So the sun is like the center of the solar system, and things orbit this, right? And as a flatlander or a concava, they'd think more like the Earth would be the center, and things are orbiting within it or around it. So there's the difference.
Okay, but I never disagreed with any of that. I was just trying to.
I thought I'd switch it.
Oh, okay. No, I was just trying to understand this guy's point, but he seemed to spaz out a bit.
There you go. Use that answer. I authorize you to use any answer you want for any purpose you need it for. You don't understand, and
You
your
authorize
understanding.
him. You
Your
authorize.
your understanding is spazzed out. See, that's what I was just waiting for. Here we go. Here's the contradiction. You've got a contradiction in your worldview that you either have to A, say why there's a contradiction. There's an answer, but you don't know the answer. You don't know the answer, and you know the answer is out there somewhere. You just don't know what it is. B, just say you accept the contradiction, that your worldview is contradictory. Or just C, you just come up and say, you know what? Everyone in this channel needs to check if they're retarded or not. But you.
Reporting
You're the
for
only
duty,
one.
sir.
You're the only one who doesn't really need to check that because you're like some sort of major league empire who just calls balls and strikes without really any sort of method or practice to it. Just kind of make for a good showing, a good show. So use that answer because it's interesting because even if you do an internal critique and I authorize you to use any answer you want, you come up with something very illogical and and contradictory. So I'm perfectly fine with that because it's going to showcase that there's nothing to gain from asking you any questions anymore. I got the answer. The Socratic method worked perfectly. You don't know anything. You don't even know internally. An internal critique, you come up with an I don't know.
Yeah, I disagree with like all 17 of your premises there.
No problem. You can do whatever you want to do. You do you.
Okay. Yeah, I disagree with
Yeah,
all
go ahead. Disagree
19.
with things you don't even understand. That's perfectly fine with me, and I'm complete. I really don't need to know anything else from you. You have disagreement without understanding. That is cognitive dissonance at its finest.
I disagree with the premise that I don't understand.
That was great. I am complete also. So, yeah, you do you.
Yeah, you're completely something. That was really good, by the way, Crit. Just so you know, that was really impressive.
I think that Crit has a complete worldview. His worldview is complete. And it also happens to be completely incorrect. But both of these things can be true at the same time.
I'm not even trying to take issue with any particular point that Crit is saying because he's just gish galloping through like a litany of assertions about me and about the various things. So it's very hard to get a grasp on it because he's just sort of what would you call it, spazzing out.
Yeah, that's what he does. That's his style, but he's comfortable with it, and it is a
Oh,
worldview
you guys are good.
in which he
You
exists.
guys are good.
And it's
See how their
he
worldview
thrives. He thrives.
it's so subjective. Their worldview is so subjective they can't even define the own words they use, like spazzing out. Like somehow that is
How do you
some
know?
sort of objective measure that
How
they
do you know
can't
I
take
can't define it?
that they can't take questions on or explain.
How do you know I can't define it? You're not giving me the opportunity to. You're just telling me I
I
can't.
told you I don't care, dude. I'm complete. Your worldview is so contradictory and so
But you don't know what my
irrational.
worldview is.
There's nothing to even get from it.
You don't know what my worldview is.
It's contradictory.
You don't know what it is. I might be a flat earther. You haven't asked me because you've just been spazzing out like a baby.
I don't care what you have to say.
I know. That's the problem, is you're just talking to yourself,
Because
honey
it's
bunny.
contradictory. Your
You
worldview
don't
is
know what I think.
irrational and contradictory.
But you don't know what I think.
Both answers. Use any answer you need.
Both answers?
Yeah. Use both yes and no.
Oh, dude, you shouldn't say that, man. You can't admit to being a pedophile on the server, man. That's not cool.
All right, I'll go clip that.
Oh my.
Yeah, that's dude, they're gonna. That is a TOS. So let's go back into the live stream and clip that. Poor guy. Poor guy completely triggered out. Just how the blues start dropping accusations of P people.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so let's get you guys, now that you're done, it's good to have a conversation one-on-one, right? So if you got someone squawking in the background, it's very difficult to get to a full conclusion, like just happened with this other dude. So now, do you want to try again? Like, do you want to try to talk one at a time and take a turn? Or are you just petered out and you're just, like, done for the day? Is that Chris? Yeah, Chris, do you want to try again here? So right here, scientists could never agree on how the dinosaurs died out. So they
Yeah,
want to turn it over.
this is just a random article from Popular Mechanics, so it's like a little opinion piece.
Yeah, it's also got citations there too.
Yeah, send the link.
Yeah, look it up. So you've got something to say.
I'm not doing your job for you. Send me the link.
It's not my job, dude. This is your job.
The burden of proof is on you. Have you ever been in debate before?
Your job is to check your shit and see what your ideas, if they match
If you
or not.
send me a source, you have to link your source. I'm
See,
not going to
this
go
is a
scour the internet for your source. What if I get the wrong article?
Use a source you trust.
What if I get the wrong article and I accidentally misrepresent the article that you were looking for?
I'm not. It doesn't matter. It's a representative article. Doesn't include me at all. So here, this dinosaur killing asteroid did not trigger long nuclear winter after all. So your education is severely lacking in.
What do you mean?
Ideas.
That didn't trigger a nuclear winter. That doesn't say it didn't kill the dinosaurs. What?
Yeah, that's how they told the ice age started.
There was an ice age 10,000 years ago. Are you saying that was the one that was
triggered by an asteroid or not?
No, of course not. You can have the Earth has ice ages without asteroids hitting it.
You're hot miking.
Just send me the links.
Dude, I wouldn't waste a click on sending someone a link who can't even read.
Prove there's this logical fallacy, burden of proof. The burden of proof lies with no one making the claim. Absolutely. If he makes the claim that scientists said that they cannot agree on it, then he has to show the link for what he's saying. Thank you, Jenna Macy Mother Leper.
Dude, like, Joan Tuna, you're hot miking. Are you there?
Okay, yo, my bad.
Yeah, no problem.
I bet you guys don't even believe in dinosaurs.
That's off topic. You can bring that topic back Sunday for Speculation Sunday.
I bet you guys don't even believe in eclipses. Where's the gravity gang at? Yo, if the Earth is flat, how long is it?
If the Earth is flat, then it's what? June Tuna. If the Earth is flat, is it flat or not flat? If it's flat,
The Earth is measured flat,
What?
and that's
yeah.
very
Hold
easy to
on,
prove
Johnny.
that.
Hang on.
Johnny, hold on.
I think I
okay?
gotta change over to my laptop. It's hard to hear you guys. Hang on a second. I'll be right back.
Give me a second. Go clip this, dude.
No way, y'all still sitting in silence. Unreal. It's been hours.
Oh, we are waiting for the Big Bang.
The Big Bang of globe proof.
Yeah.
Are all the JF6s banned at the moment?
Good. That's good.
No, I said are they? Like it's a question.
Oh, I don't know. Hopefully.
Yo, I'm back. Sorry, my phone sucks, dude. What were you saying?
So if the Earth is,
yeah, you go ahead. You say for yourself, Crick. Go ahead.
yeah. So you come with the question was, if the Earth is flat, then what is it? Is it flat or not flat? If it's flat.
Oh no, I was saying if the Earth is flat, how long is it? Like
Yeah,
the
so-
length.
Yeah, you have to worry about the length. Just to worry about the Earth here. So if X, then X, if X, or if X, not X, if X.
I don't know what you mean.
Okay, so if flat,
Yeah.
then what? Then not flat, if flat?
No, if
I think he's asking what's called a hypothetical in the English language.
Yeah, hold on, Chris. This guy's got to get through this first. He's got to find some way. So if the Earth is flat, what is it?
I'm saying if flat, how long?
Yeah, so if it's flat, does it matter how long it is? Or it's already flat if it's flat?
Have you ever heard of a conditional statement?
Yeah, so if this, then that.
No, so in programming, an if statement doesn't mean it's always true, right? It's if this is the reason, then the logic and the next condition is
illogical or not illogical?
No, you're not. Oh, Jesus Christ.
So yeah, if X, then what is it? X or not X?
Try for a second.
This is crazy.
If the Earth is flat, then we're working from a plane with a radius of about 39,005. What is it? 3958.8. So that's 3959. So
Yeah,
you're working on a
3959.
circle, which is what is measured and what is mapped and how we go. You know?
I bet you guys don't even believe in satellites.
Yeah.
Why should somebody believe in something?
I think
Why
satellites
talk
are
about something?
proven when iPhone
Why-
put the satellite tracker in their phone.
Listen. Why should somebody come out and debate about something that they believe? Why go and debate if you don't know about what you're saying? So it's not about belief; it's about knowing. And I know the Earth is measured flat, and I can describe how it is done. And talking about how long is the flat Earth? It doesn't matter. We are talking about so far we are able to measure things or measure the Earth. It's always flat, and all the methods we are using is absolutely flat. How long? Don't ask me about the infinity. That's not even a question just now.
I think it's infinite.
Don't ask me about that. I'm just talking about the known area that we are living in, and the realm that we are living in is measured flat. Talking about how far it is, how long it is. Okay, we can talk about the radius of the sun pattern. That's over the flat area, over the plane. Yeah, you can measure that also. That is the radius that everybody is talking about. That is 3959. That's the radius of the pattern of the sun, not of the Earth. Now
Do you guys believe the moon is flat?
Why are you talking about the moon? We are talking about the Earth. Why go from one place to other place and you didn't grab what I'm saying in the first place?
Aren't you allowed to extrapolate one from the other? You know?
That's what I'm asking. Like, I have a telescope, right? And sometimes I see Jupiter on certain months, or Mars, or the moon, but they're clearly round. So it's like, you guys believe like those are flat, or like those are just like an illusion?
So you walk into a forest and you see a tree. You must be a tree.
So if I see a tree, I'm like, yeah, that's a tree.
So if something's round, does that mean it's not flat?
Oh, that's funny.
Well, no, but so I can clearly observe that there is a spherical surface on my telescope.
Really?
Yeah.
With a monocular, you can observe depth like that.
Well, you can do it with your eyes right now. Like, take a ball, put it in front of you, right? Just your eyes can actually see in 3D. It's actually
Now you've gone to something else though, because you have stereoscopic vision, and with a telescope you just have a monocular, right? So you don't have the stereoscopic vision. So now you're talking about ball in front of your face, right? So you're going to something else. But you said that the stuff in the sky was balls. I'm just wondering how you actually confirm that.
Well, if it was flat, wouldn't I only be able to see like an edge of it and not like this like
maybe it's not a
round
flat
shape?
object. Maybe it's just some kind of projection or something. I don't know.
Very thick flat object it could be.
No, maybe it's not an object at all. Maybe it's some sort of effect. Or maybe it is an object, and maybe it is a ball, like you said. But the point is, how do you know?
It's true. Never been.
Yep.
You know, because the measurement, just like I said before, the area you're standing on is measured flat, and all the navigation from A to B is using angle and angular measurement, and it has to be flat. The baseline has to be flat to get it, like we are getting it. That's just the fact. There you have it, guys. Finito.
I bet y'all don't even believe in the South Pole.
There is no South Pole.
Wow.
So are all these governments like working together to like keep this big secret?
Yeah, they work together for the most. Yes.
Like even like does North Korea know about it? Or like were they like not? Were they like kept out of sight about it?
Was that Chris that just asked that?
Yeah.
Good to see you.
Who are you? I have no clue who you are.
Well, that was kind of a silly question. I'll let somebody else answer.
No worries, Sydney. Christian and a flat earther? Interesting.
I'm not a flat earther, but
okay.
No, I am a proud Christian, yeah.
Me too.
God bless America.
Like
I left the States, but that's so funny. I wish America the best.
Here's my logic, right? If North Korea like knew the Earth was flat, And like, you know, I've been to South Korea. I've seen like the conditions like inside North Korea, like visibly, like just like it's terrible. Everyone there's like starving, right? Why wouldn't like Kim Jong Un just like reveal the whole secret? Like, who gives a fuck? Like, people obviously have gotten into power from like scratch, right? I've seen it with my own eyes. So like,
Why do you need Kim Jong Un to reveal the secret of water to you?
Why wouldn't
Just go
it?
outside and look at some water.
Wait, what does this have to do with? Yeah.
I mean, he shot cruise missiles like you know, right next to the coast of Japan. Like that can put a lot of people in danger. I'm sure the Japanese secret government doesn't like that.
Cares about any of that.
I'll be right back, guys. I gotta take a tinkle break.
Okay, next time, don't let us know.
Do they keep the secret only for like the presidents or like a very select few? Or
Well, I don't
like,
know. Why don't you ask the president what he knows? I don't
I'm
read
just
minds.
curious.
I mean, I'm not in the president's circle either, so I don't talk to him. So I really don't know.
Oh, okay.
I bet you guys don't even believe in fish.
Well, I wouldn't if outer space existed, because we'd be in a vacuum and the oceans would boil and the fish would die.
Oh, nice. I love sushi. Don't insult me, man.
Yeah, I got a serious question though, no cap. Are there any new developments in the flat Earth model? Or whatever. Like I know you guys have said like a million times, like you don't have a model per se, but like you know what I mean? Like what's the word? What's that one dude who has all those like perspective videos where he uses like lights and shit on the table? He's like in here sometimes even. It's like a YouTube channel. Whatever. I can't remember his name, but
yeah, Dan the Waterman.
It's possible. But yeah, are there any new evidences or whatever? Anything interesting?
There's nothing new under the sun.
That's not true. I bet these guys don't even believe in cell phones.
Yeah, because satellites and shit.
So are the satellites like past the firmament, or are they like just below it?
Do you know who Bill Nelson is?
I don't think so.
He's the current director of NASA. Here's a clip from C-SPAN talking about the firmament.
So
Yeah,
I'm not the break. The one thing I think you're missing is that, like, you know, you could track the satellite like without the Wi-Fi C cables, right? I might have I think they skipped third grade in that screenshot. I can
I
do
don't
it for
think they know what the cables are for, but
Well, no, but he sent a screenshot of saying oh, the satellites aren't there because they're C cables. I don't understand. That makes no sense. And then I got a reaction. Let's see who reacted to that. Jenna Massey Mother. Wow, not the brightest bunch. I'll show you.
If you want to find a silver bullet regarding them underwater cables, find out how long they are and how much distance they cover. Because one way or another, that could prove flat or curved, couldn't it?
Yeah, but they would just say they're lying about the length of the cable.
But why would they? Yeah, but you should be able to find some kind of resources because they wouldn't spend more than they had to, right? And 100 miles more of cable would cost so much, right? So you got to think that way.
I don't think they would.
That's actually quite inaccurate for multiple reasons. First of all, then you have to presume that everything on the ocean floor is the same. That is not the case. So even you can make an estimate, you cannot give an exact number of cable.
Yeah, real rough idea between a Euclidean shape and a non-Euclidean shape, right? And there'd be a massive difference, right? And whichever side it leans towards the most, you can kind of presume it's on that side, either on the surface of a curve or it's on a plane. I'm pretty sure we could find that out.
So I'm not the break. I'll explain it to you again. You could actually turn off your data and your Wi-Fi and still be able to track the satellite. So this image of the GPS pointing system, you actually can literally put your phone in a fucking box where
So what do you think about gas-filled space? What do you think
Guys,
about
can I
that
tell you?
whole thing where if you want to breathe, you're going to be in something, and the fact that gas fills space, and you want to think of space as a big old fucking patch of nothing that gas wouldn't fill because globe. Hey, how much does it cost to keep lying? How much does it cost every year? How much does it cost every fucking day to lie to us?
They're making money of us, so it costs nothing.
But space is not very profitable. Even NASA is one of our least funded programs that have more than 1,000 employees.
It has been defunded over the last 20 years, actually.
You said the most funded?
Defunded.
I'm sorry, what? Refunded?
No, it's most
defunded.
funded. No, most funded.
No, it's not the most. NASA is not the most funded fucking.
Most funded.
Mate, please take account for inflation before you continue, because you might make a fool of yourself.
Do you know how much NASA gets paid per billion?
Yes,
per year?
So the NASA funding, right? The actual NASA funding bill is not a lot. I don't know if you know how much.
It's the most. Of all the independent agencies, NASA gets more than almost the rest of them combined. There's NASA, then another 300 agencies that almost equal NASA spending.
So NASA gets about $20 billion in funding, right? Per year.
Well, hold on, 26 billion.
It's
plus they're on.
That's less money than we spend on ICBMs every year just for the Navy.
Not the same pool of money.
Okay.
Defense spending is not
budget,
the same
right?
pool.
It's the federal budget, so it is the same pool. Actually, fucking
no, it's not.
It's the federal budget.
It's discretionary spending and non-discretionary spending. Inside the Constitution, Article 11 states that the federal government shall provide for defense. It's enumerated. They will do that. They're supposed to do that. So that level of spending, if you think it's too high, now you know why they would lie.
Do you think military aid is discretional spending or indiscretional spending?
That part is discretionary.
Okay. All right. So when we give more money to Ukraine, right, 5 times more than we gave to NASA, right? It doesn't necessarily maybe NASA's not that important, or else we would have spent.
No, it's all about defense again.
$20 billion is argument with one graph. Here you go.
They gave more money to bridges last year than fucking NASA. Like, this is a ridiculous notion that like NASA's like this. All the money's going to
Yeah,
NASA.
roads and bridges. That's enumerated
No, just
also.
bridges.
That's
Just
common.
bridges.
Look
Jared.
at how much of the federal budget goes to NASA over the years. Since
Okay, how
61,
about-
it goes
let's-
down, down,
let's
down.
follow-
Region, we
let's
just
follow-
watched it.
Yeah,
the
because
issue
federal.
is that NASA is a Jewish psyop.
Okay,
obviously.
dude, cut the J shit.
Here we go.
What you're seeing here is that federal spending increased faster than NASA spending increased. Because what you see here is that you've got like another entitlement program, a war on drugs. These
So
things
NASA became less important, though, right? Or else
No,
they would have.
it just means they didn't get a big enough cut. Like
Yes,
if they add
because it's not
another,
important.
if they add another entitlement
Said
program,
NASA became less
Dude,
important.
If space was really that important to like America and all of this flatter
Okay,
shit,
dude,
they'd be spending trillions.
You're not paying attention.
No, this
okay?
man does not know how stats work, so
You're
gotta
not
give up
paying-
on Fritz explaining money because he doesn't have a clue.
You're not paying attention. If federal spending doubles, did NASA spending go down?
Oh god.
This is your
How
logic.
the hell have you not took into account inflation? I think I told you like 4 times.
Okay, so you're worried about NASA not getting the same cut of the pool, like they're
A lower percentage over the year, which means it wasn't as important when they increased the budget.
Because other spending increased.
No, other agencies' percentages went up.
Like if they decide to start another war, like say in Belarus, and federal spending goes up to reflect another war, did NASA spending go down?
But how much inflation did we have the last 5 years? Do we have an idea?
A lot. There's been a lot of inflation.
Alright, great. Now take that into account. Think about it and restate your fact. Maybe you can correct yourself.
How about this? Inflation started to go out of control when Nixon took the dollar off the gold standard.
That's
by the
not
way,
the question.
the same guy who said he went to the moon for world peace.
Right, Fred. Everybody's specialty, but you don't understand how money works at this point.
Yeah, because you think that if federal spending goes up, NASA and only NASA need to get a cut of that action. Otherwise, their spending goes down.
NASA's not that important to the United States military or the United States in general.
Yeah, that's why they did Space Force. They just decided to just roll it right in and make Space Force.
Yeah,
Dump at
they're
this
like the least
motherfucker now,
funded, the least funded military. Yeah, because we are heading towards space, right? You see much more space products starting to come on the consumer market. Makes sense.
Look at this motherfucker, dude.
Russia tried putting a nuke on a satellite, right? Obviously, the United States is going to spend more money on space.
Oh, it's gonna be so fun when space travel becomes available in 20 years. That's gonna be fun for the flat earthers.
Always 20 years away. It's
Except
always
this time
20 years.
So this
next
time,
year
right?
would be 20 years away.
So it was always 20 years away until like we had like the advent of like AGI, right? And like we actually have like flying cars that like consumers can buy now, right? So it's getting a little bit harder to like hide the secret now. So like there's no way like 150 years from now we wouldn't have like some sort of like commercial space flight available. Unless it was like World War III, which again that would kind of help your point, right? If they just blew everything up and started over again.
That would be good for flatties.
That would. If the World War III does break out, you guys might have a case, right?
Yeah, that's what Einstein said. Einstein said, told Eisenhower, if you use this weapon, I do not know what weapons World War III would fought with, but World War IV we fought with sticks and stones. That's
I bet you
your
guys don't
guys'
even believe in tornadoes.
That's your guys' worldview, not flat Earth.
We don't want World War III.
Yeah, it's already happening. It's going to happen.
Where?
Einstein said so.
Alright. How many people have died in war conflicts in the last 10 years? And then compared to the numbers of the decade before, and the decade before, and the decade before, please give me the results.
I think this decade
is going to be left.
Particularly from 2010
It
to
doesn't fucking
2020.
matter when gas fills
I
space
think
and
from
leveling
2014 to 2024 probably had more deaths. Oh, I don't know. 2004 to 2014 probably had more
The
deaths.
amount of people dying in war has actually decreased massively. That they forgot to take into account, as usual.
Like it's like yeah, fusion's always 20 years away, right? I mean, AI though is like we're officially like 2 years away now. But like in terms of like space flights, like commercial space flights like are available for like $250,000. You can go reserve a ticket. Like why don't one of you like rich flat earthers like go try to reserve a ticket? You think they would kill you or something?
So U.S. federal spending from last year increased by $227 billion. If the NASA
I'm not
spending
to
go
break to you. I'm
down,
going to show you. This guy's like still denying that like I can track a satellite without Wi. Do you want me to just like show you on live just to shut you up? You want me to like do it in front of you?
He still will deny it because NASA's a hoax and they're all on balloons. I heard this spiel before.
I mean, I could legitimately go on my iPhone, turn off my Wi-Fi, turn off my data, unplug my router, keep this phone on data, and show you I can track the satellite with emergency iOS. Would you like me to do it? And then you, from your state, could also track it to make sure it's triangulating properly, right? Because if you're in a state right next to me, we'd probably be pointing really, really similar. We have the same satellite. And you could do the same thing. You turn off your Wi-Fi, turn off your data, and everything, right? I mean, at least you have to admit that there's something in the sky pointing down the fucking data, right?
Okay? Did you bump your head? Are you okay?
Or actually, they could build their own GPS receiver
You're
and communicate
scared,
with the
bro.
satellite
You're a
directly.
coward. You're scared. You don't want me to do it.
I can link his
See,
just
let's
to
see,
make a
let's
GPS
see your
yourself.
little thingy.
Jenna, do you know when you sent the burden of proof thing that actually helped me out? By the way, I don't know why, because you're a flat earther, so I don't know why you would have sent a screenshot that, like helps me out. But all right.
Earth's flat, dude. We
Yeah,
measure it
it's
flat.
planes and
We
balloons. Like
move it
it
flat.
could be a plane.
Shut the fuck up for a minute. That's what it is. So it's what we see. It's what we can do from where we are. So everything about a globe is called begging the question or postulating. We got lots of words for all sorts of bullshit. We got lies.
Yeah, they cannot even explain time zones or put a stick in the ground. It's kind of fascinating.
I just shared a playlist of how all of these satellites are on high altitude planes or high altitude weather balloons. So if Chris cares to take a look at that, I've got, I don't know, some like 11 videos or something in the list.
My first question is, why would you send the burden of proof thing to help me and made your flat Earth friend look stupid?
Because it's on you.
Flat Earth is not a claim; it's an observation, right? So the burden of proof goes on the positive claim. Flat Earth is not a positive claim; it's an observation. Earth is a globe.
It is a
Hold on, I'm not
claim, for
done
fuck's
talking. I'm
sake.
sorry. Am I interrupting you?
Stupidity at
Interrupting
its
me?
finest.
Am I interrupting you? Interrupting me? Okay. So the whole thing about it is the long-standing positive claim has been that Earth is a globe, right? Where's the proof? There's still no proof.
So
The
you
burden of
make.
proof is still on the
Wait, do you
globe.
want me to refute you, or do you want to keep going?
I'm done now. Go ahead, honey.
Okay, so I'll say it again. The argument we were having was not about the globe or anything about that. It was specifically about the dinosaurs being killed, and he made a positive claim, and I said, "Oh, the burden of proof is on you to prove that." And then you sent the screenshot proving my point correct, that the burden of proof was on him. So I was just kind of curious to like, yeah, I think you didn't
Out
really
of
know.
lie, steal, reverse, and project to blurf. So thank you for doing that.
What?
Yeah, like you want to talk about the dinosaurs in a flat Earth server? Seems like a huge obfuscation to me.
You're the one that sent it after we were talking about it.
The point that you want to talk about dinosaurs in a flat Earth server is an obfuscation.
You're obfuscating right now. Why aren't you addressing the main point? We were talking about dinosaurs like 20 minutes ago, and then you sent the burden of proof screenshot with help me out in my argument.
About dinosaurs till Sunday right now.
You want me to show you a screenshot where you sent the screenshot right after we sent the dinosaur article?
Yeah, I seen it. I sent it. I know what it looks like. You don't have to send it back to me.
All right, why would you send that if it makes your friend look bad? To help me out, or are you just being really generous to a Globie today?
It seemed to be.
How does that make him look bad? I guess I'm not
Because
understanding.
that shows him that the burden of proof is on him because he made the positive assertion.
And what I might have missed it. What was that positive assertion?
He said that scientists said that we don't know what killed the dinosaurs.
Yeah, I've researched the same thing. Have you not?
But that has nothing to do with the burden of proof thing I'm talking about, right? He said that the burden of proof is on, like, I said the burden of proof is on him, and he said no, and then you sent the screenshot, which has
It's
helped me
Be
out.
Kind to Dumb Animals Week.
Yeah, like, it seems like every time I refute you, just like go off on some other thing, like stay on topic.
You're unable to. Somebody's having fun.
It's okay, Jenna. You'll get it.
Yeah, I sent that burden of proof thing at 1:42 p.m. It's 2:16 p.m. and that was before your dinosaur bullshit. So
No, that was after he sent the link before. Oh my god, I'll screenshot it for you. No, because we were literally talking about burden of proof after the dinosaur thing. I'll show you. So look, you said
okay,
look.
no, I see it now. No,
Yeah,
I
okay.
see Crit's little dinosaur thing. Yeah, dinosaur killing asteroid did not trigger a long nuclear winter. After
The
all,
issue was I asked him to send me the link, and he said he wouldn't. Right? So I was like, "Oh, the burden of proof is on you to like show me your proof." And he was like, "No, it's not. No, it's not. I sent you the article. Go search it up." And you sent that, and I thought you were
I didn't send
glowy
you
at first.
anything.
But
What you had done is you posted something completely scientifically illiterate, and I was
no,
going
it's
to
not.
test.
It's a GIF of what happened.
And I'll send an idea like, are you able to look at stuff and maybe learn some science? And you're not. You're not able to do it.
Well, I asked
So
you to
there's
send me
a
the link. You
basic
sent me a screenshot of the article.
a basic thing here. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink.
Heretic,
So that's
Heretic,
that's
if
about
you
all
were
I
to
could
lead a horse to water, would you show him a picture of the water, or would you actually bring him the water? Like, be fucking for real. Like, you show me a picture of the article. Show me the link.
Well, I mean, if you led me to water, then I guess I'm at the water.
See, yeah, Heretic would be a good debater. See, he would give me the link to the source. He wouldn't just show me a picture of it, right? Because they would be leading me to a photo of the water, not the actual water.
I mean, I guess you got to define water in this instance.
The water would be the link to the article. The photo of the water would be the photo of the article he sent me as proof. Because when I click on the article, then I'm drinking the water. Then I'm taking all the evidence. Rich, just send me the damn link and I'll read it.
No, this is about a choose your own adventure. And besides,
I'm not Googling your article.
Besides, these links work. You could look at here. This is how you do it.
Well, you sent me a screenshot. That's not a link.
Yeah, you could use the screenshot to get to the article.
What if I actually pull up the wrong one and then we both get off on another tangent?
Then pull up the wrong one. That's okay.
I don't want to pull. I want to pull up the one you give. You want me to copy article exact? Come on, Chris, just send me the link. Does Hamas know that the Earth is flat? Or were they not told?
You should ask them next time during your training, your commie training. Yeah, you should ask them about it.
I know there's a bunch of pilots that know, tons of international pilots that know it's flat.
Well, I'm in the Mossad, so I don't think I should be talking to Hamas.
Yeah, sure.
Then go away.
Hiding in plain sight. Best way to do it. Go away. Why would I go away?
Yeah,
Mossad would not allow
no
such a weak,
Mossad agent is
feckless slave boy
gonna tell
into their
everybody
ranks.
they're a Mossad agent. That's dumb.
Exactly. They would
Like
never do
when I
that.
think of like the actual gatekeepers, I'm
No,
pretty
I know
much just
Mossad.
thinking of a phone farm. I'm just thinking of a telemarketer fucking cubicle section of a bunch of idiots going, "Oh, see, it's not flat. It's ground."
Yeah. Dude, the Yemeni
But I
Houthis
believe in telemarketer. Did he actually go away? My bad.
No, you're fine, dude.
I find it harder and harder to keep patience with them. They're not here for honesty. They're just here to be 11 again. And that's disgusting. And they shouldn't be people. Like, it's just, that kills me. Where the hell didn't you grow up? You know what I mean? It's just, I don't know.
Yeah, I blame the parents. Just letting them sit on the iPads and feeding them formula. That's why their prefrontal cortex is shrunken to starvation and neglect.
My bad, though. My bad. I, I, I felt that I was getting impatient with them about a week or two ago, so I stopped chilling here too much. But I can't. I love this server. I love you guys, so I come back around every now and then because I liked you. But damn, that you let those Glovers go on. You let them just hammer on, and they fail at the beginning of everything they say. So why?
For fun.
The guy who was calling
That's
me
acceptable.
a P word, you just look at the log. As soon as he left Flat Earth chat, he just went to transgender chat, got banned from there too. It's gonna make the rounds, go to every single channel, completely freak out and get banned. And then think he won the internet for the day.
They bring us Globers a bad name, you know.
It
Those
is
guys.
funny though.
He's not a Glober, dude. He was just a spaz on the internet. Just
Yeah,
a
a
freak
troll.
with the internet connection. Yeah. He's like, oh,
Yeah,
here's a
that's why.
Flat Earth channel. I know what I'm going to do there.
Yeah, that's why we have a very very high bar for GF6. You know, we
Yeah, except for
interview and we screen.
you were talking with him earlier, like, oh, crit is this and crit is that, like your buddy.
Well, you know, Globers like to bond sometimes.
Yeah, where do you guys
Well, I feel like I killed the party. I'm not even gonna lie. Sorry.
No, you're okay, man. He was all petered out. He didn't know where to go from there. His whole shtick was flat earthers deny satellites, therefore the Earth is a globe. Had no clue what he's even talking about. Posted some website that supposedly tracks satellites. Doesn't know anything about it.
Oh, and then he's Mossad. Don't forget.
Oh yeah, that.
He was all Peter.
Yeah, he did a quick little spiral, petered out. And
NASA's just not as important as it used to be. I don't know what the hell you guys are talking about. a part that always confused me was that they would claim two poles, right? And but we go by a plane, and it never made sense to me how you'd get so far from the middle, or what they considered to be the middle, Polaris or whatever, that you can't see it. And then I'm like, in my head, I'm like, where does the curve come in? Where does the bend come in? And I think I am figuring out that they just take the plane and start over. They just flip it and start over. But I'm not sure yet. I need to know a lot more about that.
Yeah, they use the southern crux after the equatorial. And they just
Say it
put you
again?
upside down. They use the southern crux after the equatorial, and then they just flip you upside down on the equatorial plane.
Is the southern crux, is it immovable? You know what I mean? Like, did things
No, it moves. It's
around
just
that?
it's all based on Polaris, and then when you can't see that anymore, then they use the southern crux to continue on.
So anywhere,
And yeah, there
or,
is no south central like celestial point that they base any of the latitude and longitude off of. That's just imaginary. It's just southern crux after the equatorial,
and that's just what
that'll
you see at night.
gain in view. Yeah, because you can see, you can see the southern crux from like Florida, Texas, lower parts, and then irregardless, then when you pass a certain point, then you're looking back towards the north. That southern crux will then, if you're looking at it from Florida or Texas, then it's low on your horizon, and then it ends up growing because you have your observable dome of vision as you go.
Okay. I like to thank you. Question about the star trails that we've seen, next to each other. I don't really think they're necessarily not composites, but you see the one turning the one way and the other turning the other way, and there's some weird squishing in the middle, and I just wonder where that is. Like, I wonder where are we seeing that?
Hello.
Hello. That's actually a good question. That makes me wonder. Like Elmo. I guess my kid's rubbing off on me. But I'm wondering, like, the South Pole, or the South Celestial Movement, whatever that would be. What's that rotating around? Would that be the Southern Crux? or the Southern Cross or whatever that's called.
No, the southern hemisphere. There is no southern pole star, and the Southern Cross is just a constellation that moves around. You know, like they're in the same path as the rest of the constellations. Think mirror, right? Like the sky is like a mirror of itself. It mirrors itself. So there's no pole star for the south, and they're like, oh, the Southern Cross, and you can Google this, pretty interesting stuff.
Yeah, I had this one meme over here. It's not a meme. It's just a page from some book. I don't really know, but it's like got it's 5 North Poles, 5 North Poles, and I think that Skinny Vet explained to me there was, or it's 5 South Poles, and there were 3 or 4 North Poles, and it just gets so confusing. But once you realize it, once you realize all the intricacies, all you're
Well,
left with is flat.
basically, once you realize there's only one North Pole and no South Pole, it's pretty easy from there on.
It only gets easier. Like it only gets easier, and as people wake up, as people understand, and people get the idea, they they keep coming. They keep coming, and we just get more and more of us. And I'm really enjoying that idea. I always said Glovers are regressive. You know what I mean? But like, they're also dying out. So I don't know. It's weird.
Well, they're going to find themselves being the ostracized ones and the odd ones out here pretty soon, I think.
Definitely. It's already started. I mean, we're dealing with the basics of our education and how they've spent 20, 30, 40, 50 years of our lives nullifying it, like negating the very fundamentals of us. And that is getting pretty freaking glaring.
I got the chance to flat pill a couple of my coworkers. They're 22 and 24 years old. I was like, "Oh, this is perfect. Y'all need to know about this before you get any further." And they're like, they listen, and they're like, "Wow, that makes sense." And the older one, she was like, "Yo," she's like, "I'm not good at science, but no, that makes sense. We live in a dome." She's just real funny about it. But yeah, I think a lot more people are they're willing to hear it and really think about it. And then the trolls, those ones, they'll get mad, they can come in here and spurg out, whatever. But they're already becoming the turd in the punch bowl.
I like that.
Like nobody wants to be the turd in the punch bowl.
And at the same time, like we kind of are, or at least were for a long time, and even still are. I mean, you can't make fun of anybody for anything unless they think the Earth is flat. That's how it feels like on the internet, anyway.
I mean, it is funny. It is genuinely funny. I'm just saying.
No, it's It's funny. It's terrifying. It's amazing. It's disgusting, but it's what we are because the shit is a lie. If they just wouldn't have lied, we wouldn't even have to be here.
Oh, snap. Branch is in here. What's up, Branch?
What's up, Branch?
Sometimes when this VC goes so quiet, I start to think that maybe the question of the shape of the Earth has been settled.
Well, don't everybody talk at once.